I am a business boss. Talking business with the beautiful woman at the bar. Talking about one of them, a beautiful woman named Zhang Mingrong. Just touch me. But I ignored her. The entertainment is over. I still want the wine after drinking it. Drive home. There was a car accident on the road. When I wake up, it went back 18 years. As soon as I open my eyes, just a dark-skinned young man looking at me. It turns out that our class reunion ended last night, and I also failed to confess to Muse. Because of drinking a lot, I'm still a little dizzy. In the intermittent chat, I learned that the man in front of me is called Wang Zibo. We were just getting the admission letter. The two swayed to the school gate. I feel so aggrieved. In 2019, you have money and status. A company has subordinates. Not at all suitable for reborn people. Cuckolded, parents dead, destitute, basic conditions of hunger and cold. I shouted. I really don't want to be reborn. I heard voices all the time. From blurry to clear until heard. Hello, Chen Hansheng. Did you listen to me? Chen Hansheng casually fooled. Then I touched my pocket. But there was no wallet, no mobile phone, no fast payment. He sighed and said to Wang Zibo, "Do you have any money? I want to go to the concession stand, buy something." I'm used to walking to the commissary, bought a pack of cigarettes. He turned around and started smoking. Wang Zibo looked at Chen Hansheng, smoking action. I just feel that the movements are skillful and smooth, also a bit handsome. Didn't wait for a cigarette to finish. Not far away, a group of people came riding bicycles. Wang Zibo quickly put out the cigarette butt, then reminded Chen Hansheng to throw it away as soon as possible. Wang Zibo's actions also startled Chen Hansheng. There are teachers in it. No teacher. All our classmates. Wang Zibo explained. Chen Hansheng almost threw it away. But hearing this, after going around in circles again, take the action back. He respects the profession of an old teacher very much. But what do high school classmates have to worry about? All graduated. How else? This group of students is probably here to get their admission letters, with a vision and yearning for college life, laughing along the way. When passing by Chen Hansheng and Prince Bo, they all stopped. Chen Hansheng's current image is very sloppy. Hair over fatigue. There is also the confusion after being reborn. Sitting on your back. Rongyu, with a cigarette in his mouth. If it weren't for this 18-year-old face, a complete image of a middle-aged greasy uncle, the classmates all looked at Chen Hansheng in surprise. In this kind of education-based school in Gangcheng, no. One middle school, female students are not allowed to have long hair, so smoking is almost a sign of depravity. Did you all go to get the admission letter? Prince Bo felt the need to say something. The students were silent. They turned their gaze, transferred to a girl in the middle. This little girl is so handsome. Broken skirt over the knee, floating gently in the summer breeze in the evening. There is a bright liveliness. She is at least 1.67 meters tall because of the heat. His face was flushed with a faint blush. Straight nose bridge, ruddy lips, rounded sweat. The eyes under the thick eyelashes are clear and translucent. Smooth hair falls naturally to the shoulders. The girl stopped the orange bicycle. When walking over, Chen Hansheng can even smell a faint lily scent. Chen Hansheng, how can you smoke? It sounds nice, but a little angry. Chen Hansheng couldn't remember who he was at all. I can only turn my head and look at Wang Zibo. Wang Zibo did not understand the intention. He also stared at him with big eyes and small eyes. Chen Hansheng can't help it. I can only ask who you are. Wow, these would be universities on bikes. I let out a sigh. Especially girls can't help shaking their heads. What the TV show said is true. Men change their minds so quickly. I confessed to someone last night. It's just that if you're rejected, you can pretend you don't know you. Hansheng, you shouldn't do this. Another boy walked out of the crowd. Tall man. Smile very warm. Smoking is not your style. I hope you can come out of the shadow of broken love. Welcome to a better tomorrow. We are all looking forward to your progress. This may sound like comfort and encouragement, but there is always a hypocritical and condescending look down. Chen Hansheng has been the boss for so many years, although not arrogant. But I don't like others to step on me to express themselves, especially when neither of them are familiar. Although Chen Hansheng was sitting on the ground, but he looked up and he stuck out his chest. Calm eyes, staring silently at the talking boy until you look at him and feel uncomfortable. That's when it comes to scrutiny and says, "Who the hell are you?" Successful man, both mixed and generous bearing. There is also the majesty of subsequent eruptions. Is it comparable to a milk doll who has not gone into society? Even the realm of pretending. Probably he can't see Chen Hansheng's exhaust either. So as soon as you make contact, you lose. You are so disappointing. The boy threw down a word from Celine. Then he said to the beautiful girl, "Rongyu, let's go. Forget about this guy." The girl didn't listen. A few steps closer. Tell Chen Hansheng that you have to pretend not to know him. Then I can't help it. But I made it very clear last night. I don't want to talk to friends until I graduate from college. If you smoke again, I'll go tell your mom. Chen Hansheng was stunned for a moment. I just went back to 18 years ago. I don't want to greet my parents this way. And today is the day to get the admission letter. Many passing students have stopped to watch. Chen Hansheng thought about it. Throw away cigarette butts obediently. The girl smiled, and a little bit of pride. He took another bottle of mineral water from the basket. Wash your face and get the admission letter later. Thanks. I have it myself. Chen Hansheng directly refused. Cut the hard-to-play cliché. If you fail to confess, just pretend to be cold. The boy said disdainfully. But girls are quite stubborn. Although Chen Hansheng doesn't want to, he still put the water at Chen Hansheng's feet. Then he snorted. Push the cute orange bike into school until they leave completely. Chen Hansheng suddenly woke up. He is Xiao Rongyu, right? Don't pretend in front of me. Wang Zibo said with some dissatisfaction. I know it hurts when you confess and are rejected, but we're brothers, right? What can you say to me? Prince Bo also thought that Chen Hansheng did it on purpose just now. The purpose is to save face. Chen Hansheng doesn't know how to explain. I could only pat Wang Zibo on the shoulder. You are already an adult when you enter college. Suffering alone is a good quality of adults.
13 Originally, it was still a neighbor. Entering the familiar yet unfamiliar campus again, Chen Hansheng's memory slowly awakened under the stimulation and guidance of those iconic buildings. Along the way, Chen Hansheng also met many classmates. Sometimes he was willing to say hello, but he opened his mouth but forgot his name. However, Xiao Rongyu and the boy who had just come out to pretend to be coerced, Chen Hansheng had already remembered who they were. Xiao Rongyu is said to be the most beautiful female student in the decades since the establishment of Gangchen No. 1 Middle School. Last night, during the gathering of high school seniors, Chen Hansheng used alcohol to confess his feelings, which was naturally rejected. Xiao Rongyu's reasons have not changed much. In the past, when she was in junior high school, she said she didn't fall in love in junior high school. In high school, she said she didn't date in high school. After finally graduating from high school, she switched to not dating before graduating from college. The port city is very small, and there may be countless connections everywhere, so Chen Hansheng's mother and Xiao Rongyu's mother know each other. However, Xiao Rongyu's parents work in the Public Security Bureau and the Power Supply Bureau respectively, and their family conditions are better. Of course, Chen Hansheng has never been a loser. His grades are above average, he is tall and not dull in personality, and he has even fought with thugs outside of school. Although his family is not good, he is definitely not bad. In short, he has never worried about the cost of attending school from childhood to adulthood. In theory, such a person has no rebirth value. I don't know why I chose him. Is it to punish him for drunk driving? But as the saying goes, there is 10 years between the ages of 8 and 18, and a lifetime between the ages of 18 and 28. In fact, even if Chen Hansheng develops step by step, he can still become a millionaire in the future. However, if he works hard and adds a few zeros to his personal assets, it is possible to change the course of history. As for the boy who just wanted to step on Chen Hansheng and pretend to be coerced in front of Xiao Rongyu, his name is Gao Jieliang, and his father is a real estate businessman from Hong Kong City. However, in business, he has always made a profit today and lost tomorrow. When Gao Jieliang toasted Chen Hansheng at a classmate gathering over a decade later in his past life, the rim of his glass was always 3 inches lower. "Lao Su, where is my admission letter?" Chen Hansheng walked into the teacher's office and called out to a male teacher with a Mediterranean hairstyle. His name is Su Wen. He is Chen Hansheng's high school head teacher. He has a good relationship at ordinary times, and sometimes he can be called his brother after a fight. When Chen Hansheng was just working, he could take time to visit him when he returned to his hometown, but he forgot when there were many things. Later, old Su passed away from lung cancer. Chen Hansheng was all abroad at the time, so he had to entrust someone to bring the white bag. He didn't even have time to go back to attend the memorial service. So for the real Chen Hansheng, he and Lao Su actually met after being separated by yin and yang, and their emotions were quite excited. Old Su turned his head and saw that it was Chen Hansheng. With a smile, he pulled out his copy from a stack of admission letters and said with some regret, "I thought you could get into a top-tier university." Chen Hansheng is a student who causes less trouble in school, has average grades, and occasionally contributes to the class. Therefore, although teachers may not have unique preferences, they cannot dislike that kind of student. Chen Hansheng took the admission letter with disdain and said, "Just 2 books, that's all for me." Wang Zibo's attitude was very respectful. "Hello Teacher Su, I'm here to get the admission letter." Taking advantage of Lao Su's search for an admission letter, Chen Hansheng glanced at his desk and saw a pack of red Jinling cigarettes. Red Jinling is the best-selling type of cigarette in eastern Jiangsu province, specifically targeting the working class. Chen Hansheng's father also smokes this type of cigarette. "Old Su, you need to smoke less in the future. The pressure of taking a high school graduation class is already high, and smoking again may not be enough for your body." Chen Hansheng picked up a cigarette and said. Su Wen was taken aback for a moment. The students who came here to collect their admission letters often said polite words like thank you or empty words like I will come to see you more in the future. Only Chen Hansheng specifically reminded himself to smoke less, with a sincere tone like an old friend he had not seen in many years. Old Su was somewhat moved in his heart. The current teacher is a chalk, 2 sleeves, and a clean breeze, 3 feet of podium, and hard-working all year round. Not all of them pursue the realm of peaches and plums filling the world, but there are really students who care about themselves like this, and still feel very heartwarming. Su Wen felt that he had paid too little attention to Chen Hansheng, a handsome young man, and readily agreed, I will definitely smoke less in the future. Saying is useless. Chen Hansheng casually put the red Jinling in his pocket and said, I'll check for you first, and this pack of cigarettes will be confiscated. Old Su couldn't help but cry and laugh. Before he could wait for this boy's filial fruit basket, he put a pack of cigarettes in himself. However, he really enjoyed this kind of relationship. Wang Zibo's respectful attitude made everyone feel constrained. In the office, there is not only Mr. Su, nor are there only Chen Hansheng and Wang Zibo. The group of classmates who rode bicycles just now were also there. Seeing Chen Hansheng putting cigarettes in his pocket, Gao Jieliang said discontentedly, "This kind of person can go to college, it's really lowering the average quality of our college students." A girl immediately retorted, "Chen Hansheng's grades are good on a regular basis, but he didn't perform well in his second-tier university this time. Smoking may be due to..." Halfway through, the female classmate suddenly stopped and wanted to say the excitement of confession failure, but the protagonist Xiao Rongyu was here. It's okay not to mention it, but when it comes to it, Gao Jieliang is even more unhappy. He was not a good person before and even fought with thugs outside of school. Gao Jieliang had originally planned to continue smearing, but Chen Hansheng took the initiative to come over and say, "You are all here." Gao Jieliang turned his head and didn't want to talk to Chen Hansheng. Chen Hansheng greeted the others and saw the envelope in Xiao Rongyu's hand. He smiled and asked, "Which school is Xiao Mai going to?" "Donghai University." Xiao Rongyu replied and then asked, "And you?" "That's a coincidence. I'm the Finance and Economics school across from you. From now on, we'll be neighbors, so we'll have to move around more." Chen Hansheng never expected that Xiao Rongyu would be right across from him. It was a pity to think back then. When Chen Hansheng went to college, he let himself go. There were plenty of beautiful women in the financial institution, so he forgot about Xiao Rongyu as a super beautiful woman. At this moment, Gao Jieliang disdainfully said beside him, "Donghai University is a 985 and 211 university, and the Finance and Economics Institute is just a second-tier university. This neighbor is too forced." Gao Jieliang is also studying in Jianyi. He is from the School of Aeronautics and Astronautics, but he is on another campus, a few hours away from Xiao Rongyu. The jealousy and dissatisfaction on his face cannot be concealed. Chen Hansheng smiled hee and thought to himself, "If Gao Jieliang is so arrogant, I will put Xiao Rongyu on the bed and take some kissing photos to make him jump out of anger." Thinking about this, he happened to see the Siemens mechanical watch on Xiao Rongyu's wrist and asked, "What time is it now?" Xiao Rongyu instinctively raised his wrist and said, 5:25. "A pretty watch, did you just buy it during the summer vacation?" Chen Hansheng picked up Xiao Rongyu's fair hand and pretended to be looking at time but secretly groping. Gao Jieliang's eyes were torn as he said, "Dog day, Chen Hansheng couldn't confess last night. Now he's not moving his mouth, he's going to start directly." Xiao Rongyu also withdrew and glared angrily at Chen Hansheng. Chen Hansheng took advantage of the situation and did not hold onto it at all. He immediately summoned Wang Zibo to leave, leaving only a group of people looking at each other. At exactly 5:30 p.m., the school's loudspeaker began to play music. Considering that today is the day to receive the admission letter, the radio station specially played Su Wei's Blue Lotus. Nothing can stop it. You're longing for freedom. A wild and imaginative career. Your heart is carefree. Blooming and never withering. Blue Lotus. There are also high school sophomore students taking extra classes in the school. Walking among the bustling crowd, looking at the young faces along the way, listening to melodious folk songs, and breathing in the pleasant air, Chen Hansheng felt very happy. It's still comfortable in high school, but unfortunately I have already graduated. 4 Little Carp Goddess. Hong Kong City is a small city with a slow pace of life. After work, people ride bicycles in small groups on the streets. Chen Hansheng and Wang Zibo walk slowly in the afterglow of the sunset, with charming light and shadow at dusk, dragging their figures for a long, long time. Chen Hansheng watched the landscape with great interest all the way, and after more than a decade, some buildings no longer existed, so witnessing them again was a very unrealistic feeling. With great interest, Chen Hansheng suddenly heard a clear bell sound behind him. He looked back and could not help roast, how could he be entangled with them on the first day of rebirth? It turned out that Chen Hansheng and Wang Zibo were both walking at a slow speed, and soon they were caught up by Xiao Rongyu and the group of cyclists. Wang Zibo politely waved his hand as a gesture of goodwill. Chen Hansheng, feeling troubled, turned his head and pretended not to see it, but Xiao Rongyu stopped him. Chen Hansheng and Wang Zibo, my classmates' record shows that only the 2 of you have left no messages. Xiao Rongyu stopped the car and took out a delicate hardcover notebook from his bag, saying, "Whatever you write, just treat it as a commemoration." At this moment, Xiao Rongyu stood on one leg on the ground, unintentionally revealing half of his beautiful and round calves, which were white and tender. The shaking made other boys feel embarrassed to look more and turned their heads together. At first, Chen Hansheng didn't have much interest, but upon seeing such a scene, the middle-aged uncle's soul guided him from his ivory-like legs to his slender waist and smooth pearl shoulders, and finally stopped on that beautiful pink face. Xiao Rongyu laughed, and the pair whirlpools on both sides were faintly visible, which was really pretty. Chen Hansheng, it's easy to write a classmate record, where are your eyes looking? Gao Jieliang had originally shifted his gaze, but he couldn't bear the beautiful scenery in front of him. He prepared to quietly scan with his spare light, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw Chen Hansheng staring at Xiao Rongyu from top to bottom in a grand manner. Gao Jieliang angrily cursed loudly, even Wang Zibo was wondering. Chen Hansheng was indeed a person with no taboos, but he used to respect Xiao Rongyu very much and rarely looked at him so rudely. Xiao Rongyu is not the kind of gentle girl who can be easily rubbed by others. She noticed that Chen Hansheng was still lingering on her chest for a while, and immediately threatened her face. She raised her small fist and warned, "If you look around again, I'll dig out your eyes. I'll go tell Aunt Liang in a moment." The young girl about to enter the university campus, whose body has begun to develop, Chen Hansheng smiled and took over his classmate. The words on it were really cliché and nostalgic. There is a female version available. No matter how long the future holds, please cherish the little moments we spend together. No matter how many cycles we go through, I will still be your friend. There are also art versions available. Friendship will not disappear due to going their separate ways, fate will not be cut off by graduation, blessings will not be forgotten because of the ends of the earth. There are also simple versions available. Wishing Xiao Rongyu always happiness and joy in college. There is also a limerick version. Qingshan Qingshui youth, we have been together for several years. There are no other gifts to give, write a blessing as a commemoration. Even Chen Hansheng flipped through Gao Jieliang's poetic message. May we be a pair of white birds on the tip of the waves, the meteor has not yet passed away, and we are tired of its radiance, the sky hangs low, and the faint light of the blue star in the morning awakens our hearts. A strand of immortal sadness was written by Gao Jieliang himself. Gouri's Gao Jieliang is also too shameless. He plagiarized Yeats and insisted that he wrote it himself. Xiao Rongyu clearly knew that this was a love poem. Her face turned red for a moment, and then she pretended to be serious and said to Chen Hansheng, "Don't flip through it, find an empty space and write it quickly." Chen Hansheng handed it to Wang Zibo and said, "Here, you write it first." Wang Zibo was racking his brains to conceive sentences, trying his best to leave a deep impression on Xiao Maimei. He took the pen in a panic and muttered discontentedly, "I haven't figured it out yet." The situation was rushed, and Wang Zibo was not very prepared. He could only write in a conventional manner, wishing Xiao Rongyu a beautiful and happy life as he grows. Next, it's Chen Hansheng's turn. He originally intended to write, "May you walk out of your life and return as a teenager." However, this sentence is too green and not interesting enough. After thinking for a moment, I finally wrote correctly, "You live very well in the pond." The loach is ugly but can say festive words, the toad is careless but interesting, the snail is a gentle autistic person, and the little crucian carp is your common goddess. At first, Gao Jieliang stood far away, but when Chen Hansheng finished writing, a sense of crisis drove him closer. As a result, he saw Chen Hansheng writing about a group of amphibian worlds and sneered, "Elementary school students." Immediately, a girl shook her head and said, "Not necessarily. At first glance, it may seem boring, but reading it twice more will be very interesting. Isn't Rongyu your goddess?" Although Gao Jieliang's level of character is low, he was born from number 1 middle school and his morpheme cultivation is still qualified. After carefully tasting it in his heart, he knew something was right. However, he refused to admit it and impatiently urged, "It's almost dark now, let's hurry back home." Xiao Rongyu could naturally feel the innocence and liveliness in the sentence, as well as a hint of personification, but she was not too surprised. Chen Hansheng's mind is usually very agile and he is also very interesting. Class teacher Lao Su once commented that if he is willing to calm down and study, he will definitely be a promising student. Well written. I won't talk to Aunt Liang about smoking for now, but you're not allowed to do it again. Xiao Rongyu spoke crudely, saying that she had grown up in a comfortable environment for so many years, and her tone of voice inevitably carried a hint of pride. Until the group of prospective college cyclists left, Wang Zibo, who had been urging him all along, grinned at Chen Hansheng and said, "I wasn't ready just now, so you forced me to write first." Chen Hansheng did not argue, but instead asked, "Even if you write brilliantly, there are eggs to use. Are you going to pursue Xiao Rongyu?" "How could it be?" Wang Zibo was startled and said, "I speak ill of her from behind, and I dare not look up in front of her." This kid has some self-awareness and dares to admit it. Chen Hansheng smiled and hugged his neck, just like he did 17 years ago. "Then don't talk nonsense. We'll go to Shuangqiao Square another day and treat you to that newly opened McDonald's restaurant." "Why don't you go tonight?" Wang Zibo asked. "McDonald's is still a rare thing in Hong Kong City." "Not tonight." Chen Hansheng directly refused, "I want to have dinner with my parents." Wang Zibo was taken aback for a moment and said, "Don't you always find them talkative? You don't understand." Without further explanation, Chen Hansheng waved his hand and said goodbye, "I'm going home." Looking at the back of his friend under the dim yellow street lamp, Wang Zibo inexplicably felt as if there were many stories. 5. My family has a son who has just grown up. The street is still that street, the building is still that building, and even the broken street lights have not changed. Chen Hansheng stood at his doorstep. He originally wanted to knock lightly on the door, but when he raised his hand, there was a thud sound, and he couldn't help but shout, "Mom, I'm back." Crunch. The wooden door inside was first opened, and a middle-aged woman in her 40s appeared in Chen Hansheng's sight. As she opened the door, she scolded him rudely, "What's the noise? The whole building can hear your voice. You're so big, you don't even bring a key when you go out." Still a familiar recipe, still a familiar taste, Chen Hansheng thought to himself. The environment has a memory function. For example, on thunderstorm nights, the duty personnel of the Forbidden City often see palace maids walking on the painted red walls. It is said that this is because in the past, when thunder struck, the magnetic field memorized the previous images and stored them on the wall. Chen Hansheng's original mentality was still a bit uneasy, but when his mother Liang Meijuan spoke up, she suddenly pulled him back to his memory 17 years ago, and there was almost no change in his way of getting along. Entering the room with his mother's watchful eyes, Chen Hansheng didn't feel much either. Instead, he felt that the living room was too stuffy. He flipped through the sofa and looked for the remote control, saying, "I don't know how to turn on the air conditioning even though it's so hot. Where's my dad?" Liang Meijuan picked up an iced watermelon from the refrigerator and said, "I knew to turn on the air conditioning as soon as I came back. Your dad hasn't finished work yet." Seeing the iced watermelon, Chen Hansheng chuckled and said, "My mother still hurts me. There's only one mouth left." Liang Meijuan looked at her lively son and was actually quite satisfied, but her tone still pretended to be very strict. "Where is the admission letter?" Chen Hansheng casually threw the envelope containing the admission letter on the dining table and said, "Here it is." "I'm dying." Liang Meijuan quickly picked it up and confirmed that there was no watermelon juice on the envelope before hitting Chen Hansheng lightly with a spatula and saying, "Little rabbit, do you still want to go to college?" Liang Meijuan carefully took out her admission letter and looked at the sentence on the big red cover, "I hereby admit Chen Hansheng to study public administration. Please come to our school to report on September 1, 2002 with this letter." She smiled and smiled. Although domestic universities began to expand enrollment in 1999, their current influence is not as profound, and the value and reputation of college students can still be maintained for a while. Especially Liang Meijuan's maternal nephews and nephews did not get into college, and although her son was not very obedient, he still gave herself a lot of confidence in her studies. "Although it's only a second-tier university, can we still take the postgraduate entrance examination in the future?" Liang Meijuan was thinking in her heart that Chen Hansheng would wolf down half of the watermelon, pat his belly, and go to the bathroom to take a shower. Liang Meijuan then realized, "Let the water boil for 10 minutes first, otherwise you'll catch a cold." Nowadays, our home still has a solar water heater. Before taking a shower, we need to burn it for a while. Chen Hansheng didn't listen and picked up his clothes before walking in. "Of course, taking a cold shower is more comfortable on such a hot day," he said. "Stinky kid." Liang Meijuan couldn't resist and could only rely on Chen Hansheng. She turned her head to examine the admission notice, feeling a sudden sense of relief in her heart. Providing for a child until going to college, whether economically or spiritually, actually requires a lot of effort. In 4 more years, Lao Chen and I will be able to relax and then help take care of our grandchildren. We won't be looking for anything else in our lifetime. This is the little day that Hong Kong middle-aged woman Liang Meijuan is looking forward to. Chen Hansheng took a cool shower in pain and then stared blankly at himself in the mirror, young, healthy, and full of vitality. Covering his eyes was an 18-year-old face. Open your eyes, you can always find the depth that doesn't belong to this age inside. Chen Hansheng suddenly extended his finger and poked heavily in the mirror, saying, "Since I have sent me back, I must do something." Although I will not lack money for normal development, it is boring to have so much. At this moment, Chen Hansheng heard the sound of the iron door and the voice of conversation in the living room. He restrained his serious expression, put on a loose home shirt and pants, and walked out of the door, shouting, "Old Chen is back." Standing in the living room was a tall and handsome middle-aged man. Chen Hansheng's appearance was 6 points similar to him. This is Chen Hansheng's father, Chen Ziyajun, but their personalities are vastly different. Chen Ziyajun speaks very little, and Liang Meijuan often says that he can't fart in half a day. However, this son is mentally active and doesn't care much about rules in his work. So even when his only son greeted him, Chen Ziyajun only gave a faint but noticed that Chen Hansheng had just taken a shower and there were still water droplets on his back. Chen Ziyajun silently walked over to increase the temperature of the living room air conditioning. Before Chen Hansheng could even talk to the old man, Liang Meijuan took out a pack of cigarettes from Chen Hansheng's changed pants and slapped them down on the table. "Okay, Chen Hansheng, have you learned how to smoke by sneaking?" This is the red Jinling that Chen Hansheng seized from the homeroom teacher Lao Su. He forgot to hide it just now, but it was found by Liang Meijuan. Chen Hansheng's expression remained unchanged. "Old Su forced it on me. He said I performed average in the college entrance examination this time, so please give me some comfort." Fart. Liang Meijuan didn't believe it at all. There's no homeroom teacher who gives students cigarettes. "Chen Ziyajun, you still don't care about your son." Chen Ziyajun didn't want to get involved in the war between the mother and son, and was about to quietly enter the bedroom, but unfortunately Liang Meijuan didn't let him go. Old Chen glanced at his indifferent son and angry wife, and ultimately decided to stand on their side. "It's too early to smoke now, even considering social needs. At least I have to wait until I officially start college. I'll put away this pack of cigarettes for now." As Chen Ziyajun spoke, he put his cigarette in his pocket. Chen Hansheng thought to himself that he would end up being cheaper than Chen in the end. However, when he returned from his travels, he felt embarrassed for not carrying anything in his hand. "Forget it, this pack of cigarettes will be used as a meeting gift." Chen Hansheng thought generously, and then the family started eating. Liang Meijuan discussed with Chen Ziyajun while eating, "Remember to take a good leave, and we will send Hansheng to college together." Chen Ziyajun nodded and Chen Hansheng shook his head. "I just need to report on it myself, do whatever you want." Liang Meijuan widened her eyes and said, "A few hundred kilometers away, and there are also thousands of yuan in tuition fees." "I'll carry it like that," Chen Hansheng said. Previously, Chen Hansheng did not ask his parents to send him a report, and now he knows even more. However, in 2002, he basically paid in cash when he went to college. Back then, he carried a few thousand yuan by bus and was also very nervous. Additionally, Chen Hansheng paused and said, "If it weren't for our family's unsuitable conditions for applying for a student loan, and I don't mind using fake materials to take advantage of the country, I would have wanted to apply for a student loan." Nonsense. Liang Meijuan put down her chopsticks and said, "Although our family is not wealthy, there is still no problem for you to go to college. Don't play any tricks on me, be honest and learn some knowledge." Liang Meijuan is still very familiar with her own son and has too many ideas to control. Chen Hansheng didn't listen at all and said, "Anyway, I've decided that except for the first semester, I won't ask you for tuition and living expenses in the future. I'll figure out how to make money on my own." "How dare you?" Liang Meijuan's eyebrows were inverted. "What's there to be afraid of?" Chen Hansheng replied with a gag on his neck. "Chen Ziyajun, give me a review. It's still the old rule that whenever there is a disagreement between mother and son, Lao Chen will be the referee, and this habit will continue until the future. After careful consideration, Chen Zhejian said slowly, Hansheng is a man, and it is reasonable to have the idea of taking a break, but we cannot afford to fall behind in our studies. Seeing that Chen Zhejian also supported Chen Hansheng, Liang Meijuan became unhappy and said, this child was so well behaved when he was young. Later, you said that boys should cultivate independent personalities, resilient qualities, and a sense of responsibility. They always support him in completing some strange ideas, so in the end, the old lady didn't listen to him. However, the family democratic vote was 2-1, which can be considered as a formal proposal by Chen Hansheng to report alone and work to earn money. Liang Meijuan was still unhappy when she rested at night. Chen Zhejian comforted his wife and said, Hansheng may not necessarily be the best at studying, but you should observe carefully. His hands-on ability and emotional intelligence are stronger than many of his peers. This will become even more evident when he enters society. In his past life, Chen Hansheng had just graduated from university and started his own business. Despite repeated failures, he eventually succeeded. The resilience and interpersonal skills involved were actually closely related to Chen's deliberate cultivation. Little rabbit, you're starting to understand things unconsciously. Liang Meijuan murmured to herself. Old Chen chuckled and said, my family has a son who has just grown up. 6. The lewd talk in the steamed bun shop. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the sky in Hong Kong was still hazy. Chen Hansheng stared at the ceiling with wide eyes. He thought he had a chance to wake up and go back to 2019, but when he turned his head and saw the comic book of Dragon Ball by the bedside, he gave up. It seems like we really need to stay here. Chen Hansheng let out a sigh and then started brushing her teeth and washing her face. Liang Meijuan was awakened by the noise outside and looked at her after waking up, saying, oh, Chen Gongzi got up so early today. I'm hungry, Mom. Chen Hansheng patted his stomach and said. Emotions are awakened by hunger. Liang Meijuan never gets used to her own son. If you're hungry, go buy breakfast yourself. Don't worry about us. Your father and I will go to the cafeteria at work to solve the problem. Now we need to go take a nap. After Liang Meijuan finished speaking, she really went back to the bedroom, even worried that Chen Hansheng would wake her up again, and unexpectedly locked the door with a click. Chen Hansheng was speechless for a moment, while Liang Meijuan said she did not support Chen Zhejian's way of raising children, but in fact, she had been silently implementing it. 2 years ago, when Chen Hansheng was still in his freshman year of high school, Liang Meijuan proudly boasted to her family that even if she and Chen Zhejian suddenly got into a car accident, 15-year-old Chen Hansheng would never starve to death in this world. At that time, this sentence made Grandma Chen Hansheng angrily curse, claiming that if the couple couldn't raise a child, they would send Chen Hansheng back to the countryside. The old lady didn't care about herself, and Chen Hansheng could only walk down the stairs alone to search for food. There were not many people on the street now, only a few scattered breakfast vendors setting up stalls. The air was filled with a veil-like mist, and there was a bit of coolness attached to the skin, but more importantly, it was a refreshing and comfortable feeling. Deep-fried dough sticks tastes delicious. Egg cake is also good. Xiaolongbao is still hot. Chen Hansheng watched all the way, and his stomach began to scream. The boss of the egg cake seller noticed the intended customer and shouted from a distance, "Young man, let's have a piece." Ojabke. Chen Hansheng walked over quickly, even preparing to ask his boss to add an egg, and then remembered that it was currently 2002. How could he pay the bill without a phone, son of a pit? Liang Meijuan also forgot to give change, and Chen Hansheng could only reluctantly give up the egg cake. In fact, he didn't mind credit, but the boss of the Qi family did. It's really funny to think about it. Chen Hansheng, who is worth tens of millions, didn't have the money to have breakfast after being reborn. However, he had a good mentality and also wanted to adapt to the port city 17 years ago. So he walked along the moat all the way. I walked several kilometers without realizing it, and finally stopped at Zhuangqiao Park. There are already many elderly men and women who have practiced early here. Chen Hansheng originally planned to take a seat and go home when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. It's actually Xiao Rongyu. She was running in the morning, wearing sports shorts and revealing her tender white long legs. Her black tight-fitting suit completely outlined the curves of her upper body, and her chest swayed slightly with the running pace, which made Chen Hansheng excited. Xiao Rongyu. Chen Hansheng sat on the stone bench, waving to greet. Xiao Rongyu was very surprised to see Chen Hansheng. It was around 6:30 now, and Chen Hansheng should have gone to bed early. Why is he here unless? Xiao Rongyu suddenly understood and wiped the glistening sweat from his nostrils. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said to Chen Hansheng, "Xiao Chen, I know your feelings, but I really don't want to fall in love in college." "What kind of ghost?" Chen Hansheng looked at Xiao Rongyu in surprise and thought to himself, there must be something wrong with this person's mind. They were chatting and dating early in the morning. Seeing Chen Hansheng's expression, Xiao Rongyu said helplessly, "Aren't you waiting here so early just to wait for me?" Chen Hansheng was stunned for a moment. Also, Xiao Rongyu pouted her rosy mouth and said, "Yesterday you pretended not to know me, probably just to catch my attention." "Hansheng, actually you don't have to be like this. I don't want to make friends now, I just want to complete my studies well," Xiao Rongyu said seriously and sincerely. Chen Hansheng didn't answer and struggled to swallow his saliva. Silently, "Did I get it right?" Xiao Rongyu's long and beautiful eyes were like a clear spring flowing with confidence. Chen Hansheng looked at him in shock, but in the end, he nodded and admitted, "You're just too smart. Okay, let me treat you to breakfast and talk while you eat." Chen Hansheng, who had nothing on him, took the initiative to say. As expected, Xiao Rongyu shook his head and said, "Actually, I should invite you. You have been taking care of me a lot while studying." "Okay, that's the happy decision." Chen Hansheng nodded quickly and suggested, "There is a delicious steamed stuffed bun shop at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau, with soybean milk and fried soybeans, which is very appetizing. Let's go try it." Chen Hansheng said excitedly. Xiao Rongyu couldn't adapt to this rhythm change, and his small face felt a blur. It seemed that Chen Hansheng was more interested in breakfast, and he could only nod in confusion. This steamed bun shop is indeed doing good business. Chen Hansheng used to come here often to eat in his past life. As there were many uniformed police officers coming and going at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau, someone greeted Xiao Rongyu and said, "Little fish, you have breakfast." After speaking, they also glanced at Chen Hansheng, who was eating steamed buns with his head covered. Xiao Rongyu has a small appetite and spends most of her time watching Chen Hansheng. She probably wants to say something, but doesn't know how to speak. Still too young. Chen Hansheng pretended not to see it and ate 3 baskets of meat buns happily before looking at his stomach and saying, "Oh, you can't eat and drink like this in the future. What if middle-aged people gain weight?" Chen Hansheng actually felt it, but Xiao Rongyu found it very interesting and asked, "Are you full?" "I'm full, thank you for treating me. I'm going home." Chen Hansheng took a toothpick in his mouth and walked out of the steamed bun shop with a swaying motion. The boss was eagerly waiting for him to pay the bill, but Chen Hansheng didn't have any money. He turned his head and saw Xiao Rongyu tying his hair at the back. She couldn't hear either, so Chen Hansheng joked, "Wait, my girlfriend will give it together." At this moment, a middle-aged police officer with the rank of second-level inspector walked in from outside and happened to hear the sentence. "A bit familiar, probably a friend of my parents." Chen Hansheng exchanged a glance with him, but couldn't remember his name and could only nod in greeting. However, while waiting outside the door, Chen Hansheng saw the middle-aged police officer affectionately wiping off Xiao Rongyu's sweat. The owner of the steamed bun shop pointed to himself and didn't know what he was saying. "It's broken." Chen Hansheng suddenly woke up and threw away his toothpick, shouting loudly, "Xiao Xiao, there's something at home. Let's go back first." Without waiting for any response from Xiao Rongyu, Chen Hansheng walked back home. 7. Look at my expression and act accordingly. Damn it, I tricked into eating and drinking, but I actually ran into someone else's biological father. When Chen Hansheng returned home, he couldn't help but complain a few words. Chen Ziyajun and Liang Meijuan had already gone to work, and the kitchen was clean without any smell of oil smoke. My mother is also a cruel person. If she says she doesn't serve, she won't serve. Chen Hansheng plans to take a shower first and then sleep a full morning. Previously, he used to go from opening his eyes to closing them, but now he relies on Rebirth to have hard-earned leisure time. Of course, he should enjoy it well. I slept until 10:30 in the morning, and the hurried phone call woke Chen Hansheng up from his sleep. In his dream, Chen Hansheng was still in 2019, and when he opened his eyes, it was the scorching summer of 2002. "Who is it?" Chen Hansheng walked over to the phone and picked up the microphone. "Your mother." Liang Meijuan said bluntly, "Our family will go to my grandmother's place for lunch. After you go to college, you will have fewer opportunities to meet. Before you leave, you should go and see more. Got it?" Chen Hansheng hung up the phone and sat dumbfounded on the edge of the bed, dissipating his waking breath and recalling the family situation of his grandparents. Thinking about Chen Hansheng, he smiled. How can Dog Day be like the loss of online novels, and how can I still slowly integrate my memory? However, it has been me for 17 years, and what the hell is that? Chen Hansheng's grandmother's home is in the countryside. Her grandfather is a primary school teacher, and her grandmother is a homemaker who also has to take care of several acres of land. Chen Hansheng's grandparents passed away early, so he has a very close relationship with them. After taking the bus for half an hour, Chen Hansheng arrived at his grandparents' house. This area will become a development zone in the future, but now it is shaded by green trees. Looking out, it is a large golden wheat ear, and the scorching summer wind blows by, making all the sounds of the wind blowing through the wheat waves. "Grandpa, Grandma, get some water to drink." Chen Hansheng, as usual, loudly pushed the door and entered the farmhouse courtyard. There were still many people in the hall, including the eldest uncle's family, the second uncle's family, and the second aunt's family, all of whom were eating watermelons. "Look, college students are here." My second aunt smiled and said. Chen Hansheng smiled. Hey. 2 uncles and several cousins sisters of the second aunt's family had not been admitted to college. Others could say college students, but Chen Hansheng would deliberately avoid it, and even wouldn't show his expectations for college life. He picked up the watermelon and ate it in large gulps. Even though the red fruit juice dripped onto his body, he didn't care. Seeing it, Aunt Er laughed and said, "You're all college students now, and you're still eating like Zubeiji." In front of everyone's eyes, Chen Hansheng wiped off a few watermelons and let out a loud burp, saying, "Where's Grandma?" "Son, the grain on the grain field behind home," my grandfather replied, smoking a dry cigarette. On such a hot day, the old man is really stubborn. Chen Hansheng sighed in his heart and stood up, saying, "I'll go take a look." "Don't go." Uncle Er said, "We can't even shout back when we go. She can't bear to come back without making those grains comfortable." "That's because I didn't go, my grandson's weight may be heavier than my son's." Chen Hansheng smiled and picked up a tattered straw hat from the ground. Ignoring the sweat, smell, and rice husks, he casually covered his head and walked towards the grain field against the rolling heat wave. The room was a bit quiet for a while, and my grandfather took a few puffs of dry smoke and slowly said, "Son of the third family, this personality can be enjoyed anywhere, and he is also an undergraduate student. He will have great success in the future." Liang Meijuan is the third oldest at home, and her eldest aunt has an average relationship with her sister-in-law. She pouted and said, "It's just a matter of having good grades and studying hard." Grandpa smiled and knocked on the dry tobacco pipe without saying anything. He is an old teacher, and observing students is not just about grades. Chen Hansheng has always shown a seasoned and open-minded approach to things from childhood to adulthood, and he also has a somewhat generous and wild nature. People who study hard are not like this. The grain field is actually a spacious open space in the village, specifically reserved for processing rice husks and drying grain. Chen Hansheng's grandmother and old lady are easily recognizable in the crowd. "Grandma!" Chen Hansheng shouted loudly. The old lady hesitated when she heard the familiar voice and raised her head. It was indeed her grandson. "Oh, why did you come here?" She put down the broom and walked over, holding onto Chen Hansheng's hand without letting go. She loudly introduced herself to the others on the field. "This is my great-grandson, who is going to Jianyi to study at university this year." College students are not commonly seen in the countryside, and people around them stand up to look at Chen Hansheng. "This is from the third family. It has the same nose and eyes. It's been a while since I last saw you. I'm about to go to college in the blink of an eye. Still as handsome as when I was a child." Rural compliments are just so straightforward. Chen Hansheng took all the photos and even chatted with acquaintances with a smile. "Auntie praised me for being handsome, but I didn't see you introduce little Yuja to me." Coincidentally, Xiao was also in the valley. She spat and said, "My daughter is already 3 years old, and I don't know if I should have my third aunt come to our house to propose marriage sooner." Rural people all have some relatives, so Liang Meijuan is in her 3rd year, so younger generations call her San Yi. Chen Hansheng smiled and replied, "That's not too late. I'll just wait for Xiao's daughter." "Pooh, you're so beautiful." The round and charming little jade sister hammered Chen Hansheng, causing laughter from the surrounding villagers. Everyone likes this tone during the leisure season. At this moment, Chen Hansheng said to his grandmother, "Go back, it's such a hot day." The old lady shook her head and said, "This doesn't work. It hasn't been sun-dried yet." Chen Hansheng couldn't help but take the tool from his grandmother's hand and said, "Then you go and watch next to me, I'll do it." "You don't understand these, go home and watch TV." Grandmother is not at ease, and she also feels sorry for her grandson. Okay, why is the little old lady so stubborn?" Chen Hansheng muttered to himself, put on his gloves, and began to sun-dry the rice. Chen Hansheng was not a student who was not diligent and did not divide the grain. In the past, his father Chen Ziyajun often encouraged Chen Hansheng to return to the countryside to help. The old lady saw that Chen Hansheng was doing well and tried to persuade him a few times, but it didn't work. So she walked under the tree to cool down. Half an hour later, Chen Hansheng finally finished his work, and his whole body was soaked through. Even when he took off his straw hat, he could still breathe hot air. After returning, Chen Ziyajun and Liang Meijuan had already arrived. Seeing their own son's disheveled appearance, Liang Meijuan painfully brought a basin of clean water and said, "Come wash your face. Don't cry when the little bunny gets sunburned." Old Chen didn't care at all and blew the fan with a smile, saying, "A little black looks healthy." Eating with many people is also lively, talking about family matters. After finishing the meal, Grandma quietly called Chen Hansheng to the kitchen, took out a cloth from his pocket, and opened it with 10 100 yuan bills. "Grandma, what are you doing?" "Shh." The old lady looked at the main hall and said, "Don't let your uncles hear you. Take this money to Jianyi to buy snacks." "I don't even want my parents' money, why do I take your money?" Chen Hansheng is about to leave with a flick of his arm. The old lady refused to let go, and Chen Hansheng had no choice but to take out one and put it in his pocket, saying, 100 is enough, that's the meaning. Of course, Chen Hansheng didn't take it in vain. He had been helping out in the countryside for a few days before the start of school. September 1st is the official registration day. At the entrance of the bus station in Hong Kong City, Wang Zibo finally waited for his friend's figure. He immediately complained, "I haven't been able to contact you these days, and I don't even bring me wherever I go to hang out." But after seeing Chen Hansheng's appearance clearly, Wang Zibo laughed heartlessly and said, "Why have you become even darker than me? Laugh your butt, pay attention to my expression and act accordingly." Chen Hansheng cursed and strode onto the bus of Port City Jianyi. 8. Encounter by chance. The distance between Gangcheng and Jianyi is about 350 kilometers, and the bus in 2002 took about 5 hours. Chen Hansheng actually wanted to take a nap, but Wang Zibo, who was going to college for the first time, was extremely excited. After the car started, his mouth didn't stop. "Xiao Chen, I heard that college girls are much more beautiful than high school girls. After going to college and seeing the world, one's temperament naturally improves. Xiao Chen, is college homework very easy? It's less stressful than studying in high school. Universities advocate active learning, while high school has college entrance examination tasks and different learning modes. Xiao Chen, how long until we arrive in Jianyi?" Chen Hansheng helplessly opened his eyes and said, "Can't you shut up and get some sleep even if you haven't even got on the highway?" "I want to, but I can't sleep." Wang Zibo looked aggrieved and said, "If I had known earlier, I would have let my mother come with me. Would you have advised me not to let my parents accompany me?" Chen Hansheng turned his head and didn't want to talk to Wang Zibo. Unexpectedly, he had just calmed down for a while and then regained his energy. "Xiao Chen, look outside," he said. "So what's going on?" "I saw Xiao Rongyu." Chen Hansheng hesitated for a moment and said, "Where is she?" "Dogs, when it comes to Xiao Rongyu, you have energy," Wang Zibo said angrily. "There is a broken down Santana parked next to the toll station. The tall girl is Xiao Rongyu, and the other is the middle-aged police officer I saw at the steamed bun shop that morning. It seems that their car is broken," said Wang Zibo. Chen Hansheng nodded, and Xiao Rongyu probably won't be able to report until September 2nd. Xiao Rongyu felt somewhat helpless under the sun, and Chen Hansheng could only shrug his shoulders, indicating that there was nothing he could do. Besides, he didn't want to say hello in his heart. He almost got caught teasing Xiao Rongyu that day. The parents of the two families should know each other, but it was quite awkward to meet. However, after thousands of calculations, I didn't expect the bus driver to be a licking dog. He took the initiative to park next to him and asked with a smile on his face, "Xiao, what's going on?" Xiao Rongyu's father took a look, wiped his sweat and said, "His mother's car is broken, and he is going to send his child to college." Chen Hansheng cursed at the driver in his heart and wanted to hide his body. Unexpectedly, Wang Zibo, who was sitting by the window, took the initiative to shout, "Good morning, Uncle Xiao." "Wipe, it's another licking dog." Chen Hansheng couldn't hide it, so he could only smile and say, "Uncle Xiao, Xiao Xiao, good morning." Xiao's father doesn't know Wang Zibo, but he has a deep impression of Chen Hansheng. He actually replied, "Xiao Chen, right, I met your father at the county government a few days ago." Xiao Rongyu gave Chen Hansheng a glare. Chen Hansheng was now hoping that the bus would leave quickly, but the driver invited him again, "Xiao, why don't you let your daughter take my bus anyway, it's all for Jianyi." Xiao's father frowned. His main purpose was to send his daughter to school. The girl went on a long trip for the first time and also brought a lot of luggage. At this moment, another shiny and shining crown slowly drove over, and a chubby man with a slicked head shouted loudly, "What's wrong with brother Xiao? Has the car broken down?" The co-pilot also stepped down with an acquaintance, who was Gao Jieliang. These days are the days for prospective college students to report. Jianyi is the city with the most universities in eastern Jiangsu province, and it is normal to encounter them on the way. Gao Jieliang pretended to spin around the broken Santana, then looked up at Chen Hansheng and Wang Zibo on the bus. With a hint of blame, he said, "You two are really good. We are all classmates and studying in Jianyi. You can definitely go together in our small car. The bus is crowded and the air is not good. Remember to say hello in advance when going back and forth to Jianyi in the future." Gao Jieliang gave a performance and then began to reveal his true purpose. "Uncle Xiao, Rongyu, and I are high school classmates. I was admitted to Jianyi University of Aeronautics and Astronautics this year, why not let her come with me to ensure safe delivery?" Xiao Rongyu's father and Gao Jieliang's father actually know each other. The port city is already very small, and everyone is a scene person. However, the more this happened, Xiao's father became even more hesitant. He was a police officer, while Gao Jieliang's father was a real estate businessman. The rumors and gossip of real estate developers are not very positive, so Xiao's father doesn't really want to get involved. On the contrary, Chen Zhejian's character and quality are very trustworthy. Although his son Chen Hansheng may seem a bit ruffian, his family is well versed. "Do you want to take a bus or Mr. Gao's small car?" Xiao's father wanted to hear his daughter's opinion. "Rongyu." Gao Jieliang's tone was all pleading, but Chen Hansheng was exactly the opposite, turning his head just to get rid of himself. "I want to take a bus." Seeing Chen Hansheng's current attitude and recalling his previous friendly and cheerful demeanor, Xiao Rongyu said angrily, "Hey." Chen Hansheng sighed in his heart and said to Wang Zibo, "There are no other available seats in the car. You can sit at the front later. That is the position next to the driver, but due to angle issues, there may be some exposure to the sun." Wang Zibo was not foolish either. Of course, he refused. I won't go. Well done. Chen Hansheng was also very pleased and said, after Xiao Rongyu gets on the car, let her sit in that seat. Wang Zibo was taken aback for a moment. Xiao Rongyu's father was still watching under the car, and did he really let the little carp goddess's fair and tender skin bask in the sun? Why don't you go sit down? Wang Zibo finally realized. I feel dizzy and feel nauseous when exposed to the sun, Chen Hansheng said with a smile. At this moment, Xiao Rongyu had already boarded the bus, and Chen Hansheng had no intention of moving his buttocks. Wang Zibo's face was still too thin, and after hesitating for a while, he finally picked up his luggage and stood up, muttering softly, "Damn Chen Hansheng, you know how to send me." Wang Zibo gave up his seat, which can be considered a compromise for Chen Hansheng and Xiao Rongyu. Chen Hansheng went down to help carry his luggage, but Xiao's father still felt a bit uneasy. "Xiao Chen, Xiao Yuer said your school is across from you. Remember to take care of it all the way." "Uncle Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of our fish." Chen Hansheng deliberately stimulated him. Xiao's father's eyelids twitched and he suddenly regretted this decision. The bus finally started again, but the difference was that Chen Hansheng's side had changed from the original black and sturdy Wang Zibo to the charming Xiao Rongyu. Chen Hansheng couldn't bear to keep his friends being exposed. As the ticket seller collected money one by one, Chen Hansheng pointed to Wang Zibo in front and said, "Sister, can you get him a sunshade?" The ticket seller, a menopausal woman, looked up blankly and said expressionlessly, "Got it. Thank you, big sister." Chen Hansheng politely thanked her, then smelled the fragrance on the girl's body and turned his head to see Xiao Rongyu staring at him. His long eyelashes flickered like two fans, and his beautiful eyes were lively and lively. "Why were you talking nonsense that morning?" As soon as Xiao Rongyu spoke, he was questioning. "What nonsense? I don't remember." Chen Hansheng yawned and said, "I've been farming in the countryside for the past few days, and I woke up very early today. I'll go to bed first." Xiao Rongyu originally thought that Chen Hansheng was just passing the buck, but after a while, he really heard the sound of snoring. She was stunned for a moment, probably not expecting that the boy sitting next to her could really fall asleep. "You're such a jerk." Xiao Rongyu felt some itching in his gums and really wanted to pinch Chen Hansheng's sleeping face hard. "9, you promised my dad to take care of me." Xiao Rongyu could feel that Chen Hansheng had a slight change in himself. Previously, although Chen Hansheng did not bow down like Gao Jieliang, he was always very gentlemanly when interacting with others, but now he seems to have never given himself much attention. After refusing that night, can't even friends do it? Xiao Rongyu silently thought to herself, feeling a bit angry. Some boys were rejected by her more than 10 times, but their attitude towards her remained unchanged. Xiao Rongyu turned his head and glanced at Chen Hansheng, who was immersed in his dream. It didn't matter whether he was sitting next to Wang Zibo or Xiao Rongyu. With the swaying of the bus, Xiao Rongyu also felt drowsy. After focusing his chin a few times, he tilted his head and fell asleep. In a daze, Chen Hansheng heard the ticket seller shouting loudly. "The bus has arrived at Heng's gas station. Please take your valuable luggage to the bathroom for convenience. It will be back on time in 10 minutes. The distance between Gangcheng and Jianyi is relatively long, but in 2002, there were few buses with toilets, so drivers would stop at gas stations midway to facilitate passengers' rest. Go down and pee." Chen Hansheng was about to get off the car when suddenly his shoulders felt a bit heavy. It turned out that Xiao Rongyu was comfortably sleeping on top of it. In fact, Xiao Rongyu is really beautiful, and it's the same when sleeping. He holds his hands on his chest, and his chest fluctuates with his breathing. His sleeping face shows a healthy blush, and his lips are delicate and translucent. Hey, do you want to go to the bathroom? After Chen Hansheng finished appreciating it, he directly woke up Xiao Rongyu, and there was no such thing as cherishing fragrance and jade. Xiao Rongyu rubbed his eyes and realized that he seemed a bit unhappy after being awakened. I won't go. Then please make way, I'm getting off the car to smoke. Chen Hansheng said bluntly. Ah, Chen Hansheng, you're not allowed to smoke. Xiao Rongyu quickly shouted from behind, while Chen Hansheng pretended not to hear. As the crowd got off the car, Wang Zibo was already waiting below. As soon as he met, he cursed, "Dog day, how do you feel sitting with Xiao Rongyu? That's not to say, very good. I leaned against her, she leaned against me, and slept soundly." Chen Hansheng shamelessly said. Wang Zibo's face showed an expression of envy, and the two of them boasted about their skills. As they got into the car, Wang Zibo felt a bit strange and said, "I thought you knew how to smoke." "I won't smoke today, so as not to be despised when I kiss Xiao Rongyu later." It's his mother. Wang Zibo doesn't believe this nonsense at all. After getting on the car again, Chen Hansheng noticed that Xiao Rongyu was drinking yogurt while making a phone call, listening to her father's tone. In the middle, Xiao Rongyu also glanced at Chen Hansheng, probably because old Xiao was also worried that Chen Hansheng would take advantage of his own daughter. Hanging up the phone, Chen Hansheng gestured to bring his phone over and take a look. Xiao Rongyu turned his head and ignored him because Chen Hansheng insisted on getting off the car and smoking just now. "I'm not smoking, don't believe you smell it." Chen Hansheng leaned his mouth close, indicating that he was openly teasing. Xiao Rongyu lowered his head to dodge, and Chen Hansheng refused. The two of them started arguing in their seats. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Zibo turned his head and thought of himself sitting at the front enduring the sun's exposure. Inexplicably, he felt a little sad and spat out a curse, "Dog men and women. Stop, stop, stop. If you come again, I'll be angry." Xiao Rongyu couldn't resist and almost got kissed on her face several times. Their actions were too intimate, so she took out her phone and handed it to Chen Hansheng. "I thought you bought a phone too," she said. Xiao Rongyu's phone is the Nokia 7650, which was just released in April and sold for over 6,000 RMB. Chen Hansheng's family can afford it, but he didn't mention it. Chen Ziyajun and Liang Meijuan are also happy to save money. Chen Hansheng flipped through his phone and replied, "I didn't want a laptop or a phone. I want to make money to buy them in college." "Make money on your own." Xiao Rongyu was stunned for a moment, then gently rolled up his hair at the back, revealing his crystal clear earlobes. "What are you going to do?" "Of course, it's about finding a beautiful and wealthy girlfriend. I've had a bad stomach since I was young, and the doctor suggested eating soft meals." Chen Hansheng said seriously. "Cut." Xiao Rongyu expressed disdain. With something that interests him, Chen Hansheng has been tinkering with the Nokia 7650 all the way, shamelessly using the excuse of solving the burden to indulge in snacks like Xiao Rongyu. Xiao Rongyu is not stingy either, he didn't say anything except for bye-bye yan. The Nokia 7650 is not only the first color screen phone of this brand, but also the first flip phone and phone that uses the Symbian system. It had almost no competitors in the mobile phone market in 2002, and can be considered as Nokia's first-generation phone king product. Of course, from Chen Hansheng's perspective, compared to smartphones 17 years later, the functions of the Nokia 7650 are still too single. After looking at the phone page, he is observing the appearance, and in short, there is no omission in every aspect. Xiao Rongyu was curious and said, "Your posture seems like you want to open this phone. If I had a screwdriver, I would really give it a try." Chen Hansheng nodded and said, "Neurosis." Xiao Rongyu quickly grabbed his phone when the bus was passing by the Yangtze River Bridge, and many people stood up to watch. This magnificent bridge was built in 1960 and has become one of the urban attractions of Jianyi for decades. In particular, there are armed police stationed on it, which has attracted cheers from the passengers in the car. The Yangtze River under the bridge is vast and wide, and a 10,000-ton ferry runs across the dock. Why aren't you surprised? Chen Hansheng just watched calmly, and suddenly heard the voice of Xiao Rongyu in his ear. Perhaps she was also looking at the river outside, so she didn't notice that the two of them were too close when speaking, and their breath hit Chen Hansheng's ear. "Itchy, very comfortable. The opportunity is here." Chen Hansheng suddenly turned his head quickly and said, "You're not surprised?" "I didn't expect Xiao Rongyu to be faster." As soon as Chen Hansheng made a move, she quickly pulled back and looked at him with a wary expression. Chen Hansheng felt a bit regretful that he didn't visit in person. Xiao Rongyu scrutinized and said, "I have been to Jianyi for tourism before, not only the Yangtze River Bridge, but also the Presidential Palace, Zhongshan Mausoleum, and Confucius Temple. I have all been there." Xiao Rongyu couldn't determine whether Chen Hansheng was intentional, so he had to give up in the end. After crossing the Yangtze River Bridge, it was Jianyi bus terminal. 3 people got off the bus, and Xiao Rongyu finally realized that Chen Hansheng had the least luggage. He only had one backpack, and because the sunlight was too strong, Chen Hansheng didn't know where to pull out a pair of sunglasses. He wore them on his face, so at first glance he thought he was traveling to Jianyi. "Why don't you bring bedding?" Xiao Rongyu looked at his big and small bags and asked. "These schools will distribute it, and the registration notice is written on it," Chen Hansheng replied. "What about the clothes? Jianyi will enter autumn after October. Just have my mom send it over then." Xiao Rongyu nodded with an O sound, realizing that he could still operate like this. However, Chen Hansheng was more promiscuous. Xiao Rongyu thought they would go to school together, after all, it was across the street. Little did he know that Chen Hansheng shook his head and said, "You can take a taxi later, start at the train station, and take bus number 137 there. The 5th to last station is your school." Xiao Rongyu hesitated for a moment and said, "And you?" "Xiaobo and I went to the nearby Changsha Lake Park for a stroll." Chen Hansheng doesn't seem to be joking because he only has a backpack and can leave at any time. Xiao Rongyu is a bit anxious. She has a lot of luggage as a girl, and she has to carry it all on hot days, especially since the route is so complicated. Isn't that fatal? Chen Hansheng. Xiao Rongyu suddenly shouted loudly, with a hint of crying in his voice, "You bastard, you promised my dad to take good care of me." 10-0, man. You should know that today is not only a day for students from Donghai University but also the School of Finance and Economics to report. Almost all universities in Sichuan province have registered today, and there should not be too many students in the bus station. Everyone is basking in the sun, carrying their luggage, and queuing up to leave the station. They have long been restless. However, With Xiao Rongju's cry, these seemingly inexperienced and charming college students suddenly became interested, as if they had discovered important gossip news. Xiao Rongju, beautiful and beautiful, with a pitiful expression of grievance, Chen Hansheng, wearing a toed mirror, couldn't see his appearance clearly, but looking tall and big, he shouldn't be ugly. Wang Zibo, standing beside him in a dark and bewildered state, is definitely not the male protagonist and can be ignored. So everyone focused their attention on Chen Hansheng and Xiao Rongju, who had just gone through the college entrance examination and were in their adolescence, and their minds were diverging. Based solely on the sentence "you promised my dad to take care of me," they immediately conceived a scene of a scumbag abandoning an infatuated woman. Chen Hansheng became anxious as soon as he heard this. He took teasing her seriously and quickly whispered, "Don't cry, there are so many people." Xiao Rongju didn't actually shed a few tears, mainly because she was anxious and angry, but she didn't want to forgive Chen Hansheng so easily, even if it was a joke. Xiao Rongju wiped the corner of his eye with the back of his hand and turned around without speaking. Jianyi is known as one of the 4 major stoves in China, and September 1st is the end of the fire. Xiao Rongju is being naughty and unwilling to leave, but Chen Hansheng doesn't want to sunbathe here. He touched his scorching scalp and sighed, saying, "Let's hurry up and leave. If someone misunderstood what happened to me and you just now, it may affect my ability to find a girlfriend in the future." "What?" Xiao Rongju suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen Hansheng in disbelief. This was his classmate from 3 years of high school, his pursuer who secretly loved him. "Look, is this speaking human language?" he cried himself, but Chen Hansheng was worried that he wouldn't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Chen Hansheng was also startled when he saw Xiao Rongju suddenly staring at him. Later, he felt that it was not enough. She had even refused him. "Okay, then let me take you to the train station and watch you get on the bus." "That's it?" Chen Hansheng added fuel to the fire and seemed to continue teasing Xiao Rongju. "Still want to leave me behind?" Xiao Rongju was about to explode with anger, his breathing speed noticeably increased, and his chest undulated, propping up his shirt. This obvious feminine characteristic made many virgin college students feel dry and tongueless. "If you don't speak, then you don't object. I'll help you carry your luggage to the train station." Chen Hansheng was about to pick up Xiao Rongju's bag when he said it too late. At that moment, Xiao Rongju grabbed Chen Hansheng's wrist and bit him without saying a word. "Damn it!" Chen Hansheng couldn't help but scream. Xiao Rongju didn't show any mercy, his face turned red. Chen Hansheng felt waves of pain in his arms, but he couldn't hit him, and he was afraid of hurting Xiao Rongju when pushed. Unfortunately, those college students who watch the excitement are still cheering and cheering. "Okay. Good bite. Bite this heartless man to death." The onlookers all felt that Xiao Rongju looked stunning, and when she cried, I still felt pity for her. Psychologically, she was seen as a victim and a vulnerable person, and the boy wearing sunglasses was naturally a heartless person. Pooh, Chen Shimei. There's no good student wearing sunglasses. At first glance, she looks like a thug, but unfortunately, she's such a beautiful girl. Since ancient times, beautiful women have been so unlucky. The parents who accompanied their children to report took the opportunity to warn, see, early love is the end of this. You teach me well in college and don't fall in love. Now Chen Hansheng dared not take off his glasses, and even decided not to wear this outfit in the future, fearing that the reputation of being a scumbag at the bus station would accompany his college career. So how could he continue to make waves? However, Xiao Rongju's strength was weak, and Chen Hansheng's skin was thick. Even though her jaw was sore from biting, Chen Hansheng's arms still did not bleed, and the deep teeth marks on both rows could not disappear for a while. Wang Zibo remained in a state of stagnation throughout the entire process, making it difficult for him to understand why the goddess of Gangcheng No. 1 High School was able to bite people in public. However, looking at it from a different perspective, it may also be that Chen Hansheng was too infuriating. Once an angry person finds a way to vent their anger, it slowly subsides. When Xiao Rongyu bites, she feels uncontrollable anger. When she calms down, she also feels unbelievable, especially with so many people around her, her heart starts to beat. After looking at the dents on Chen Hansheng's arm, Xiao Rongyu felt guilty in his heart. Chen Hansheng had the right to find a girlfriend, so why get so angry? Xiao Chen. Xiao Rongyu raised his head tearfully, unsure whether to apologize or say something else. I didn't expect Chen Hansheng to stare at her for a while, but he actually smiled and said, "Are you angry?" Xiao Rongyu shook his head first, then nodded again. Wang Zibo quickly tried to smooth things out by saying, "It's okay, it's okay. Let's get out of the station first." Wang Zibo took the initiative to carry most of his luggage, Chen Hansheng also took a lot, and Xiao Rongyu carried a small bag. The three of them left under the gaze of many gazes. With the departure of the male and female leads, the crowd watching the excitement quickly dispersed, and the bus station resumed its usual hustle and bustle. Outside the station were complex four-forked intersections and elevated bridges. Watching the constant flow of vehicles, Wang Zibo and Xiao Rongyu immediately got lost, and the two could only passively follow Chen Hansheng. Wang Zibo really needs to be honest. He was worried about what might happen again and asked tentatively, "Xiao Chen, where are we going now?" "Go have lunch, aren't you hungry?" Chen Hansheng asked in reverse. "We can't leave Rongyu behind when we go to Changsha Lake Park in the afternoon," advised Wang Zibo. Chen Hansheng rubbed the tooth marks on his arm and gestured, "You can take her to play." Wang Zibo was very happy when he heard this. He turned around and said to Xiao Rongyu, "Look, Xiao Chen has agreed to come together." Xiao Rongyu first smiled, but later felt a bit sad. He looked up at Chen Hansheng's back. When he passed by the Changsha Lake Park Tourist Center just now, he even spent 10 yuan to buy a paper fan. Walking all the way with fans, wearing sunglasses, and taking graceful steps, I am so happy that I can't help but feel happy. Ah, man. Xiao Rongyu sighed in his heart. Previously, Chen Hansheng valued him so much, but since that rejection, he clearly felt that the weight in his heart had sharply decreased. Now it can be said that there are hardly any positions left. 18-year-old girl Xiao Rongyu witnessed Chen Hansheng's ruthlessness for the first time. She thought today was already the bottom line, but in fact, it was just the beginning. 11 Railway Station News. I had lunch at a tavern by Changsha Lake, with an area of only about 20 square meters. There were 2 sets of slightly peeled mahogany tables and chairs in the hall, decorated in a simple and natural style. There is a benefit here: as soon as you look up, you can see the Changsha Lake shimmering with water. The tide gently beats against the shore, making it very leisurely. Originally, Xiao Rongyu was wondering why Chen Hansheng was taking him so far away, but now he feels peaceful and comfortable here, but he doesn't know how the food tastes. "Xiao Chen, how do you know there's a restaurant here?" Wang Zibo also thinks that the environment is quite good, but the boss is not enthusiastic at all. When he sees customers, he doesn't know how to take the menu, but just takes a look and starts cooking directly. What a strange shop, Wang Zibo muttered again. Xiao Rongyu and Wang Zibo had never seen this style before, but Chen Hansheng knew that in more than a decade, this place would become a famous private kitchen and restaurant by the Changsha Lake. What is private kitchen? It means entertaining only one table of guests at night and waiting in line for an appointment at least 2 months in advance. Chen Hansheng was too lazy to explain, so he stood up and walked to the back kitchen. At this time, the owner of the tavern had not yet realized the importance of creating a private kitchen, and the cooking area could be freely accessed. Smoking. Chen Hansheng handed over a red jinling, and the middle-aged boss was cooking. He looked up at Chen Hansheng and silently took the cigarette, but did not smoke it and put it on the shelf. The boss is from Wushang, and Wushang cuisine emphasizes freshness and peace, with beautiful appearance and texture. Therefore, when Osman thus candy lotus root, red diamond chicken head rice, squirrel Osman thus fish, and chicken sauce dry silk soup are served, it is truly a perfect combination of color, aroma, and flavor. Wang Zibo and Xiao Rongyu were already hungry and started immediately, while Chen Hansheng and the shop owner were smoking at the door. The two of them hardly talked much. The shop owner was already quiet, and he thought Chen Hansheng was just a college student, so there wasn't much conversation. Chen Hansheng didn't take it seriously either. He silently finished smoking and sat down at the dinner table, but was stunned for a moment. There were only a few dishes on 3 plates, and only fish bones were left for squirrel and mandarin fish. Wang Zibo almost swallowed his rice bowl. Xiao Rongyu ate slightly better, but his small mouth was also round and bulging, and his eyes were innocent enough to meet Chen Hansheng. She also felt that her movements were a bit rough, but she couldn't let go of the melting fish in her mouth. She simply lowered her head and pretended not to see it, imitating Wang Zibo. As for what? Chen Hansheng quickly filled his stomach with rice, and soon the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table were completely eliminated, and even the porcelain bowls could be seen in the mirror. The food was delicious and the price was not cheap, totaling 156 yuan. Wang Zibo chuckled inwardly, not expecting it to be so expensive. Wang Zibo wanted to negotiate, but was stopped by Chen Hansheng. This shop has always been a real account, and in the future, this dish will cost thousands of yuan, and some styles cannot be measured by money. Wang Zibo and Xiao Rongyu have no idea of a. In 2002, this social habit was relatively rare, and they are both planning to make it up for it at their next treat. For Chen Hansheng, it's okay not to make up for it. He left his luggage in this restaurant and took Wang Zibo and Xiao Rongyu to stroll around Changsha Lake Park. Changsha Lake is actually not big, but Wang Zibo felt tired after walking for a while. It's so close to the train station and bus station here, let's just play before we go home next time, suggested Wang Zibo. Don't force yourself too much, this is your first time visiting Changsha Lake in life, and maybe it's also your last time, Chen Hansheng affirmed. Because he had already experienced it, Chen Hansheng studied in Jianyi for 4 years and worked for more than 10 years. He had almost visited all the scenic spots, but Changsha Lake had not been fully explored. At first, he had a similar idea to Wang Zibo, to play before returning home from vacation. However, he always hurriedly hitchhiked, and his most familiar place was only the Changsha Lake Square across from the bus station. Even this private kitchen was brought to him by someone else. Xiao Rongyu, however, thought it was good. Changsha Lake is an inland small lake surrounded by dozens of high-rise buildings and 2 large traffic stations. In such a place, there is a clear water bay, with willows fluttering along the embankment and occasionally bright lotus flowers emerging. This green and red scenery everywhere highlights the human atmosphere of the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties. However, this kind of imagination was quickly shattered by reality. Around 3 p.m., Chen Hansheng and his team were preparing to go to school to report, but when they passed by Jianyi railway station, several people entangled with each other. "Handsome guy, do you need accommodation? Does the beauty rest? There's something fun here, handsome guy, would you like to take a look?" They are not a triad, and the security environment in Jianyi is much better than that in eastern Guangdong. It's just that a few elderly women in their 50s are holding accommodation signs and asking each passerby one by one. Chen Hansheng walked at the front, wearing sunglasses like a tourist. This single young man was an important target, so the old woman decisively aimed all her firepower at Chen Hansheng, and her words became more and more explicit. "Handsome guy, our girl is very beautiful. The service is also very good." Someone even mentioned the price directly, 80 yuan per service, guaranteed not to rush the clock. "It depends on your handsome appearance. Can you do it for 60 yuan? Xiao Rongyu blushed and spat quickly as he passed by. It was the first time Wang Zibo had encountered such a thing. He didn't have the courage to go, but he was also curious. Wang Zibo's idea is that it's best for Chen Hansheng to give it a try and then tell him the process. If Chen Hansheng knew that Wang Zibo had such thoughts, he would definitely strip off his pants and throw them directly into the chicken house. Chen Hansheng just smiled and refused. "Sorry, we're in a hurry, please make way." A few aunties couldn't stop them and had to give up. They were still reluctant and shouted loudly from behind, "Handsome guy, since you're out on a trip, you should have a bold time." Xiao Rongyu walked faster and faster, finally stopping at the bus stop. It seems that the first impression of Jianyi railway station was not very good for her, but it is also because she has too little social experience. Here, we have to face a separation. Wang Zibo's Jianyi University of Technology is located at the Xianing campus, and he needs to take bus number 97. Xiao Rongyu and Chen Hansheng's schools are both in Zhongling University City, and bus number 137 is a direct route. "Xiao Chen, I will go to Zhongling to find you in the future." Wang Zibo waved his hand with reluctance in his eyes. Okay, pay attention to safety." Chen Hansheng casually said that sooner or later, Wang Zibo will no longer be familiar with the city. After seeing off Wang Zibo, Chen Hansheng turned to Xiao Rongyu and said, "The annoying light bulb has finally left, and the rest is our world of two. Be serious, don't speak recklessly." Xiao Rongyu felt a bit embarrassed when she saw Chen Hansheng staring at her. Although she couldn't see his gaze clearly under sunglasses, it wouldn't be too good. She added, "Don't daydream either. My mind is wandering, what can I do?" Chen Hansheng said with a smile. "You." Xiao Rongyu choked for a moment. There was really no other way to take Chen Hansheng now. When Route 137 came over, she didn't wait for Chen Hansheng to go up directly. Chen Hansheng slowly loaded all his luggage onto the bus, only to realize that Xiao Rongyu had also taken a seat for him. However, several gloomy male college students stood around, and it seemed that they all wanted to sit next to Xiao Rongyu. Xiao Rongyu stared nervously at the door. When he saw Chen Hansheng coming up, he quickly waved his small hand and shouted excitedly, "Xiao Chen, come over here." Chen Hansheng thought to himself that a group of virgins were too timid, so he walked over and sat down. This clear territory behavior extinguished the flames of these restless college boys and quickly dispersed. Xiao Chen, are all the boys in college so thirsty? Xiao Rongyu asked in a low voice. How could it be? I'm not that kind of person. The rebuttal of Chen Han's righteous words. Okay, I believe you, but could you please take your hand off my shoulder first? Xiao Rongyu said with a worried expression. 12303 with something. When Chen Hansheng sat down just now, he unintentionally placed his hand on Xiao Rongyu's shoulder. At that moment, he could clearly feel Xiao Rongyu's soft body suddenly stiffening. However, there was a group of gloomy male college students around at that time, and Xiao Rongyu turned his head without saying anything. Now that everyone has dispersed, Xiao Rongyu felt that this move was too intimate, so he reminded Chen Hansheng to pay attention to his behavior. Hey, why can't I control this hand? Chen Hansheng smiled and replied, but even fools could tell that he was intentional. Xiao Rongyu let out a sigh in his heart. Since the last time he refused Chen Hansheng's confession, this person has been taking advantage of him, both verbally and physically, not to mention mentally. In theory, I should be angry, but I feel it's too pretentious. We are both classmates and friends, and now we are fellow villagers in different places. At least he has liked me for 3 years, let's just forget about it. Xiao Rongyu turned his head and glanced at Chen Hansheng. His facial features were three-dimensional, and his eyes were frivolous and rebellious. Chen Hansheng was like this in high school, but he used to be very polite to Xiao Rongyu. Chen Hansheng didn't pay attention to Xiao Rongyu's movements. He looked at the familiar and unfamiliar city, and his mind was completely filled with memories. How many years have passed, and I didn't expect my brother to come back. Sisters from the finance department, are everyone okay? It takes about an hour from Jianyi railway station to Zhongling University City, and prospective college students from other places have never taken such a long bus before, making them feel nauseous all the way. Xiao Rongyu's face didn't look very good after getting off the car. Chen Hansheng thought to himself that these few drivers have not changed at all. The bus is like a low-speed plane. Donghai University and the School of Finance and Economics are only separated by a 30-meter wide road, so they are true neighbors. I just can't let her know. I will definitely take care of you and make you laugh. At this moment, Xiao Rongyu's phone suddenly rang, and Chen Hansheng couldn't help but marvel at the taste of this song. From 2000 to 2010, it was truly an era of fighting among the immortals in the Chinese music industry, with various classic songs that never tire of listening. However, he only sighed that Chen Hansheng's 5 notes were incomplete and he couldn't do such a thing as copying lyrics. The phone call was from Gao Jieliang. This grandson hasn't forgotten the goddess since he arrived at school, so he specifically called to care. Xiao Rongyu politely said a few words before preparing to hang up the phone, but Gao Jieliang kept repeating nonsense like take good care of yourself, I'll go find you when I make arrangements, and be careful not to get sunburned. Chen Hansheng was so annoyed that he snatched his phone and said, "You're so damn verbose. I'll take care of Xiao Rongyu." After speaking, he directly pressed off his phone. Although Xiao Rongyu didn't want to talk to Gao Jieliang much, it was still a classmate relationship, and Chen Hansheng pressed off the phone without his consent. How could you do this? Xiao Rongyu still hopes to reason with the current Chen Hansheng. Chen Hansheng glanced at the package on the ground and said, "If you don't leave, I'll go back to my own school." Xiao Rongyu has quite a lot of luggage. A girl definitely can't carry it. She glared at Chen Hansheng a few times, but instead, she was defeated first. "Xiao Chen, let's reconcile." Chen Hansheng hesitated for a moment and said, What does reconciliation mean? It's just that we're still getting along like before, okay? Xiao Rongyu said with grievances. Chen Hansheng realized and thought to himself, be good to your sister. At that time, I was chasing you, so I must have been kind to you. I don't have this idea anymore. If we reconcile again, it won't be a hindrance to ourselves. But he thought to himself, but his mouth was cynical and said, sure, just be my girlfriend. Xiao Chen, I didn't want to graduate from college before I graduated. Xiao Rongyu followed the same old routine, and Chen Hansheng immediately interrupted, okay, from now on, let's not talk. I'll help you carry your luggage to the dormitory and then return to school. Chen Hansheng carried the big and small bags onto his body and walked into Donghai University. His current attitude was comparable to what he had at the bus station at noon, so heartless that Xiao Rongyu wanted to cry. Chen Hansheng was very familiar with Donghai University and led Xiao Rongyu to complete the admission procedures. Xiao Rongyu silently followed behind, and finally Chen Hansheng stopped downstairs in the girls' dormitory. I'll help you carry your luggage up, even if I fulfill my promise to Uncle Xiao, I won't have your father and my father suing you in time. Xiao Rongyu wanted to say something, but as he watched Chen Hansheng, who was being heartless and unreasonable, he pouted and walked upstairs. Cut, you're being petty. Chen Hansheng sneered. As it was the registration time, men were allowed to enter and exit the female dormitory. After Chen Hansheng registered, he found that Xiao Rongyu was walking slowly ahead. Xiao Rongyu! Chen Hansheng shouted. What to do? Xiao Rongyu turned her face fiercely, ready that no matter what Chen Hansheng said, he would apologize first. The direction you're heading is the public restroom, and the dormitory is over here. It's so stupid. Chen Hansheng looked disgusted. Okay. Xiao Rongyu could only come back without tears, feeling embarrassed to ask for an apology or something. Pushing open the door of the girls' dormitory 303, several girls have already moved in, and they are all very kind. They also help carry luggage and introduce each other together. Are you Rongyu's boyfriend? A girl with small tiger teeth and a sweet appearance asked Chen Hansheng. This is also something that other roommates are curious about, because everyone else was sent by their parents, only Xiao Rongyu was sent by a boy. Usually, this kind of relationship can only be between boyfriend and girlfriend. Xiao Rongyu was about to deny that she was preparing to study seriously in college and did not want to leave the impression of making friends with her dormitory classmates. Unexpectedly, Chen Hansheng's reaction was even more intense, waving his hand repeatedly and saying, "Don't misunderstand, don't misunderstand. Xiao Rongyu and I are high school classmates, and her father asked me for a favor on a last-minute matter. That's all." Watching Chen Hansheng's serious defense, Xiao Rongyu inexplicably felt a little sour. She pretended to lower her head and tidy up her package, continuing to listen to Chen Hansheng and his roommates talking. "Which school are you from?" Xiao Huya continued to ask. "I am from the opposite school of finance and economics," Chen Hansheng replied. Upon hearing the name of the financial institution, some roommates became much less interested. Compared to Dongda, the financial institution was much worse, and their minds had not yet turned, still stuck in the impression of relying on scores to speak. Xiao Huya didn't mind at all and said with a smile, "My name is Suze Hixi, from Jianyi." "What's your name, classmate?" "My name is Chen Yingjun." Although Suze Hixi is a native of Jianyi, Chen Hansheng was not afraid of the stage and even pretended to be a force. Nonsense, there's no such name. Xiao Huya didn't believe it and even asked Xiao Rongyu, what is your classmate's name? He, Chen Hansheng. Xiao Rongyu gave a white glance and said, what a deceitful bad child. Sue's Hixie is pink in appearance, with a pair of big eyes that spin around when speaking. He is only 1.63 meters tall, but his skin is very white, just like a newly peeled xianling. When he speaks, he reveals 2 rows of cute Xiaomi teeth. I really am that name. Chen Hansheng explained solemnly. Hansheng sounds similar to the English letter handsome, which means handsome, so it's not wrong to call him Chen Yingjun. Ha ha ha. Not only did Sue's Hixie laugh this time, but even his other roommates laughed along. However, Xiao Rongyu's heart became increasingly sad. In the past, Chen Hansheng would only make himself happy. Chen Yingjun, are you so talkative and honest? Have you talked about many girlfriends before? Sue's Hixie asked with a smile. Chen Hansheng shook his head and said, at my age, there are very few women who can make me tempted. He glanced at the entire girls' dormitory and continued, you are the 104th, 105th, 106th, 107th, and 108th. Puff, you're really good at coaxing people. Sue's Hixie's eyes curved with a smile, and the girl in the dormitory laughed again. Anyone who was praised was very happy. Xiao Rongyu counted in his heart, and there were no more, no less, exactly 5 people. Chen Hansheng deliberately missed out on himself. Watching Chen Hansheng and his roommate hooking up, Xiao Rongyu suddenly felt like her man had an affair. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and walked over, saying calmly, Hansheng, thank you for helping me move my luggage. Hurry up and sign up at school. Chen Hansheng nodded as he was also about to leave. Unexpectedly, Sue's Hixie took a piece of paper and said, this is the phone number for our dormitory. Handsome students can call over. No need. Xiao Rongyu glanced at Chen Hansheng and directly refused. Chen Hansheng can only contact me when he calls. He knows my phone number. Now it's a bit awkward. A girl who can get into East University must be proud in her heart. Sue's Hixie's eyes twitched as he walked up and stuffed the paper directly into Chen Hansheng's hand, then bounced away. Xiao Rongyu looked at Chen Hansheng, his eyes slightly turning red. Chen Hansheng smiled in his heart. There is something in the 303 dormitory. 13 liar Chen Hansheng. Xiao Rongyu hoped that Chen Hansheng could throw away the paper with the phone number written on it, but unfortunately, Chen Hansheng still put it in his pocket. At this moment, Xiao Rongyu felt almost about to lose Chen Hansheng, although she had never owned it, and even refused it. Sue's Hixie was humming happily in the dormitory, while the other roommates were doing their own things. Chen Hansheng had also left the house, and the ground was filled with packages to tidy up. Xiao Rongyu suddenly felt very sad and homesick. She picked up her phone and prepared to call her father, but in the end, she persevered. Just now, reality gave Xiao Rongyu, who grew up in a greenhouse, a good lesson. She was the goddess of everyone at Gangchen No. 1 High School, but everything was zero in the dormitory of Dongda. At this moment, Chen Hansheng's voice suddenly rang out at the door again, Xiao Rongyu, could you please come down and help me prove it, otherwise anti-dormitory won't let me go out. Xiao Rongyu took a sniff and stood up, not wanting the heartless person Chen Hansheng to see her true feelings inside. Let's go. Xiao Rongyu said coldly. Chen Hansheng took her to the corner of the second floor and looked at Xiao Rongyu thoughtfully. What are you going to do? Xiao Rongyu didn't want to look at Chen Hansheng. The roommate relationship in college is much more complex than in high school dormitories, so it is important to be cautious in words and actions. As soon as Xiao Rongyu arrived at the dormitory, he had a minor conflict with his roommate, which was equivalent to forcibly increasing the difficulty of his college career. Of course, the main reason was that Chen Hansheng was too promiscuous. Anyway, if you have any questions, just come to me directly. Chen Hansheng said slowly. Upon hearing the concern in Chen Hansheng's words, Xiao Rongyu's heart twitched slightly. However, she also thought of the joke he had just made with other girls, leaving herself on the side. She felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. Got it, go down quickly. Xiao Rongyu turned around and urged against his heart. In such a completely unfamiliar environment, especially so far from home, Xiao Rongyu still feels aggrieved. In fact, he really wants to spend more time with the ruffian Chen Hansheng. Chen Hansheng stared at the slender and graceful back of Xiao Rongyu, thinking to himself that in my past and present lives, I have loved Xiao Rongyu for 6 years. From a certain perspective, Xiao Rongyu almost represents Chen Hansheng's entire youth. Even though he changed his mindset after being reborn, he couldn't really ignore Xiao Rongyu, so he came back specifically to remind him. After all, we are fellow villagers and should help each other. Besides, if I confess successfully that night, you will be my girlfriend and I should take care of you more. Chen Hansheng's words were quite sincere. Xiao Rongyu was touched and couldn't hold back his tears for a moment. Then you keep making me sad. I haven't cried twice in 3 years in Hong Kong, but you only make me cry twice a day. Xiao Rongyu cried so sadly this time, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances, homesickness, and sadness of being abandoned along the way, and also to prevent being heard by others. She could only suppress her voice. Girls are beautiful, even when they cry. Xiao Rongyu was sobbing and choking, with tears hanging on her long eyelashes, as if they were clear and beautiful like lotus flowers. Tears seemed to linger on her fair skin, reluctant to fall. You're hiding other women's phones. By a stroke of fate, Xiao Rongyu added the sentence. Xiao Rongyu was also confused. Chen Hansheng actually had nothing to do with her. He could hide anyone's phone number, but Chen Hansheng flipped his pocket over to prove, it's nothing, I just threw it away. Xiao Rongyu glanced at it and found that there was nothing in his pocket, which made him feel a little more comfortable. Living in dormitories requires a tolerant heart, Chen Hansheng reminded again. Xiao Rongyu nodded to indicate his understanding. Then I'll go, you go up, Chen Hansheng said. Xiao Rongyu hesitated for a moment and asked coquettishly, didn't you ask me to take you out? Chen Hansheng smiled and said, I just found a legitimate reason to shout you out. Your girls' dormitory is now similar to a vegetable market, and you can enter and exit freely. Chen Hansheng, you are such a liar. Xiao Rongyu's voice was muffled. Chen Hansheng reached out to help her wipe her tears. Xiao Rongyu instinctively wanted to avoid it, but hesitated for a moment. In the end, he stood still in place, feeling the warmth of Chen Hansheng's fingers on his skin that could be blown and broken. Then, both of them remained silent, one going upstairs and the other going downstairs. After Chen Hansheng walked out of the girls' dormitory, he surprisingly took out a piece of paper from his shirt pocket, which was the one Suze Hixie had just given him. This bastard has deceived Xiao Rongyu again. The campus area of the School of Finance and Economics is much smaller than that of Donghai University, and Chen Hansheng did not need signs. Based on his memory, he arrived at the College Student Activity Center, which is the location for freshmen to register at the School of Finance and Economics. Chen Hansheng first queued up at the payment office to pay, which was like a hospital, able to see the ups and downs of the world clearly. In the eyes of middle-aged parents, it was not only the joy of their children getting into college, but also the reluctance to face thousands of yuan in tuition fees. After paying the tuition fee, Chen Hansheng came to the Public Administration Class 2 of the Department of Human Resources and Social Sciences with a receipt to register. 2 tables were placed at the registration office, with a man and a woman sitting. The man was middle-aged and the woman looked like a college student. "Classmate, are you from Class 2 of Public Administration?" the female college student asked. "My name is Chen Hansheng, in charge of Class 2, Chen Hansheng replied with a smile. As the saying goes, if you don't hit someone with a smiling face, Chen Hansheng himself is not ugly. He is tall and big, and although he has been tanned in the sun while farming, he is healthy and energetic. My name is Rongyu, and I am also a college student this year. In the future, we will be classmates." A girl's enthusiastic self-introduction. Of course, Chen Hansheng knows Hulan language. According to normal development, Hulan language will serve as a class monitor for 4 years in university, and after graduation, he will become an elective student and enter the system for work. Hulanyu's appearance can only be described as average. In schools like the finance school, he belongs to the kind that cannot be found among the crowd. He is very proactive without saying anything, has short hair that is aligned with his ears, and speaks quickly, giving people a very capable feeling. This is our counselor, teacher Guo's Honggyun. Hulanyu also introduced the middle-aged man next to him. Old Guo, don't be too familiar with him in the future. Chen Hansheng said to himself. Guo's Honggyun wore gold-rimmed glasses and was still observing the students in his class. He greeted Chen Hansheng with a smile and then took out several registration forms, saying, "Fill in your identity information and arrange your dormitory." When Chen Hansheng was filling it out, Hulanyu was a bit strange. "Didn't your parents come with you?" "No, I came by myself," Chen Hansheng replied. "It's so impressive that only you and another girl registered separately in our class, which is really admirable," Hulanyu praised sincerely. Hulanyu spoke freely, but without any hesitation. There were a few parents who accompanied the child to sign up next to him. These are all future classmates, and they felt a bit embarrassed when they heard it. They looked up a few times at Chen Hansheng and Hulanyu. Hulanyu was completely unaware that he had made a mistake and was still busy sweating profusely. "Not at all powerful," Chen Hansheng said calmly. "I was also forced to be helpless. My parents had already bought tickets to Jianyi, but suddenly something urgent happened in my hometown that caused a delay." Hulanyu was stunned for a moment. She didn't even realize the meaning of Chen Hansheng's words, but the faces of several classmates around her were much better looking. Counselor Guo's Honggyun glanced at Chen Hansheng, but did not speak. After completing the procedures, Chen Hansheng finally became an official college student. He greeted Hulanyu and left straight away. At that time, the Hulan language platform was very good, and the selection of qualified candidates started. However, due to personality issues, they were quite affected within the system, and eventually voluntarily resigned. There is always someone in this world who works hard and works diligently, but the rewards are far less than imagined. In fact, if they are willing to lift their heads amidst their busy schedules, take some time to observe and think, broaden their minds, and absorb feedback from their surroundings, perhaps life can be even more brilliant. 14. The correct rebirth guide. It takes about 15 minutes to walk from the college student activity center of the financial college to the male dormitory. Along the way, Chen Hansheng looked around and his eyes didn't stop. There are too many beautiful female college students. Although girls on high school campuses are simple, they are busy with their studies, and coupled with their bulky school uniforms, unless they have the appearance of Xiao Rongyu, it is difficult for them to have a stunning appearance. Although women in the workplace have learned to dress up, they have started to speak and act with a hint of fireworks. What is fireworks, to be frank? It means adjusting the way one interacts based on the other person's wealth, appearance, development prospects, and other comprehensive reasons, which belongs to the realism of ordering according to the dish. So, college girls at the middle level are both fashionable and lively, and the worst part is that they still believe in love. Although the teaching level of the Finance Institute is far behind that of the East University, the average quality of girls is more than enough to leave several streets. No wonder those boys from East University come to our school to look for food and fuck them. Chen Hansheng felt angry when he thought of this. At Donghai University, the cute little tiger tooth Suze Hixie could almost be rated as a college flower, but in the finance department, he was just a class flower. Of course, if it's Xiao Rongyu, let's talk about it separately. She still has the strength to crush a pear blossom over a crab apple in the financial institution. Chen Hansheng smiled and flirted with several senior sisters, but unfortunately they were all given to the blind person by mistake. With his current attire, these beautiful senior sisters were not worth it. Despite being overlooked, Chen Hansheng still enjoys watching it with great interest. Sometimes, when encountering gymnastics women's teams with hot pants and beautiful legs, he subconsciously raises his head in a certain part of his body. It's also hard for you to be reborn with my brother. Please endure it for at least a few months, you won't be able to smell the meat. Chen Hansheng let out a long sigh and stared at his pants crotch, saying. Halfway through, Chen Hansheng felt hungry again, so he decided to turn around and go to the second cafeteria to have dinner. Charge the card, eat, find a seat, and do it all in one go. After sitting down, Chen Hansheng found that all the university cafeterias were similar because he could always find familiar scenes inside. In the corner, there are several pairs of college student couples snuggling intimately together. You feed me a meal on the first floor, and I feed you a bite of food, full of love and affection. There is also a group of single dog boys watching TV while eating. Whenever the NBA's top 5 games are played, there is always someone standing up and shouting awesome. There are also some Tai Han reading in the canteen. Maybe the library has no place. Reading in this environment is really his mother's strong. Chen Hansheng casually found a seat to sit down. I took a sip of the rice, it was a bit raw. I took a sip of free soup, it was a bit salty. Chicken legs are also soft and fluffy. Well, it's still as unpleasant as ever. Chen Hansheng commented, then poured the soup into the rice and ate it all with a splash. He wasn't really a sentimental person. It was almost 6 o'clock after finishing dinner, and the sky was gradually getting dark. The campus streetlights had already turned on, and the voice of the radio station senior was still so coquettish. It could also be considered worth the tissues wasted on her late at night. Chen Hansheng still hadn't gone to the dormitory and turned to the water room, but he didn't mean to fetch water. There was a huge blackboard here. College students are bound to be careless and always miss something when fetching water, so the blackboard will have words like XX day. I found a meal card from XX student in XX department written on it. Over time, various types of information were written on it. Zhang Pei from the law department, I saw you having a room with someone else yesterday. I have passed the English proficiency tests of Set 4 and Set 6, and my professional organization is trustworthy. Luo Qing from the accounting department, I'll fuck your mother and make you secretly wear my underwear. Get all the internet cafes in one go, with 100 Mbps of fiber optics for a fast experience. These news changes almost every day, and everyone has a tacit agreement to only stay for one day, so how boring college students are. Chen Hansheng is naturally not here to watch these gossips, because there is also recruitment information for part-time jobs in the big blackboard newspaper, which is the focus of Chen Hansheng's attention. Campus agent for mobile phone card enrollment. Chen Hansheng shook his head and passed directly. College students tutoring requires an English major of 8 or above. Pass again. Yueguang small commodity city distributes flyers, 30 yuan per day for free meals. Chen Hansheng still shook his head. After several rejections, I finally saw a thin promotional flyer next to the big blackboard. Shentong Express is recruiting campus agents. If interested, please contact us by phone at 159XXXX. After reading for a while, Chen Hansheng finally tore off the paper, folded it, and put it in his pocket. Chen Hansheng picked up the quilt and bedding from the dormitory management office and walked up to 602 alone. The male dormitories in the Finance Institute are all 6-person rooms. Chen Hansheng pushed open the door, and the other 5 people have already arrived. They were originally busy with their own affairs, but now they all look at Chen Hansheng. Oh, I'm the last one to arrive with emotions. Chen Hansheng walked in with a smile. The reactions of the 5 roommates were also different. Some stood up to help pick up their luggage, some just greeted them shyly, while others just glanced at them and remained indifferent. There is a big difference between college and high school dormitories. High school roommates, because they are all from the same place, speak the same dialect and eat similar flavors of food, their parents may still know each other, and even if there is a conflict, it is easy to mediate. The roommates in university dormitories come from all over the world. Firstly, their customs and upbringing environment are different, and they also represent independent individuals in terms of behavior. Simply put, college is the beginning of a person taking responsibility for their words and actions, and parents can no longer afford to keep it to themselves. Chen Hansheng put down his luggage and a roommate asked strangely, "Why didn't your parents send you over?" "I didn't let them come over, they could handle it alone," Chen Hansheng said with a smile. At this point, his answer was different from reporting in the afternoon. Sure enough, after Chen Hansheng finished speaking, several roommates looked at him differently. A high school graduate dared to sign up with a few thousand yuan. He was really brave. They carefully examined Chen Hansheng, who was quite tall and strong. Although he spoke kindly, his laughter carried a wild and rebellious aura. This temperament was often seen in students with poor grades, and they didn't know how Chen Hansheng got into the finance and economics school. When his roommate observed Chen Hansheng, he also looked at these classmates who were about to get along day and night. In fact, he knows everyone's personality here, and even their future prospects are well known, but Chen Hansheng thinks that can only represent the past. Butterflies flapping their wings can create huge waves. After Chen Hansheng is reborn, not only will he change his own destiny, but the people around him will also change accordingly. Chen Hansheng does not want to view newcomers with the old perspective. Let those impressions stay in the past, there's not much point in borrowing. Chen Hansheng thought to himself. There used to be conflicts, but now try not to form enemies. I used to be friends, but now maybe it can be better. This is the right guide for rebirth. They are all his mother Rebirth. I still remember the trouble of bullshit before. I'm sorry for this precious opportunity. 15 universities must waive. The male dormitories were pre-allocated during registration, with personal identification information posted on them. Chen Hansheng's bed remained unchanged, still the one near the balcony. There are advantages and disadvantages to this position. The advantage is that it can overlook the entire dormitory, and he can see clearly what his roommate is doing. The downside is that male balconies are dirty and have a strong odor in summer. Especially now, there are still treasures left by the previous senior on the balcony, such as beer bottles, cigarette packs, old books, and a few pairs of underwear with holes on their buttocks. Chen Hansheng put down his luggage and said with a smile, "My name is Chen Hansheng, from Gangchang, Sichuan province. Where are the immortals from?" Chen Hansheng spoke up and everyone was still very friendly in introducing each other. The oldest one is called Xiao, from Liubei, next is Guo Xiaoqiang, a native of Guangling, eastern Jiangsu province, then comes Dai Jinayu, a native of Jingbei. Chen Hansheng ranks fourth in age, followed by Li Zhenyi's, a native of Guangdong, and Jin Yangming, a native of Jianyi. After getting to know each other briefly, everyone would praise each other's hometown specialties. Second-tier schools are so awkward that even praising each other's college entrance exam results is not enough. After chatting for a while, the boss Xiao took out his cigarette and scattered it one by one. Guo Xiaoqiang and Chen Hansheng both took the initiative to take it, while Dai Jinayu hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly unfamiliar. Li Zhenyi's and Jin Yangming both refused. Xiao was refused the first time he smoked, and he couldn't save face. He advised, "We are all college students now, what's the point of smoking a cigarette?" Guo Xiaoqiang also followed suit and said, "There are already 4 smoking guns in the dormitory. If you two don't want to smoke second-hand cigarettes, why don't you just smoke a hand and fight against us?" Seeing the embarrassed expressions of the 2 younger brothers, Chen Hansheng smiled and remained silent. After graduating from college, he had little contact with Jin Yangming, but he and Li Zhenyi's had continued their friendship in college. After graduation, the boy returned to his hometown first to speculate in stocks, then to speculate in currency, making a lot of money. Chen Hansheng went on a business trip to eastern Guangdong and came to see him. He is already a regular customer of the 998 package in the entertainment club, let alone smoking. But now Anan is still immature. Unable to resist persuasion, he took a puff and immediately coughed heavily. Xiao and Guo Xiaoqiang laughed at each other, and they didn't have any bad intentions. They just found it fun. Jin Yangming also joked beside him, "This kind of cigarette only costs a few yuan per pack, it definitely chokes my throat. The first time I smoke, I should try Chinese and Soviet cigarettes, they are both mellow and fragrant." Li Zhenyi's blushed and nodded, while Xiao was a bit unhappy beside him. Jin Yangming said that his cigarette was too bad. "I smoke this kind of cigarette in my hometown, I haven't smoked any other good cigarettes before," Xiao said in a muffled voice. Jin Yangming was also aware of his slip of the tongue and turned his head to remain silent. The dormitory suddenly quieted down. Chen Hansheng was the only one who smoked cigarettes. He thought that college students were so his mother cute that they could make conflicts for this. However, he didn't persuade either. It was inevitable to get along with each other in college, and many times the parties involved didn't pay much attention. There were always some stubborn people who jumped out and tried to persuade others as good people, but instead, things turned out to be okay. Chen Hansheng stood up, moved his muscles and bones, picked up a broom and mop, and walked towards the balcony. The smell of the balcony on dog day was too strong, and the smoke almost couldn't stop the stench there. In the past, the entire dormitory had to wait for a month to clean, and I don't know how the 6 people managed to endure it at that time. Chen Hansheng had extremely strong hands-on ability and quickly started working enthusiastically on the balcony. His roommates watched him flush water from the toilet twice, and some couldn't help it. Li Jianese took the lead in saying, "Should we go help Brother Chen? After all, it's everyone's dormitory and we can't let him clean it alone." Before anyone else could make a sound, Jin Yangming stood beside him and said, "The balcony is so small that we used to make things worse. Just treat Chen to breakfast tomorrow." Yang Xiao thought for a moment and also supported Li Jianese's opinion, "We should indeed work together. The people from Liubei are still very quick in action." "On this side," he said, and on the other side, he opened the door to the balcony and said, "Lao Si, do you want to help? Chen Hansheng is washing the black solid on the balcony floor. I don't know if some bastard has flown here before, it's really difficult to wash." "No need, I can handle it alone." Chen Hansheng refused. "Brother Chen, let me go in and help too." Li Jianese was very persistent. He took off his shoes. Chen Hansheng wiped the sweat off his face and impatiently said, "If you say you don't need it, then you don't need it. Go and get the cigarette from Lao Yang's table." Yang Xiao heard someone call him Lao Yang for the first time. He read it silently twice and found the nickname quite pleasant, so the nickname Lao Yang accompanied Yang Xiao throughout his 4 years of university. Chen Hansheng took the cigarette and directly pushed Li Jianese out, then hummed a tuneless song and continued to joke around. Jin Yangming in the dormitory smiled and said, "Look, I'm right. Chen Ji is a straightforward and honest person at first glance." Guo Xiaoqiang also nodded and said, "Old Si is indeed quite practical. He should be used to doing things at home." These 2 grandsons didn't talk much when they met, but they left a real impression on Chen Hansheng, which is also a common problem among college students. They just label people randomly based on 1 or 2 small things. "Why don't you let Brother Chen be the head of the dormitory?" suggested Jin Yangming. "The head of the university dormitory is actually not very beneficial. Jin Yangming simply wants to be lazy and hopes that Chen Hansheng can take care of all the hygiene in the dormitory." Chen Hansheng washed for a whole hour and a half before the balcony was completely washed clean. When he came out, he realized that he had been entrusted with the important responsibility of being the head of the dormitory by Jin Yangming. "Brother Chen, after our unanimous recommendation, we have decided to appoint you as the roommate and lead us 602 towards a better tomorrow," Jin Yangming said proudly. "There is no recommendation, we can take turns being the head of the dormitory." It's Li Jianese again. He's the only one who spoke out against it, and most of his roommates probably don't want to do labor. Chen Hansheng smiled and flicked the cigarette butt in his hand, saying, "No problem, then I'll be the head of the dormitory." The head of the dormitory does not have much power in itself, but it depends on who gets it. Someone can exert tremendous influence in an inconspicuous position. After cleaning the balcony, Chen Hansheng's stomach started to get hungry again. However, the cafeteria was already closed and there was no takeout. He rubbed his chin and suddenly said, "It's not yet 10 o'clock. Let's go find a big food stall to have a late-night snack." "What?" Several roommates lifted their heads one after another, and someone was ready to go to bed. "It's too late, Hansheng," Dai Jinayu said. "What's so late? This is just for eating late-night snacks. Hurry up and change your clothes and leave," Chen Hansheng urged directly. Yang Xiao and Guo Xiaoqiang both have a restless heart. They always have a restless desire for university, but the first day of registration is too ordinary, and they always feel that something is missing. Now as soon as Chen Hansheng reminds them, they immediately react. Without constraints, how can college be like a high school student? Yang Xiao quickly agreed. What Lao Si said is that we've come across so many places together, we still need to have a drink. Guo Xiaoqiang is already changing clothes. These two people belong to the proactive faction, and Chen Hansheng has to deal with the others. For the first dormitory gathering, one must not leave anyone behind, otherwise it is easy for them to be isolated. Dai Jinayu is easy to say, he has never had much independent opinion. As long as everyone else goes, he will definitely go too. As for Jin Yangming, before he opposed it, Chen Hansheng said, Jianyi is a city that never sleeps. You locals shouldn't go to bed so early, right? Jin Yangming was right when he thought about it. As a superior resident of the provincial capital city, he couldn't underestimate this group of outsiders. Who's going to sleep? I was wondering if I should ask my cousin to drive over and take us to the 1912 bar for a jump. Jin Yangming, this dog, doesn't slip at all when it comes to boasting. Alright, let's have a reunion with our classmates. Let your cousin calm down a bit. After Chen Hansheng finished speaking, he turned to Li Zhenyi's. Li Zhenyi's has changed into his pajamas and said, Brother Chen, I really won't go. First of all, I can't drink alcohol, and secondly, I'm used to sleeping at this time. Oh, what are you doing? It turned out that before Li Zhenyi's could finish speaking, Chen Hansheng actually climbed onto the bed and picked him up. If you don't go, I'll take off my pants and hug you for a night's sleep. Faced with such a threat, Li Zhennaning is willing to die at the table and cannot let Chen Hansheng succeed. The other roommates were all laughing, but they didn't realize that facing different people, Chen Hansheng's methods of persuasion were also different, and they still retained the authentic personality traits that belonged to Chen Hansheng himself. This is emotional intelligence. 16. I want to be the class monitor. Chen Hansheng took care of his roommate, but when he changed clothes, he felt sticky all over because of cleaning. I'll take a shower and wait for me for 2 minutes, Chen Hansheng frowned and said. This caused Yang Xiao and Guo Xiaoqiang, who were extremely anxious, to complain, hurry up, it's just you who has a lot to do. I'm the head of the dormitory, what's wrong with you waiting? Chen Hansheng cursed and picked up his clothes to change before rushing into the bathroom. When the sound of the shoriad sounded, Yang Xiao muttered to himself, I'm still the boss of the dormitory. Everyone probably knows the reason why they will go out for a while. Regardless of whether they originally wanted to go or not, the adrenaline now subconsciously activates hormones, which then convert into excitement. So the dormitory was very lively, even Yang Xiao and Jin Yangming, who had just had conflicts, unknowingly reconciled. Chen Hansheng washes slowly and carefully. This is Zhongling University City, where everything is lacking except for beautiful women. If you get drunk, you might even have a romantic encounter. Although the possibility is relatively small, it is still important to be prepared. Bullets can be loaded at any time, and no female fairy can be let go. Chen Hansheng shook coquettishly twice, suddenly feeling a quietness outside. After thinking for a moment, he felt something was wrong and walked out wearing a pair of shorts, his face stunned. Counselor Guo's Honggyun stood in the middle of the dormitory, with several roommates hanging their heads like frost-beaten eggplants, afraid to make a sound. What are you doing wearing red and green? Guo's Honggyun let go of Chen Hansheng's wet hair and asked the other 5 people. Jin Yangming quietly glanced at Chen Hansheng, as it was Chen Hansheng's proposal. However, he still refrained from reporting it in person, so no one answered old Guo's question. Guo's Honggyun was a bit strange, but before he could ask again, Chen Hansheng, who had already put on a t-shirt, walked over and said, "Teacher Guo, we just cleaned the balcony and felt a bit hungry, so I suggested going out to have some supper." Upon hearing that Chen Hansheng took the initiative to take responsibility, several roommates quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, Chen Hansheng generously shared the credit for cleaning the balcony. However, to the surprise of Jin Yangming and others, Guo's Honggyun's focus was not on staying up late, but on the balcony. He walked over to take a look and said in appreciation, "The 602 dormitory is doing well. I just looked at all the male dormitories, and only you took the initiative to clean the balcony. I won't delay you from staying up late. Go and return quickly, and be careful of your safety." Guo's Honggyun finished speaking and prepared to leave. Except for Chen Hansheng, the other roommates didn't expect the counselor to easily let go of the late-night snack. Their thinking is still stuck in high school. At that time, teachers not only managed their studies but also their daily lives, and their schedules were strictly regulated. However, this was university, and teachers had nothing to do to restrain college students. Guo's Honggyun, who has been a counselor for several years, has long understood this truth, so he is too lazy to ask about the private lives of a group of adults. Just as Guo's Honggyun was about to step out of the dormitory, Chen Hansheng suddenly shouted from behind, "Teacher Guo, do you have time tonight?" "What?" Jin Yangming almost screamed and finally saw off the counselor. Why did he bring him back again? Besides, Guo's Honggyun would definitely not agree. Chen Hansheng has his own demands and considerations, and he is confident that Guo's Honggyun will agree. Sure enough, Guo's Honggyun pretended to hesitate for a moment and said, "You can't drink alcohol." "No problem, it's up to you." Chen Hansheng readily agreed, thinking in his heart that when he arrived at the table, he couldn't bear to see so many young men. Besides, you came specifically to inspect, just to meet the boys in the class and facilitate future management. Upon hearing the communication between Chen Hansheng and the counselor, the other roommates exchanged a glance. If Chen Hansheng's bold invitation surprised them, then the counselor's response made them begin to understand the university lifestyle. Relatively loose, not free, requires a certain degree of effort, and all actions must be within the scope of legal constraints. After a few people left, Guo's Honggyun looked at the 605 dormitory not far away and hesitated for a moment. 605 is also the male dormitory of public management class 2. Chen Hansheng understood after thinking about it and asked, "Do you want to call all the male students in our class? Let's just consider it as an early class meeting." "That's not good, is it?" Guo's Honggyun hesitated a bit, although Chen Hansheng's proposal hit his mark. "If there's anything bad, I'll go shout." Chen Hansheng carried a pack of cigarettes and walked over without hesitation. Guo's Honggyun thought he needed to step forward on his own, but in less than 2 minutes, there was a lively scene in 605. Then he saw Chen Hansheng leading 6 boys out, some of whom were getting dressed while walking, obviously pulled up from the bed. I don't know what method Chen Hansheng used next, but he called out the male classmates from the other 3 dormitories. "Teacher Guo, all 27 boys from public management class 2 are here." Chen Hansheng shouted loudly. Guo's Honggyun glanced at Chen Hansheng and thought to himself, "This student has great organizational skills. You should know that they are all strangers," but Chen Hansheng was able to call him over one by one, which must have been a brainwave. However, Guo's Hongyun did not dwell on the details. University teachers only focus on the results and rarely pay attention to the process, making it easy and not tiring. Let's go. Guo's Hongyun spoke confidently. So, a group of boys walked confidently in the campus, and when they passed by the school gate, Guo's Hongyun took the initiative to show his identification documents. With the endorsement of the counselor, the security guard happily opened the door. However, before leaving, Chen Hansheng walked over and handed a cigarette to the security guard, and then said something more. After Chen Hansheng returned to the team, Guo's Hongyun asked, "It's okay, I've already said hello to them." Chen Hansheng was smoking a cigarette in his mouth and then offered another one to Guo's Hongyun, before he smiled and said, "I'm not sure what time to drink tonight." He and I reminded him to stay at the door when we change shifts and not lock us out to feed mosquitoes. This kid really can. Guo's Hongyun carefully scrutinized Chen Hansheng, his thick lenses reflecting the dim yellow light of the street lamp. He thought to himself that Chen Hansheng had both organizational skills and thorough work. He was also very good at speaking when registering in the afternoon, and his overall ability was above that of Hu Linyu. Originally, Guo's Hongyun intended to have the proactive Hu Linyu as the class monitor, but now he feels that Chen Hansheng is more suitable. The class monitor plays an important role in university and can share many things with the counselor, but of course, she also has hidden gains. The key now is whether Chen Hansheng has this intention, because the university class monitor is actually very tired, and it is also unclear whether he can convince the audience. Observe for 2 more days, Guo's Hongyun thought to himself. In this way, Chen Yingjun became one of the class monitor candidates favored by the counselor, and this weight is much more important than that of the class monitor. Chen Hansheng wants to start his business in college, and the class monitor must take it in his pocket. Otherwise, what would he do so painstakingly? 17. 1,000 people have 1,000 faces. There is a Yueguang commodity center near Zhongling University City, where the goods are cheap and affordable. There are also internet cafes, billiards rooms, restaurants, and cafes, as well as rows of hotels, which can basically meet the one-stop needs of college students for eating, entertainment, and sleeping. Chen Hansheng and his group didn't take a car either. They boasted and walked to a street near a food stall. Immediately, a waiter shouted, "Classmate, our beer is on sale. Do you want to come and give it a try?" The boys in the same class all looked at Chen Hansheng. After all, he was the leader. Chen Hansheng looked at Guo's Hongyun, who was the big shot worth flattering. Guo's Hongyun shook his head. "This Kung Pao chicken doesn't taste good. After having diarrhea, we go to another one." Chen Hansheng smiled in his heart. Lao Guo has been a college counselor for so many years, and no matter which class activity he holds, he has to be invited. He is truly knowledgeable about which big food stalls around the school are delicious. Following Guo's Hongyun to the selected restaurant, 27 boys sat at 3 tables. The landlady walked over and said, "Teacher Guo, this is your new student." Guo's Hongyun nodded and then gave a familiar command, "The food is still according to the usual rules, pay attention to cleanliness and hygiene." "Teacher Guo, don't worry, what kind of wine would you like to drink?" Now Lao Guo was stopped. He just put on a show and said he wouldn't drink, but it's unlikely that he wouldn't drink in such a situation. Just as he was hesitating, Chen Hansheng loudly said next to him, "1 box of beer per table, return more and make up less. If it's not enough, take some peanuts for us first." With Chen Hansheng coming forward to smooth the situation, Guo's Hongyun could still maintain the authority of the teacher. He nodded and said, Then let's listen to Hansheng. 1 box per table, absolutely not more. Some people actually don't want to drink and just want to meet their counselors and classmates, but when they hear that the counselors all agree with Chen Hansheng's opinion, they can't say anything. At first, the tables were a bit deserted, but as soon as the beer and hot dishes arrived, the atmosphere immediately changed. There are not many things that college boys can compete with. Their family conditions are considered the same, their facial features and body shape are considered the same, their speed of changing girlfriends is also considered the same, and the last thing is their alcohol tolerance. Nowadays, everyone can't tell each other's family background, and their appearance is not as handsome as Wu Yanzu's. It's even more difficult to change girlfriends just after school starts. So, alcohol tolerance is an important criterion for measuring a boy's status in the dormitory, and many people are determined to start drinking. Counselor Guo's Hongyun has a good tolerance for alcohol, and he also firmly believes in the principle that wine is judged by character. While eating vegetables, he waits for his classmates to toast while paying attention to the students in the class. Some people really can't drink it, such as Li Zhenyi's, who looks like an obedient child and misses home with tears in his eyes after drinking 2 glasses of beer. Some people can drink to some extent, but they like to cheat and play tricks. For example, Jin Yangming, who has a half-pound weight and insists on pretending to have only 3 liang, only drinks half of anyone who touches a glass, and even stealthily pours out a little. There are also many who have a generous tolerance for alcohol, with Yang Xiao, Guo Xiaoqiang, and Chen Hansheng all having a tolerance of at least 1.5 pounds. However, among these students who can drink alcohol, their performance also varies. Yang Xiao and Guo Xiaoqiang, these 2 bastards, rely on their good tolerance for alcohol and specifically seek out classmates who cannot drink to clink glasses. Whenever someone drinks and vomits, they shout happily. They are accustomed to using the excuse "don't drink, do you look down on me" to make others not drink. Even Jin Yangming and Li Zhenyi's in a dormitory didn't escape vomiting and sleeping one by one. Chen Hansheng also toasted, but he clinked glasses with classmates who have poor alcohol tolerance, just a touch and it was done, never forcing. When encountering something he really didn't want to drink, Chen Hansheng also generously tolerated others serving tea. He aimed his target at classmates like Yang Xiao, who have a good tolerance for alcohol and love to be noisy. "Lao Yang, what's going on with you, dog? Like that? If Qingdao doesn't fall, I won't fall. If snowflakes don't float, I won't float. Where can we go now?" When Chen Hansheng picked up his 6th glass of wine in a row, Yang Xiao couldn't hold on anymore and his tongue began to knot. Dog thing Chen Hansheng, I can see it. You can just drink me tonight." With a bang, Yang Xiao buried his head and fell asleep. Putting down another one, Chen Hansheng turned to Guo Xiaoqiang and said, "Xiaoqiang, come here, let's talk about our life ideals." Guo Xiaoqiang felt a pang of panic as he watched. Chen Hansheng was killing hard, and several boys who could drink had never drunk him in Cheilunjian. Moreover, he was walking unsteadily and speaking clearly not yet at the top. Guo Xiaoqiang immediately gave up and said, "Lao Si, I think it's almost enough. We can talk about our life ideals at any time, but we drank too much and no one took care of our classmates." Chen Hansheng looked at the clock on the wall, it was almost 1 o'clock, and thought to himself that he had really knocked down Guo Xiaoqiang. There was no labor to help me. Let's take note of it this time and calculate it together next time. Chen Hansheng deliberately left some words to intimidate Guo Xiaoqiang. Guo's Hongyun has been sideways observing, and he thinks that Chen Hansheng's way of drinking is really good. It can maintain the lively atmosphere at the table and not bully classmates with low alcohol tolerance. The most crucial thing is that he drinks very rationally and leaves as soon as he says. Originally, Guo's Honggyun was going to pay the bill, but unexpectedly, Chen Hansheng paid the bill first. Some students who didn't drink much saw the scene and hesitated whether to pay per person. But in the end, Chen Hansheng didn't mention it, so they pretended not to know. Chen Hansheng went out to find 2 taxis and asked Guo Xiaoqiang to see off his drunken classmates. He accompanied Guo's Honggyun back to school on his own. The moonlight is like water, and the quiet road seems to be coated with a faint layer of silver powder. The two of them chatted casually. Guo's Honggyun mentioned that he has a little daughter, and Chen Hansheng also briefly described his family background. The current relationship is not suitable for a deep conversation. However, as he bid farewell at the school gate, Guo's Honggyun took out 400 yuan and said, "This meal doesn't make sense to invite you. As a counselor, I still need face." Chen Hansheng initially declined, but in the end, Guo's Honggyun forcefully placed the money in Chen Hansheng's hand and turned back to the teacher's dormitory. Lao Guo is also quite interesting. Other boys thought that this meal was paid for by Chen Hansheng, so he left it to Chen Hansheng for some reason. If given the opportunity, why not take Lao Guo and make some small fortune? Chen Hansheng originally planned to take a walk in school, but caught a glimpse of several couples in the dense shadows of the trees. In the middle of the night, besides the chirping of summer cicadas, there was also a faint moan coming. I can hear deliberate suppression, but it's even more tempting. Damn it, can't you go to the hotel? I've been listening too hard. Chen Hansheng didn't dare to wander anymore. In an instant, many figures flashed through his mind, but in the end, they stopped on Xiao Rongyu. Thinking about her morning run that day, her figure was really good. When he returned to the dormitory, everyone else was already asleep. Chen Hansheng took a leisurely shower before resting on his memories and falling into a deep dream. The next morning, Chen Hansheng was awakened by the ringing of his phone, which said, "I would rather you be cold to the end, let me forget with all my heart, I would rather you be heartless to the end, let me give up completely. Sorry to disturb you, this phone's ringtone is too loud." Jin Yangming quickly apologized, but there was no hint of guilt on his face. These dogs are a few, afraid that others won't know he has a phone. Chen Hansheng shook his head and got up from bed to queue up to wash his face and brush his teeth. As he was preparing to go for breakfast, Li Zhenyi's reminded him, "Chen, today we're going to have a freshman meeting on the playground and we need to wear military training uniforms. I almost forgot. Last night, Lao Guo specifically reminded me." Chen Hansheng changed into an ugly and wide military training uniform, leading the way with Li Zhenyi's closely following him. Dai Jinayu was attracted by Jin Yangming's phone and had no backbone to come and play. Yang Xiao had already calmed down, but when he saw Jin Yangming pretending to be so forced, his heart began to feel unhappy again. Guo Xiaoqiang had not yet sobered up and walked listlessly at the end. In short, 1,000 people have 1,000 faces, each with their own brilliance. In fact, Jin Yangming has some regrets. In his heart, Dai Jinayu is just a passerby, and if Chen Hansheng can beg to play with his phone, then his vanity will truly explode. As for why Chen Hansheng is the object of contrast, Jin Yangming cannot explain clearly. "Chen, why are you walking so fast? Li Zhenyi's can't keep up with the pace anymore. Go early and say hello to the beautiful woman in our class," Chen Hansheng said with a smile. "My roommate in the back is also right when she thinks about it. The financial beauty is so famous, She must see what treasures are in her class. 18 Treasure Girl. Although the boys were eager to meet the female classmates in the class, when they arrived at the playground, they heard the girls' silver bell-like laughter from afar, and each of them felt embarrassed and approached to greet them. Of course, the same goes for girls. While speaking, they scanned the boys with their eyes wide open. In the end, they all divided into small groups based on their respective dormitories, with clear distinctions. Boys peek to see if there are beautiful girls, and girls observe if there are handsome guys. Of course, the results are regrettable because everyone is wearing bulky military training uniforms, without any distinctive features or recognition. Are the girls in our class the worst quality in the finance department? Guo Xiaoqiang has already sobered up and said with a worried expression. It's possible. Yesterday when I registered, I saw my senior sister who was so charming and charming. Now let's take a look at our class, hey. Yang Xiao was also sighing. Chen Hansheng couldn't help but want to laugh. Thick past and thin present have always existed. The real fact is that the appearance level of the 2002 financial college girls was later recognized as the highest quality, and even Chen Hansheng and his class had a girl who could rival Xiao Rongyu's level. I'm going to get along with them. Who of you wants to be together? Chen Hansheng asked. A few cowards were shaking their heads, just like Wang Zibo, a typical strong-mouthed king. Chen Hansheng ignored them and simply tidied up his hair. He walked over with a smile and chatted with Hu Linyu, whom I may, we've met again. Hu Linyu is chatting with his roommates, and they are actually worried about the courage of this generation of financial college boys. Why doesn't anyone dare to speak openly? Seeing Chen Hansheng approaching, Hu Linyu was pleasantly surprised and said to the girls around her, Look, there are 27 boys in our class, but the only one who dares to take this step is handsome Chen. The other girls didn't know Chen Hansheng and were curiously scrutinizing him. Chen Hansheng took the initiative to introduce himself and said, My name is Chen Hansheng, from Hong Kong. Are there any beautiful women who are from my hometown like me? Ah, I am. A girl immediately raised her hand. Hu Linyu suggested beside him, Tianmin, you can go home together next time. Chen Hansheng knew early on whether Tianmin was his hometown of Hong Kong or the same county. Of course, there was not much interaction between the two in their previous lives, mainly because although Tianmin looked good, she did not meet the standards of Chen Hansheng, so the two only maintained a relationship between classmates and fellow villagers. Tianmin's roommate also joked, Who should we go back to then? Should we go to Min's house or to handsome Chen's house? Tianmin was shy and eager to tug at her roommate's mouth, which made the girls around her laugh. In this way, Chen Hansheng successfully entered the group of female students in his class, and his roommates were both sour and envious. Chen Hansheng, this kid must have been in a relationship in high school. Look at his effortless demeanor, he's definitely an old hand. Yang Xiao said with a positive expression on his face. It goes without saying that girls like him, he's a bit bad and a bit naughty, but unfortunately, good boys like us don't have a market anymore. Jin Yangming strongly agrees with Yang Xiao's opinion. Yang Xiao spat, thinking that you are a good boy, so I am Buddha. Hu Linyu has a great enthusiasm for being a class monitor. Although she doesn't consider problems comprehensively enough, being reckless also has its benefits. Before Chen Hansheng mentioned it, she actively and enthusiastically helped Chen Hansheng introduce other girls. There are 27 boys and 27 girls in Public Management Class 2, which happens to be a one-to-one relationship. The School of Finance and Economics was formed by the merger of the School of Counter Management and the School of Accounting in Xiudong Province. Although it is a second-tier university, it has some influence within the system of Sichuan province. The school leaders are able to control the gender ratio of students to maintain a balance point. After Hu Linyu finished his introduction, he entrusted Chen Hansheng with a heavy responsibility in the tone of the class monitor. Hansheng, there are many miscellaneous matters in his freshman year. I hope you can take responsibility for the boys and help teacher Guo manage the entire class together. Chen Hansheng nodded in front of him, thinking to himself that Xiao Hu has a strong attachment to the class monitor. I took this position and I don't know if she will hate me. Both of these people have developed a strong interest in the position of class monitor, but one is in the bright and the other is in the dark. Hu Linyu is almost undisguised, not only known by the counselor, but also by the girls. Apart from himself, no one else currently knows Chen Hansheng's thoughts. Hu Mai, is this girl from our class? Chen Hansheng pointed to a girl and opened the topic, but in fact, the final ownership of the class monitor still depends on Guo's Honggyun, who has one vote to decide. Hu Linyu patted her forehead and said, I almost forgot. She's a girl in our class named Shen Youchu, and she's also my roommate. Shen Youchu is 1.7 meters tall, but unfortunately her tall figure is hidden in her military training uniform, and her confidence and height are inversely proportional. When Hu Linyu introduced her to Chen Hansheng, Shen Youchu blushed and nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the ground. Then he silently walked away, as if he was isolating himself. Hansheng, don't mind. Hu Linyu helped Shen Youchu explain the reason. Yesterday when I registered, I looked at Shen Youchu's student registration information and found that his parents had both passed away. He also applied for a student loan while studying in college, and his personality was a bit insecure. Chen Hansheng thought to himself, of course I know. Otherwise, I would have had Xiao Rongyu as my foundation. How could the girl who soaked in it be lower than this level? Shen Youchu, this girl, has a really miserable family and is not very sociable. During her 4 years in college, Chen Hansheng's impression of her was wearing a loose old school uniform, eating 30 cents of rice and free soup, and her figure of working part-time in the library and cafeteria. The only commendable thing is that she has received a special scholarship from the college for 4 consecutive years. It's not surprising that she had good grades originally, but the key is that she was also admitted to graduate school at Jianyu University. Jianyu University is the best university in eastern Jiangsu province, ranking among the top 5 in the country, even higher than Donghai University. It is truly impossible for a second-tier student to be admitted to such a university. It was not until then that Chen Hansheng began to pay attention to this small girl who actively hid in the crowd. Unfortunately, it was still too late. On the day of the graduation ceremony, perhaps to commemorate his college years, Shen Youchu borrowed a set of clothes from someone else. So, it amazed the whole world. Although it was just an ordinary knee-length chiffon dress that didn't even fit well, Shen Youchu's skin was porcelain white and smooth that day, her long hair naturally curled slightly, and her seductive and slender calves were stepped on with a pair of dark silver thin high heels. Perhaps she wasn't used to this kind of dress, let alone the shocked look in everyone's eyes. Her face was as delicate as peach blossom, confused and somewhat shy, almost arousing a strong desire for protection for every man. The most crucial thing is that Shen Youchu actually has 30-60. Who would have thought that a girl with a long-term nutritional imbalance could have such a cup? Usually, this figure is hidden under old clothes, and it is not until graduation that she shows her charming radiance. At that moment, Chen Hansheng realized that Shen Youchu was the most beautiful girl in the 2002 cohort of the Finance and Economics Institute. However, later she went to Jianyu University to pursue a master's degree, and Chen Hansheng was addicted to entrepreneurship and couldn't extricate himself, ultimately cutting off contact. We must never let the pearl fall into the dust again. Chen Hansheng thought to himself. 3060 treasure girl, what do you say? 3 years of blood earned, death penalty not a loss. 19 talking boys are all scammers. The freshman conference remained as boring as ever, with several college leaders taking the stage to give speeches, and the freshmen sweating profusely in the sun. It's so damn hot. Chen Hansheng muttered to himself. Fourth, why didn't you complain about being hot while chatting with your sisters just now? Yang Xiao choked sourly beside him. That's it? Jin Yangming also pouted and said, Chen Ji is treating us to lunch, and each person has a glass of Sprite. This kid is actually the most frustrated. The girls in the class were talking to Chen Hansheng just now, and no one paid attention to his phone. He really wanted to pretend that no one was looking at him. Finally, the freshman conference has come to an end, and below are the activities of each class. Counselor Guo Zhongyun leads his students towards the teaching building. The boys were frowning and making eyes all the way because several girls in the class had high looks. The girl even pretended not to see her male classmate peeking at them, but the smile and proud expression on her lips had already betrayed her inner thoughts. In college, it's not just boys who are gloomy. Only Shen Youchu is the exception here. She follows the girl with her head down, seemingly eager to blend in, but also isolating herself. After sitting down in the classroom in the dormitory unit, the head of the dormitory, Chen Hansheng, glanced at him and asked, "Where's Lao Lu?" "He went to the bathroom." Dai Janayu replied, complaining again, "I went to the bathroom and still got my phone. I was just having a good time." However, everyone underestimated Jin Yangming's ability to pretend, and just as Guo Zhongyun was preparing to start the first class meeting, Jin Yangming appeared at the door. He held his phone in one hand and loudly said, Hey, I can't hear what you're saying. Can you speak louder? Forget it, let's talk after class." This action immediately caught the attention of everyone in the class. Jin Yangming hung up the phone and apologized innocently to Guo Zhongyun, "Sorry teacher, I just went out to answer a phone call." Guo Zhongyun has brought many college students, and has never seen any pretentious tricks. He just nodded slightly, gesturing for Jin Yangming to enter the classroom. Jin Yangming sat down in his seat and complained angrily to Dai Janayu, "The signal is really poor. With a phone that costs over 7,000 yuan, I can't even make a call." Dai Janayu is also an iron-licking dog, and immediately started cursing mobile communication. Watching Jin Yangming, who was very immersed in the drama, Chen Hansheng was somewhat impressed. With Jin Yangming interrupting, the atmosphere in the class became lively. Guo Zhongyun coughed and began to explain important issues. Freshman students faced many miscellaneous tasks, such as military training, book collection, electronic data entry, and so on. Guo Zhongyun doesn't repeat his words at all, he transitions directly from one thing to another. Repetition is the practice of high school teachers, as it is important to ensure that every student understands. University teachers only complete their assigned tasks and do not ask much about student feedback. After the explanation, the next step is for the students to introduce themselves, and everyone's interest in this agenda is clearly high. "Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Xiaoxian and I come from Pengcheng City, Sichuan Province." Starting from the far left seat, everyone takes turns on the stage to introduce themselves, and the format is similar, all of which are "Hello everyone, I am XXX from XXX. Some girls are very confident in their appearance and take off their military training hats during introductions, revealing a beautiful face. Whenever this happens, the boys always smile and push each other's shoulders, with an excited smile on their faces. Chen Hansheng showed little interest in the others and lazily leaned back on his chair. Only when Shen Youchu stepped onto the stage did he sit up straight, leaning forward slightly, staring with bright eyes. Shen Youchu is different from other girls. Her face is completely hidden under her military training hat, and she dare not look straight ahead. Her voice is as quiet as a mosquito. Hello everyone, my name is Shen Youchu and I come from Sichuan and Chongqing. Thank you. With just such a simple sentence, Shen Youchu stuttered twice and then lowered his eyebrows and went on with ease. I can't see clearly, so I can only give it a score of 2.15, which is completely sympathy. Guo Xiaoqiang seems to be a referee. Every female student has to give a score when he goes there, and his mother must be accurate to 2 decimal places. At present, Shang Yanyan is superior to Kunfang with 8.85 points. The inflatable doll assembly line forced the young student Jin Yangming to ponder for a while and shake his head, saying, more than 2 points. She is quite tall, although she can't see her face clearly, her hair is so smooth, at least 4 points should be given. Chen Hansheng was somewhat surprised and thought to himself that he was a native of Jianyi, with a higher aesthetic level than Guo Xiaoqiang. In fact, Shen Youchu is also a strange person. During her 4 years in college, due to financial difficulties, she rarely had any meat or fish, and her hair did not turn yellow. It can only be said that since ancient times, beautiful women have emerged in Sichuan and Chongqing, and natural beauty is hard to give up. After the introduction, it's time to determine the candidate for the class monitor. Previously, Hu Linyu was appointed as the class monitor at this time, but now due to Chen Hansheng's deliberate behavior, Guo's Honggyun has started to hesitate again. After his observation, Chen Hansheng's organizational planning, speaking skills, and ability to handle affairs all surpass those of Hu Linyu. However, Hu Linyu is not without her strengths. She is enthusiastic, proactive, and even has some spirit of dedication, which are also attributes that university class leaders need. Guo's Honggyun glanced at Chen Hansheng and Hu Linyu again. Hu Linyu stared at himself eagerly, his face full of anticipation. Chen Hansheng didn't pay much attention and was joking with his roommate. After weighing his thoughts, Guo's Honggyun spoke up and said, I was supposed to elect the class monitor today, but since everyone is unfamiliar, I have set the time in a week. 1 week later, we will select the class monitor for public management class 2. After Lao Guo finished speaking, he left, and the classroom immediately became chaotic. Yang Xiao's voice was the loudest. 4th, you have to compete for this class monitor. If there is anything in the future, you can cover us up. Even Jin Yangming strongly agrees with this point. If you become the class monitor, you will have to help your brothers solve problems such as attendance, skipping classes, and credits in the future. Yang Xiao and Jin Yangming also didn't understand why they recommended Chen Hansheng. In short, they didn't want to be themselves. If it were someone else, it seemed like there was no more suitable candidate besides Chen Hansheng. Their logic is very simple. After all, Chen Hansheng is the class monitor. If he could become the class monitor again, he would definitely not be able to escape the good things in the class. Now that everyone is still trying to figure it out, it shows that Chen Hansheng organized drinking and entertaining last night, and other boys have similar thoughts. Since Chen Hansheng has someone to support him and he doesn't dislike him, it's better for him. After all, everyone is in the boys' dormitory, and it's easy to communicate about anything. This seems like a helpless move of selecting a general from a group of losers, but opinions have been unified. Upon hearing these words, Hu Linyu never expected that her competitor would be Chen Hansheng. She originally had a good impression of this boy. Knowing people knows their faces, but not their hearts. Hu Linyu let out a deep sigh. Her life goal was very clear. Starting from the position of class monitor, she was selected as an elective student in the school and finally entered the system to work. Therefore, class monitor is very important to her. After thinking for a long time in his seat, Hu Linyu stood up and prepared to go back. Since he had a challenger, he could only prepare to face the challenge. She turned her head and saw that only Shen Youchu was still there. This roommate was very lonely and often the last one to leave. Youchu, let me tell you, boys who can talk are all scammers. You must remember that. Shen Youchu raised his head for a moment and silently responded. Unfortunately, no one could see that beneath the military training hat was a charming face that was no less than Xiao Rongju's. 20. You're pressing on my hair. This afternoon is the official military training, which is actually a relatively easy part to deal with. Heat stroke, anemia, and girls coming to relatives all require special care. Unexpectedly, Public Management Class 2 also had disputes due to hair problems. There is a boy named Zhu Chenglong with long hair that can almost cover his ears. Experienced instructors don't care about such small matters, but the instructor who led the team training this year is a young man. The instructor criticized Zhu Chenglong with 2 words. Zhu Chenglong was not convinced and thought to himself that even the counselor didn't say a word. Why do you care about me? So he contradicted. The young instructor felt that Zhu Chenglong was challenging his authority. He angrily brought a pair of scissors over and said he would personally cut off Zhu Chenglong's hair. When the incident occurred, Chen Hansheng was not present at the scene. He and Yang Xiao went to the convenience store to buy cigarettes, but when they returned, a dispute had already occurred. The classmates in the class have never experienced such a thing before. They either looked at it foolishly, or stood with Zhu Chenglong in solidarity. As the tents grew larger, Hu Linyu prepared to report to the class teacher and instructor, but coincidentally bumped into Chen Hansheng who had returned. What are you going to do in a panic? Chen Hansheng asked. Hu Linyu briefly explained the situation. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Hansheng reached out to stop him. Yang Xiao, who was 205, thought that Chen Hansheng was teasing women and also learned to reach out his hand, firmly blocking Hu Linyu. Chen Hansheng, now is not the time to joke, quickly move away. Hu Linyu said anxiously. You know a hammer, report to Lao Guo and the instructor's superiors. Maybe Zhu Chenglong and that instructor will both be punished, and this matter needs to be resolved in a closed-door manner. Chen Hansheng dropped the sentence and squeezed into the crowd, shouting, What are you doing? The instructor glanced at the student who was speaking, dressed in military training uniforms, tall in stature, smoking a cigarette in his mouth, like a ruffian. Who are you? The instructor frowned and asked. Chen Hansheng threw away his cigarette butt directly, indicating that the instructor was very averse to smoking. Since he came to solve the problem, he couldn't let both sides have resistance. Hello instructor, my name is Chen Hansheng, a student of Public Administration Class 2. Chen Hansheng first identified himself and then said, Let me give you a suggestion. Can we put down our scissors before speaking to avoid accidentally poking ourselves or others? Although the instructor did not intend to harm anyone, it was inevitable that people would lose control of their emotions when they were angry. The tooth marks on Chen's arm were still there, and who could have imagined that it was Xiao Rongyu who bit them. The instructor had a strong sense of self-esteem and gave a cold glance at Chen Hansheng, saying, "During military training, you are not allowed to have long hair. I will help you shave your heads." Zhu Chenglong, the most valuable part of his body, is probably his hair. When he heard this, he became angry and said, "I won't cut it. What can you do with me? Make a fuss, could you please shut up for now?" Zhu Chenglong was very proud of Chen Han and kept his head shut. One reason is that Chen Hansheng treated them to dinner, which is considered a debt of gratitude. Secondly, Chen Hansheng's style is clearly that of a social person. Zhu Chenglong may not be afraid of instructors, but he is somewhat afraid of Chen Hansheng, who has a good tolerance for alcohol and speaks with wildness. Seeing Zhu Chenglong quiet down, Chen Hansheng continued to advise the instructor, but this time there was a hint of other flavors in his speech. "Instructor, you are invited by the school to help us exercise our bodies and minds, with your own tasks and responsibilities. If the leader sees you holding scissors, what would he think?" After Chen Hansheng finished speaking, he extended his finger to the instructor's superior not far away. The instructor was taken aback for a moment. He was not very calm just now. If this scene is seen by the leader, he will definitely be criticized. But he didn't hand the scissors to Chen Hansheng either, silently putting them in his pocket. Chen Hansheng nodded. It didn't matter where he placed it, as long as he didn't hold it in his hand. The situation was slowly calming down because both Zhu Chenglong and the instructor had concerns. The rest was to explain the rationality of long hair. Chen Hansheng certainly supports keeping long hair. Firstly, he himself is not a flathead, and secondly, Shen Youchu also has a head of black long hair hidden under his hat. Imagine if the two of them were to open a room in the future and Shen Youchu shyly said, "You're pressing down on my hair. This sounds so beautiful." Chen Hansheng was thinking about dirty things in his heart, but on his face, he spoke to the instructor with a stern tone. "You said long hair is not allowed, but which law or regulation says that college students must have a flat head during military training? If there are regulations with white and black characters, I, Chen Hansheng, guarantee to be the first to implement them." Chen Hansheng took off his hat and revealed his neatly combed hairstyle. The instructor choked for a moment. Actually, there was no clear rule. Originally, he only said a few words to the students in order to demonstrate his authority. Chen Hansheng suddenly softened his attitude when he saw the instructor not speaking, and said in a deliberative tone, "Instructor, do you think this is feasible? We hide our hair during military training to ensure that it does not affect aesthetics and unity. What do you think?" Until then, the instructor's expression, which had always been in line with his face, slowly relaxed. Chen Hansheng took advantage of the heat and walked up to Zhu Chenglong, whispering, "Jackie Chan, go apologize to the instructor and let this matter be exposed." "Why should I go? It's not me who caused trouble." Zhu Chenglong was unwilling. Faced with Zhu Chenglong, Chen Hansheng's attitude became much more casual. "You have so many problems. What should the instructor do when wearing small shoes for our class during military training? Besides, you don't have to be too sincere. Everyone can live up to their dignity." Upon hearing this, Zhu Chenglong hesitated for a moment and indeed walked over, saying perfunctorily, "Instructor, I'm sorry." Chen Hansheng turned his gaze to the instructor. He had already achieved this level, and his face was in it. He should also understand the seriousness of the situation. Normal people know how to make a choice. Sure enough, after being silent for a while, the instructor suddenly shouted loudly, Public Management Class 2 of the Department of Human Resources and Social Sciences, everyone is queuing up to start military training. This sound also means that the matter has been officially exposed, the dispute has been resolved invisibly, and everyone's long hair has been preserved. Chen Hansheng. However, just as Chen Hansheng was about to return to the team, the instructor suddenly stopped him. You smoked during military training, violated school regulations, and will be fined 10 laps on the playground. Day. Chen Hansheng turned his head in surprise and thought to himself, these instructors are too narrow-minded. Damn it, if you don't punish Zhu Chenglong, why punish me? But if Chen Hansheng resists again, the instructor's face will definitely be swept to the south gate, and I don't know what kind of trouble will happen then. Running 10 laps can calm the instructor's anger, maintain his dignity, and maintain the stability of the class during military training, without losing out. Chen Hansheng weighed his thoughts and decided to take it, but of course he didn't want to run on his own. Report to the instructor, I reported that Yang Xiao also smoked just now. Can you spare 5 laps for him? Yang Xiao heard that Chen Hansheng was going to be punished and was making funny faces in the team. He was momentarily stunned when he heard these words. No way. The instructor vetoed and said, Yang Xiao is out of the line, and you will also be fined 10 laps together. On the stuffy and windless playground, 2 boys wearing military training uniforms were sweating profusely as they ran. Dog days Chen Hansheng, why did you drag me into the water? Being alone is too boring. I'll treat you to a soda for dinner. I don't drink soda, I want to drink Red Bull. 21 Public and Private Affairs. After running 10 laps on the playground, Chen Hansheng's underwear was soaked through. However, when he returned, several boys quietly gave him thumbs up. These people may not understand the meaning behind Chen Hansheng's actions, but they were just thanking him for protecting their hair. Even Jin Yangming quietly leaned in and said in admiration, Brother Chen, your way of resisting the instructor is too impressive. What is hard resistance, instructor? Chen Hansheng didn't want to deepen the opposition between the class and the instructor, so he cursed casually, Zhu Chenglong is such a jerk. He didn't even know how to put away his long hair, which caused me to run 10 laps in vain. Chen Hansheng deliberately said it to Zhu Chenglong. Zhu Chenglong turned his head and chuckled, Class monitor, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. After hearing this, Yang Xiao quickly said, don't forget your Uncle Yang. This matter was really exposed like this, and under Chen Hansheng's deliberate killing, there was no negative impact at all. Hu Linyu witnessed this with her own eyes. She felt a lot of pressure, and it seemed that the boys were all united by Chen Hansheng. It seemed that she could only make use of the power of the girls. After dinner, without military training, Hu Linyu bought some soda, desserts, and fruits to walk between the girls' dormitories. In the process of building closer relationships, Hu Linyu once again expressed his desire to run for class monitor. This approach is actually somewhat humble, and it is also too abrupt and realistic for these freshmen just now. After Hu Linyu left, some female classmates ate free snacks and said, Hu Linyu really wants to become an official. He actually uses this method to buy people's hearts. No wonder some people say that university is a small society. Yeah, actually I think Chen Hansheng is good. He has a lot of masculinity. When he argued with the instructor, he was super handsome. He's not ugly at first, but there are many inconveniences for boys to be class monitors. There are some things in the class that cannot be directly communicated, so we can't walk that far to the boys' dormitory. Also, for the sake of these fruits, I'll vote for Hu Linyu when running for class monitor. When Hu Linyu made some moves, Chen Hansheng didn't do anything either. He also bought a small toy. 2 sets of playing cards worth 3 yuan. After military training, every time it was 8 or 9 o'clock, Chen Hansheng, naked, smoking a cigarette, holding a poker in his pocket, and stepping on his slippers, pushed open the door of the other boys' dormitories. Soon, there was a restless commotion of chickens and dogs. Sleep with your sister, get up and play cards. Don't watch AV anymore, play cards. Can a tractor do it? No, I won't teach you. At first, there weren't as many people responding, but when the deck was stacked together, in this era where computers and mobile phones were not popular, single college boys quickly fell in love with this collective activity. So much so that after the second and third day of military training, the boys were already looking forward to gathering a table to play cards. During this process, apart from 2 pairs of poker, Chen Hansheng didn't bring a bottle of water and a box of cigarettes. Instead, he mixed up and drank a lot of local specialties, and didn't mention a word about running for class monitor. The other boys instead recognized him as the class monitor and jokingly begged Chen Hansheng to tilt the good things in the class. This is the operation of Chen Hansheng and Hu Linyu in their respective circles for the class monitor. In terms of effectiveness, it is actually similar because girls also have their own considerations. However, in terms of human heart and dignity, Chen Hansheng not only maintains his own image, but also upholds the image of the position of class monitor. However, the silent struggle goes beyond that. Sometimes, Counselor Guo's Hongyun occasionally comes over to check during military training, which is a mandatory requirement of the school. Lao Guo is a lazy person who punches in every day and leaves within a few minutes. Both Hu Linyu and Chen Hansheng knew that the person who made the final decision was Guo's Hongyun, so during these limited 10 minutes, Hu Linyu either helped classmates correct their military posture, loudly reminded them to wear military training uniforms neatly, or helped classmates with signs of heat stroke to the shade. In short, she seizes every opportunity to show off and fully demonstrates her enthusiasm and dedication. Chen Hansheng was standing under the shade of a tree smoking with Lao Guo, smiling and looking at Hu Linyu, who was sweating profusely. Using too much force is not worth the loss, Chen Hansheng said silently in his heart. Have all the boys been playing poker in the dormitory recently? Guo's Hongyun suddenly asked. Chen Hansheng glanced at the counselor and replied calmly, it's just playing puzzle games. Lao Guo almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. This kid has too thick skin and can openly call playing cards a puzzle game. However, it's normal for college students to play cards, and he didn't delve into the reason. I heard that on the afternoon of the first day of military training, the boys in our class almost had a conflict with the instructor. Guo's Hongyun asked a second question. Chen Hansheng nodded silently and then briefly replied, it's already okay. Guo's Hongyun nodded slightly, and Chen Hansheng's answer had a power that made people willing to believe. Chen Hansheng didn't inquire about why Lao Guo knew so much. Guo's Hongyun had been a teacher in the finance institute for so many years, and there were some things that he couldn't hide as long as he wanted to know. Ding ling ling. Just as Guo's Hongyun was about to give a few words of advice to leave, his phone suddenly remembered that Guo's Hongyun was a university teacher with a staff, and it was normal for him to be able to afford a phone. Today is Friday, and the kindergarten ends early. The school has a meeting tonight, and the department head will attend in person. I won't be able to take a leave. Can't you help me take over? I've been busy with things in the hospital all day. I've already told you to hire a nanny, but you're worried about child abuse. From the phone conversation, it can be inferred that the person opposite is Guo's Hongyun's wife. Perhaps because Lao Guo has an unavoidable meeting tonight and his wife also has a task in the hospital, their daughters have no one to answer. Guo's Hongyun, who hung up the phone, had a worried expression on his face. Judging from Lao Guo's personality, family affairs were definitely more important than work. Teacher's mother's phone number, Chen Hansheng asked. Guo's Hongyun frowned and nodded. How about I go pick up your daughter? Chen Hansheng didn't take too many detours and directly expressed his thoughts. Guo's Hongyun was stunned for a moment, looked at Chen Hansheng in surprise, and then shook his head resolutely. No, you still need military training. I can take a leave with the instructor, Chen Hansheng replied. Don't talk nonsense, you're not even familiar with Jianyi. Guo's Hongyun once again refused. I have a relative's house in Jianyi, and before reporting, I stayed at his house for a summer vacation. I am very familiar with the city. Chen Hansheng found another reason. Guo's Hongyun still didn't agree, and then his wife called again. The two of them had another argument, and in the end, old Guo angrily hung up the phone. Let me give it a try, teacher Guo. Chen Hansheng is very persistent. Lao Guo looked seriously at Chen Hansheng and suddenly asked, do you know where Gula Kindergarten is? Chen Hansheng restrained his usual carefree demeanor and calmly asked, which district's Gula Kindergarten, Minjiang Road, Lijiang Road, or Yanjing West Road? Yanjing West Road. Upon hearing Chen Hansheng mention several kindergarten branches at once, Lao Guo's face relaxed slightly, indicating that Chen Hansheng should be truly familiar with them. Chen Hansheng recalled for a moment and replied, you can take 737 bus from school and then change to 33 bus. There is a chain store of duck blood fans near Gula Kindergarten, opposite a 4-star hotel, and the nearby Yueguang trees are very dense. Chen Hansheng originally just wanted to prove that he was indeed familiar with the city, but instead, he was immersed in memories and directly talked about the scenery near Gula Kindergarten. Guo's Hongyun couldn't help but interrupt in the end, do your relatives live near there? He, teacher Guo's guess is really accurate. Chen Hansheng answered candidly. Guo's Hongyun hesitated a bit on his face, believing that Chen Hansheng was indeed familiar with the situation there, but still worried about whether he could take good care of the children. Chen Hansheng seized the opportunity and continued, after I arrive at the kindergarten, you can contact the teacher over there and I will apply for a student ID. If they agree, we can ensure that no one will impersonate me. This method is indeed good. Parents can impersonate their names and work units, but with such a long student ID, no one can remember Chen Hansheng himself. Here's your phone for easy contact. The meeting will end no later than 7 o'clock at most. In the end, Guo's Hongyun decided to give it a try and insisted on hiring a nanny when his parents were away in the future. Chen Hansheng calmly took the phone, and at this moment, he must show that Guo's Hongyun was very reassured. In fact, there are 3 reasons why Guo's Hongyun is willing to trust Chen Hansheng. Firstly, Chen Hansheng has outstanding abilities. Secondly, Chen Hansheng's family relationship is relatively simple, and his parents are both employees of the company. Lastly, Chen Hansheng is familiar with urban information and will not get lost. Before leaving, Chen Hansheng saw Hu Linyu, who was still busy with class affairs and sweating profusely, and thought to himself that no matter how well he completed his official tasks, old Guo at most felt that the student was very responsible. However, if he helped old Guo in private matters, he would owe him favors and increase personal relationships. Sorry Xiao Hu, not only am I the class monitor, but I can also become the spokesperson for Lao Guo in the class. I hope this incident can inspire you and help you better understand the real masks in society. 22 It's a play all day long. When Chen Hansheng and the military training instructor asked for leave, he formally wrote a leave request and then approached him, saying, "Instructor, I have relatives coming to Jianyi, so I am planning to take a leave this afternoon. I have already spoken to the instructor and would like to ask for your approval now." The instructor took the note, which detailed the reason for the leave, the time of the leave, and the person taking the leave, in a very standard format. Go early and return early, pay attention to safety. The instructor said. Yes. Chen Hansheng pretended to pay a military salute. In fact, even if Chen Hansheng doesn't take leave, if the instructor is careless, he may not be able to see it, but he doesn't want to take this risk. This is a crucial moment to bring personal relationships closer with Lao Guo, and he doesn't want any setbacks due to a small matter. On the instructor's side, first of all, there were no issues with Chen Hansheng's leave application process, and secondly, he also greeted the counselor. Finally, there is Chen Hansheng, who has a sharp temperament and speaks sharp words, but does not do anything sharp. On the contrary, during military training, there were some boys in the class who were too naughty. Chen Hansheng could help maintain discipline, and those boys were generally willing to give Chen Hansheng face, so the instructor had a good impression of him. Chen Hansheng left the school and sat for an hour and a half before arriving at Gula Kindergarten. He also met Guo Jiawai, the daughter of Guo's Honggyun. However, the kindergarten teacher was not at ease with Chen Hansheng's identity and looked at him very cautiously. Just call Jiawai's father and verify it. Chen Hansheng suggested to this cute young girl with big eyes. I definitely want to verify it, please wait outside the door for now. She first dialed Guo's Honggyun's mobile phone, only to find that it was in Chen Hansheng's hands and had to be changed to a landline phone to get through. The female teacher explained the situation clearly over the phone and then looked at Chen Hansheng, roughly describing his appearance. Jiawai's father asked you to provide your student ID number. After the appearance match, the female teacher conducted the final round of verification. 020901254813. After Chen Hansheng mentioned the student number and checked it on both sides, the preschool teacher finally felt at ease. She brought Guo Jiawai over and said, Jiawai, this brother is your father's student. He will come to pick you up tonight. Guo Jiawai is a fair, tender, and chubby girl. She only started her senior class this year and has no awareness of prevention. She does whatever the teacher says and obediently holds Chen Hansheng's hand. Sorry for misunderstanding your identity just now. The preschool teacher apologized to Chen Hansheng again, feeling a bit aggressive in her attitude just now. Chen Hansheng smiled kindly and said, It's okay, we should have been more rigorous. Jiawai said goodbye to the teacher. Chen Hansheng's mature and steady performance surprised the preschool teacher at his age. Goodbye, Teacher Xiao. Guo Jiawai walked up with her short legs and kissed the teacher. Goodbye, Jiawai. The teacher also kissed Guo Jiawai's face. Chen Hansheng patiently waited beside him, then picked up the chubby Guo Jiawai and walked out the door. He estimated that the kindergarten teacher would still be in contact with Guo's Honggyun. If such actions were conveyed to old Guo through the tone of the kindergarten teacher, it would be more beneficial for the improvement of Chen Hansheng's image. Fortunately, Guo Jiawai is fat but not heavy. It seems that the meat has grown on her face. She hugged Chen Hansheng's neck and asked, Brother, where are we going now? How about taking you to KFC? Chen Hansheng asked. Guo Jiawei clapped her hands happily and said, "Okay, my favorite food is KFC." To express her happy emotions, she also gave Chen Hansheng a kiss on the face. This action made Chen Hansheng think of the kindergarten teacher just now, so he asked, "Jiawei, brother has a question for you. Speak up." Guo Jiawei replied with a milky voice. "What was the full name of the teacher just now?" "Teacher Xiao." "It's not a nickname, her full name. It's Teacher Xiao." At Guo Jiawei's age, she doesn't know what her full name is. Chen Hansheng had no choice but to say, "Then let's change the question and test Jiawei's memory. Do you know Teacher Xiao's phone number?" "I don't know," Guo Jiawei shook her head. "Where's QQ?" Chen Hansheng asked again. "What is QQ?" After half a sound. "Brother, why don't you hold me anymore? Brother is tired and doesn't want to hug." At a KFC near the kindergarten, Chen Hansheng bought hamburgers, French fries, and chicken wings for Guo Jiawei. He ordered a cup of coffee himself and looked at the newly bought newspaper. Guo Jiawei finished eating and went to play on the slide. There were other children there who were sweating profusely. Around 7 o'clock, Chen Hansheng's phone rang. "Hansheng, I finished the meeting. Where are you now?" "Teacher Guo, I'm taking Jiawei to the KFC in Gulu Square. I know the location, it will take about an hour to arrive. Thank you for your hard work." After hanging up the phone, Chen Hansheng grinned and finally evolved from Chen Hansheng to Hansheng in Lao Guo's mouth. At around 7:30, Chen Hansheng called Guo Jiawei over and helped her wipe her sweat, asking, "Is Jiawei tired?" "I'm not tired." Guo Jiawei struggled to break free and still wanted to go play. "No, I think you should be tired." Chen Hansheng won't let her go. Since movies have climaxes, there must be a perfect ending today. Chen Hansheng stopped reading newspapers and held Guo Jiawei in his arms, thinking about the children's stories in his mind and slowly telling them to her. Guo Jiawei had been playing for too long just now, and she was actually a bit tired. Coupled with stories to listen to, she didn't feel like sleeping, but her eyelids were fighting. Finally, she fell asleep before the arrival of Guo's Hongyun and his wife. So, Lao Guo and his lover saw a picture like this. In front of the transparent glass window of KFC, Chen Hansheng hugged Guo Jiawei, his eyes calm and kind, and his arms gently swayed to make Guo Jiawei sleep more comfortably. The couple exchanged a glance, and his wife said, "I didn't expect that Jiawei and you, as students, really hit it off. His name is Chen Hansheng, and he has good abilities and personality. I owe him a favor tonight," said Guo's Hongyun. At this moment, Chen Hansheng also saw Guo's Hongyun walking over and whispered, "Jiawei is very well behaved, and taking her is not tiring at all. Guo's Hongyun's wife is very good at doing things." She saw her daughter's face rosy and healthy, and she slept very peacefully. She took out a bag of fruits from the car and said, "Thank you, Xiao Chen, for letting you run so far to help us take care of our children. Shimu is too polite, and I really want to go out for a walk. Military training is too tiring." Chen Hansheng declined with a smile. "Since you've already called me Shimu, let's take the fruit back. Also, come to our house for a meal on weekends. You should remember this, old Guo." Guo's Hongyun also nodded and said, "Take the fruit and I'll take you to the bus station. In the future, you should set an example in your class." Chen Hansheng's heart moved and he silently responded. After more than an hour's drive, Chen Hansheng finally returned to Zhongling University City. He originally wanted to bring the fruit to his dormitory, but changed his mind when he was at the door and went to the public telephone booth to make a call. Xiao, I'm at the entrance of your school. These past few days of military training have been very hard, right? I specially bought some fruits for you. Hurry up and get them. 23 I need to seriously consider it. Xiao Rongyu should have just taken a shower, wearing a elegant knee-length sleepwear, with wet hair draped over his shoulders, but still a bit silly. It took him a while to walk out of the school gate before seeing Chen Hansheng. Call me out so late, I'm ready to go to bed, Xiao Rongyu complained with a pout. However, when she noticed the fruit in Chen Hansheng's hand, she was very happy and said, the fruits in the school convenience store are not very fresh. Where did you buy these grapes and cherries? I bought it from the nearby Yueguang commodity center. Chen Hansheng was smoking, throwing away his cigarette butt and replied. Xiao Chen. Xiao Rongyu was deeply moved and said, these fruits are quite expensive. Don't buy them again in the future. Chen Hansheng thought to himself that there wouldn't be any more in the future. If it weren't for the recent start of school, I wouldn't have had the chance to get close to Shen Youchu, and these fruits wouldn't have been given to you either. As long as you like it? Chen Hansheng said incoherently. Xiao Rongyu looked at Chen Hansheng with a somewhat complicated expression. In terms of appearance, Xiao Rongyu was much more beautiful than teacher Xiao in the afternoon, and even after taking a shower, there was a faint fragrance that was very pleasant to smell. However, at this moment, Chen Hansheng's stomach suddenly growled. He drank coffee all night and had not yet had time to eat. Didn't you have dinner? Xiao Rongyu also noticed. I was originally planning to eat, but I just spent all the fruit I bought. Do you have any money with you? Chen Hansheng doesn't need to make a rough draft when it comes to telling lies. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongyu felt that Chen Hansheng had returned. I only have 10 yuan, I'm ready to buy a card. Xiao Rongyu opened his palm and indeed held a 10 yuan banknote. For 10 yuan, I can only eat 2 pieces of mixed grain pancakes. Chen Hansheng shook his head and sighed. On the road between Dongda University and the School of Finance, there are a large number of vendors who come out to set up stalls after 6 p.m., usually eating mostly to solve the problem of late-night snacks for bored college students. Chen Hansheng bought 2 cereal cakes with eggs and ham sausages for 10 yuan, and even forcibly ordered a glass of juice from the boss. He casually found a step and sat down to eat. Xiao Rongyu stood playfully on the side, peeling grapes, and occasionally advised Chen Hansheng to eat slowly. Xiao Rongyu, classmate. Suddenly, a surprised sound came from the side, and a boy walked over quickly. Hello Senior Zeng. Xiao Rongyu politely greeted him, and Chen Hansheng lifted his eyelids to take a look. From his attire, it seemed that he was at least in his 3rd year, because no freshman or sophomore student would tuck a white shirt into his suit pants. After watching Chen Hansheng, he continued to focus on the food and wolfed it down. I just came back from my internship and didn't expect to meet you here. The boy looked at Chen Hansheng while speaking, estimating the relationship between Xiao Rongyu and Chen Hansheng in his heart. I heard from the teacher that Senior Zeng has joined the Jianyi Geological Research Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Congratulations. Xiao Rongyu smiled and said, her way of communication is very distant. I can feel this even after chatting with Senior Zeng for a while. Moreover, Xiao Rongyu did not intend to introduce Chen Hansheng. He could only ask directly, is this a junior? Chen Hansheng had just finished his cake and was about to light a cigarette to consume his meal when he heard him wave his hand and say, I'm from the opposite school, Xiao Rongyu's high school classmate. Do you want a cigarette? Thank you, I don't know. Upon hearing that Chen Hansheng was a student at the finance school, Senior Zheng breathed a clear sigh of relief. He felt that Xiao Rongyu should not be interested in the smoking, unkempt, and second-tier male student. I'll go back first. Tomorrow, the professor will take us to apply for an important project, and I need to help him draft it. Senior Zheng seemed plain, but he casually boasted and then turned back to school without even looking at Chen Hansheng. Our senior in college was highly regarded by the Chinese Academy of Sciences before he officially graduated. Once, he came to our class to look for a laboratory assistant. Xiao Rongyu paused for a moment before Chen Hansheng looked up and asked, "And then what?" "He picked me out." "Oh." Chen Hansheng gave a faint response. "But I didn't agree." Xiao Rongyu suddenly smiled, somewhat proud. However, seeing that Chen Hansheng did not express any feelings, she felt a little unhappy in her heart. "I know smoking, you never had this habit before. You seem to know me very well." Chen Hansheng smiled and stood up, saying, "I'm leaving now. I'll take you back to school. It's even more verbose than my mother. The learning atmosphere of Donghai University is much better than that of the finance school. The self-study rooms in the teaching area are brightly lit, and students are reciting English loudly under the campus street lights. The artificial lake is like a mirror reflecting the clouds and moon in the sky, forming a vivid ink painting. A gentle breeze comes, the water waves are still, and my heart is unusually quiet. It seems that there is a reason why my classmate once looked down on me. The gap between 985 and second-tier universities is not only in terms of teaching quality, but also in terms of students' self-awareness. After all, Shen Youchu's kind is still a minority. Nowadays, couples in the financial college may be hiding in some corner exploring the physical structures of men and women. What are you muttering to yourself? Xiao Rongyu, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned his head and looked straight at Chen Hansheng. Under the moonlight, Xiao Rongyu's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and the artificial lake water was reflected in his eyes. Chen Hansheng was a bit dazed. She quickly turned her head, leaving only a graceful figure behind. Cough. Chen Hansheng coughed, breaking the tranquility and changing the topic. "How is your dormitory?" "That's it?" Xiao Rongyu replied somewhat dejectedly. It seemed that the complexity of the university dormitory relationship exceeded her expectations. "What are your plans recently?" Xiao Rongyu asked. "Me?" Chen Hansheng thought for a moment and thought it would be good to talk to Xiao Rongyu. "I want to seriously pursue a girl." Xiao Rongyu's figure was clearly taken aback and asked, "Is that girl very beautiful?" "In all these years, I haven't met anyone more beautiful than her," said Chen Hansheng. Taking into account Shen Youchu's physique, appearance, and temperament, even Xiao Rongyu can only draw at most. "For so many years." Xiao Rongyu silently repeated how old Chen Hansheng was, which just shows his life for the past 18 years. She continued to ask, "What if a girl only wants to learn and still doesn't accept you?" "This is actually a problem." Shen Youchu was able to be admitted to Jianyi University as a graduate student through the financial college, and there must have been a lot of hard work behind it. "No big deal, just wait for her. Anyway, I won't give up," Chen Hansheng said decisively. "What if parents don't agree?" Xiao Rongyu's voice suddenly trembled as he spoke. Chen Hansheng thought to himself, Shen Youchu's parents are dead, why don't you agree? Don't let her parents agree, just let her be willing. There was another long silence. As she was about to reach the downstairs of Xiao Rongyu's dormitory, She suddenly made up her mind and said, "Hansheng, thank you for your kindness, but I need to seriously consider it. Damn it, I'm chasing Shen Youchu and I need her to think nonsense." 24. The first step of the long march. The days of military training are always boring, without encountering beautiful senior sisters or unexpected encounters with charming female teachers. Even the girls in the same class don't have many opportunities to talk, but fortunately, they managed to get through the first week. Today, Class 2 of Public Management has selected a class leader for an important activity. The meeting was chaired by Counselor Guo's Honggyun, who was both the host and the referee. Dear students, after a week of familiarization and understanding, everyone should have a deeper understanding of each other. We encourage students to volunteer, and those who are interested in serving the class, please take the initiative to give a speech. After Lao Guo finished speaking, everyone looked at each other, and finally the girl focused her gaze on Hu Linyu, while the boys all looked at Chen Hansheng. Guo Xiaoqiang was afraid that Hu Linyu would become the monitor, so he urged Chen Hansheng, the fourth one, "Hurry up. We have a good life when you become the monitor. I really let a little girl become the leader. How can I skip class in the future?" Chen Hansheng was not in a hurry and smiled slightly, "Lady first." Jin Yangming pursed his lips, but Chen Hansheng was actually better at pretending to be coerced than himself. He was just pretending to be something on the surface, and Chen Hansheng was both dull and coquettish. "Rascal!" Jin Yangming cursed, saying that since Chen Hansheng started a puzzle game of playing cards among boys in the class, not many people have cared about him as a teenager with a mobile phone. However, in the selection of class monitor, Jin Yangming still supports Chen Hansheng. Being a class monitor is beneficial for both boys, and Jin Yangming will not have any problems with himself. There was a loud clatter, which was the sound of the bench moving backwards. Hu Linyu originally wanted to be more stable and wait for his competitors to take action before making plans, but it wasn't until Guo's Honggyun began to frown that Chen Hansheng remained indifferent in his seat. Hu Linyu didn't dare to wait any longer. She was worried that it would make Guo's Honggyun unhappy, and in the end, everyone wouldn't be able to be the class monitor. So the 5 elements are unpredictable, and if he loses completely, Chen Hansheng's thought in his heart is that even if the election fails today, he will definitely not be the first to go up. Hello classmates, my name is Hu Linyu, and I believe everyone is already familiar with it, because it is me who assisted everyone in registering. Hu Linyu took the stage and started her registration on September 1st. Actually, this was a good strategy because at that time everyone had a deep impression of Hu Linyu. Next, she explained her efforts during military training and her hopes for the future of the class. "I am enthusiastic, outgoing, united with classmates, and have love. If I could become the class monitor, I would definitely use my strong energy and clear mind to be a good helper for Teacher Guo and a servant for my classmates, creating a beautiful future for Public Management Class 2. Thank you all." After Hu Linyu finished speaking, he bowed to Guo's Honggyun amidst applause. Guo's Honggyun commented, "Thank you, Hu Linyu, for her wonderful speech. Hu Linyu's proactive help during registration is still fresh in my memory. I hope everyone can learn from her spirit. Who else is willing to give a speech on stage?" After Hu Linyu continued, her mood remained tense and even trembling. Shen Youchu, sitting next to her, silently raised her head and gently patted Hu Linyu's back to comfort her. Hu Linyu forced a smile, but suddenly there was a loud clatter from the stool. Hu Linyu's movements stiffened instantly, and in the afterglow, a tall figure could be seen walking towards the podium. Shen Youchu lowered his head again and quietly looked at the mischievous male classmate who was speaking, with wild and rebellious eyebrows when he smiled, feeling a little scared in his heart. After Chen Hansheng took office, the participation of the boys was very high. Except for his own dormitory, the boys in other dormitories were applauding desperately, and Yang Xiao even blew a few rogue whistles. I hope the boys can be more reserved, I'm not a beauty. Chen Hansheng smiled and pressed his hands. Hey, cut, shush. The boys cheered even more. Chen Hansheng raised his eyebrows and said, Zhu Chenglong, you shout the loudest. Why don't you come up and say it? Zhu Chenglong is the prick who dares to talk back to the instructor, but Chen Hansheng is also one of the few people who dares to directly make fun of Zhu Chenglong. He. Zhu Chenglong touched his 37 hair and said with a playful smile, I don't agree with others being class monitors, and I don't agree with others being class monitors. What are you doing up there? Chen Hansheng stopped paying attention to him and coughed, saying, my words are very short, only a few promises. If I were the class monitor, I would try my best to communicate with the teacher before the exam to ensure that every student would not fail. If there are good things such as scholarships, and party members, I would try my best to strive to ensure that students who meet the conditions will not be rejected. If there are opportunities to exercise personal abilities, I would also try my best to arrange to ensure that everyone can have a meaningful college life. Chen Hansheng suddenly became serious. Classmates, there is a big gap between us and Donghai University across from us. Since we have a lower starting point than others, we must make up for it in other places. If we fall behind, we need to make progress. If we are confused, we need to learn. If we are ignorant, we need to socialize, and if we become better, we need to be disciplined. The classroom gradually quieted down. Some people couldn't adapt to the serious Chen Hansheng, while others felt that these words were directly aimed at the soul, much more realistic than Hu Lin's empty words. This is the reason why Chen Hansheng must come to power later. Hu Linyu said a lot about castles in the air, and Chen Hansheng targeted the actual situation, whether it is exams, scholarships, or personal ability training. After Chen Hansheng finished speaking, Guo's Hongyun calmly said, Chen Hansheng has many advantages, such as outstanding organizational, coordination, and leadership abilities. Are there any other students coming up to run for election? After asking 3 times in a row but no one came on stage, Guo's Hongyun closed the door and said, now please raise your hands to vote on Chen Hansheng and Hu Linyu. As expected, Hu Linyu received votes from all girls, but Chen Hansheng received support from all boys and some girls. At this point, the leader of public management class 2 finally settled the dust, and Chen Hansheng was successfully elected as a dark horse deviating from the historical track. Guo's Hongyun also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Chen Hansheng was so popular that he didn't need to use the power of a counselor to forcefully facilitate it, so as not to fall behind in the future. The boy is naturally very happy. Although Chen Hansheng looks like a rogue, he is very loyal and can persuade others. Although there are some regrets on the girls' side, there is no objection. After dissolution, Hu Linyu walked lonely on campus, but her class monitor was not elected. Suddenly, she felt that college life was meaningless. Hulin language. Someone suddenly called her from behind. Hu Linyu turned around and surprisingly, it was Chen Hansheng, with that wild smile still on his face. What are you looking for me to do, to show off the faces of successful people? Hu Linyu said coldly. Chen Hansheng thought that this was not anime, and there were too many scenes on Xiao Hu. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, Let's talk, Chen Hansheng said. Hu Linyu looked up and looked at Chen Hansheng in surprise. You snatched the position of class monitor just to date me. Chen Hansheng was stunned for a moment. His mother, it seems that Xiao Rongyu is not the only woman who feels good about herself. 25 The class monitor's surname is Sugar, sweet to the point of sadness. What do you have to say? In the first cafeteria of the financial institution, Hu Linyu and Chen Hansheng sat opposite each other. However, on this stainless steel dining table, there is also a tall figure, who is so low-key that it is easy to overlook Shen Youchu. Originally, Chen Hansheng had explained for a long time just now, indicating that he was not pursuing Hu Linyu, but just wanted to have a deep conversation with her about the class monitor issue. Hu didn't seem to trust Chen Hansheng very much, and happened to see Shen Youchu eating dinner silently in the corner. She quickly asked Shen Youchu to be a bystander, stating that she and Chen Hansheng were innocent. Why not make a sound? Hu Linyu urged again because Chen Hansheng suddenly felt a little quiet. The reason why Chen Hansheng didn't speak was that he saw Shen Youchu's dinner, a 20-cent mantou and free labor egg soup, sitting far away in the noisy canteen, chewing small mouthfuls. The family situation of Youchu is not good. If you become the class monitor, you need to help her apply for student loans and subsidies for impoverished students, Hu Linyu said regretfully beside her. When she first saw it, she was also very sad. She didn't expect such a poor family to exist in 2002. Hu Linyu, since I'm treating you to dinner, then you'll have a share. By the way, I'll also invite Shen Youchu. Chen Hansheng suddenly said and even exchanged glances with Hu Linyu. Hu Linyu's reaction was not slow either, and he immediately replied, you must have a share. Youchu and I will slaughter you well once. No, no need. Shen Youchu quickly and quietly refused. Since Hu Linyu and Chen Hansheng suddenly sat next to her, she, who had almost no social skills, had been very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, half of the mantou was still left unfinished. Shen Youchu had no habit of wasting food, and the other two were classmates. It was not polite to leave directly. But now he can't eat anymore, so Shen Youchu can only put down his chopsticks and keep his head down without saying a word. Hu Linyu urged beside him, sarcastically saying, I heard that class monitor Chen invited all the boys to have a late-night snack a few days ago. What's wrong with treating us to a meal? Sit down with peace of mind and don't leave. After Hu Linyu finished speaking arrogantly, he took Chen Hansheng's meal card with a vent of anger, estimating that this dinner would not be cheap. Chen Hansheng didn't even care, he just stared at the treasure girl in front of him. In fact, upon careful observation, it can still be seen from the clues that Shen Youchu is a rare beauty, such as a smooth forehead, occasionally revealing peach blossom eyes when looking up, a slightly open red mouth when panicked, and of course, the figure under the military training uniform. Damn it, with a height of 1.7 meters, even a bamboo pole is very beautiful, let alone 36D. Chen Hansheng muttered in frustration, thinking back then that he was also foolish enough. Such a treasure girl had not been discovered by his side for 4 years, indicating that the college student community was restless and would rather pursue some glamorous and unremarkable cheap goods. Shen Youchu may not have eaten with boys for so long, especially when Chen Hansheng's eyes were full of perspective, as if he was completely naked. Just as she was about to bury her head under the table, Hu Linyu came back with a few stacks of vegetables, including fish and shrimp, meat and eggs. It seemed that she had almost brought back the most expensive meat in the cafeteria. A total of 117 yuan. Hu Linyu said proudly. Shen Youchu was very surprised, This number was almost her food expenses for over a month. As long as you're happy. Chen Hansheng doesn't care at all. Now, let's talk about it. What are you looking for me about? Hu Linyu felt that his anger had only dissipated a bit, and he also wanted to seriously ask Chen Hansheng for his reasons. Hu Linyu, what is the reason why you want to be the class monitor? Chen Hansheng asked. Hu Linyu intended to use some excuses of serving the class, but Chen Hansheng seemed to have anticipated and interrupted in advance. If you really don't want to communicate, then finish this meal quietly and pretend I haven't contacted you. Hu Linyu suddenly stopped speaking and fell silent for a while before saying, I want to become a civil servant in the future. The experience of a class monitor will be helpful. Chen Hansheng chuckled in his heart, but Hu Linyu still didn't tell the truth. In fact, her goal was to select candidates, but the quota was very small, and she was probably afraid that someone would also compete. However, this level is already sufficient, at least indicating that Hu Linyu has a willingness to continue the conversation. Chen Hansheng nodded and said, no wonder you have always wanted to be the class monitor. It turns out you want to pursue an official career. And you, don't think I don't know the tricks behind you. Hu Linyu said disdainfully. She still refused to let go of the face of failure at this moment, but Chen Hansheng wanted to negotiate terms with her and could tolerate Hu Linyu's attitude. I don't want to pursue an official career in the future, I just want to make money, Chen Hansheng replied. In the future, if he wants to start a business, he not only cannot hide it from the school, but may also need to borrow the power of the school. It is better to be honest with Hu Linyu now and exchange for a foundation of trust in communication. Doing business. Hu Linyu frowned and said, there's not much connection between doing business and the class monitor. If I had the status of class monitor, many things would be more convenient to do, and others' recognition of me would also increase, Chen Hansheng explained briefly. Okay, so you used the class monitor as a tool, Hu Linyu said angrily. Chen Hansheng smiled nonchalantly and asked, don't you think the same way? At least I am willing to contribute to the class. Hu Linyu choked a sentence. This is true, Hu Linyu indeed has a more dedicated spirit, and Chen Hansheng does not intend to refute it because language is meaningless. In reality, he is the winner and the one who can make conditions. Starting from my sophomore year at most, the position of class monitor will no longer be attractive to me. Would you be willing to take over at that time? Chen Hansheng said slowly, this is also his true purpose in finding Hu Linyu. Hu Linyu hesitated for a moment and said, at that time, you were going to resign. If I still need the position of class monitor as a student to support me within a year, it can only indicate that I have failed and should give up my talents. Chen Hansheng said with a smile, his face showing that kind of recklessness and frivolity. What do you plan to do? Hu Linyu thought for a moment and asked, but Chen Hansheng clearly didn't specifically disclose this information to him. He must have his own intentions. However, upon hearing these confidential conversations, Shen Youchu on the side was restless. Chen Hansheng and Hu Linyu were both prominent figures in public management class 2, and Shen Youchu felt that he could not get involved. I'm full and I want to go back first. Shen Youchu put down half a mantu with heartache and quietly prepared to leave. Stop. Chen Hansheng suddenly stopped her. Shen Youchu was startled and quietly glanced at Chen Hansheng, then quickly lowered his head. Sit down. Chen Hansheng said in a deep voice. Shen Youchu didn't sit down and waved his arms from a small angle, indicating that he was very eager to leave. Let you sit down. Chen Hansheng breathed a sigh of relief and ordered again. Shen Youchu slowly sat down, probably because he was scared and his body trembled a bit. Hu Linyu felt that Chen Hansheng's tone was too aggressive and was about to help Shen Youchu stand out. Unexpectedly, Chen Hansheng suddenly let out a sigh and picked out the largest shrimp from the plate. He personally peeled the shrimp and placed it in Shen Youchu's bowl. With a gentle expression on his face, he said, "Since it was bought for you, I have to finish it." Hu Linyu stared blankly as Chen Hansheng's style changed too quickly. The scene before him seemed to have only been seen in romance novels. For example, the domineering squad leader's petite wife. "Your Highness, if you want love, please love deeply." "Sorry, I'm the monitor's woman." The class monitor's surname is Sugar, sweet to the point of sadness. Various versions of domineering CEO male leads are stirring in Hu Linyu's mind. 26 Rogue. Faced with Chen Hansheng's sudden tenderness, Shen Youchu was startled and nervously waved his hand to refuse. "No need, no need." Shen Youchu refused while nervously lifting his head, just in time to bump into Chen Hansheng's meaningful gaze, and immediately averted his gaze like a frightened deer. Chen Hansheng couldn't help but sigh. Shen Youchu's upbringing environment was the main reason for her inferiority complex. Even though she realized that she might be more beautiful than other girls, such physical conditions may have become a psychological burden. Shen Youchu tried to hide in his own small world, but he also had a subconscious of self-protection. "Take it slow, as long as her heart can open a gap for me to penetrate, even if it closes again, it doesn't matter." Chen Hansheng thought to himself that from his perspective, he could see Shen Youchu's tall and straight nose bridge under his long eyelashes, as well as his clearly defined lip shape. No matter what method is needed to open this gap. Chen Hansheng silently added another sentence. Although Shen Youchu lowered her head, she could still feel a fiery gaze staring at her from the opposite side. She didn't know how to respond, so she could only quietly extend her index finger and push the rice bowl filled with shrimp forward, trying to stay away from herself and draw a clear line by hiding her ears and stealing bells. "Cut, why didn't class leader Chen peel one for me?" Hu Linyu, who was watching, pursed his lips and said, "Okay." Chen Hansheng said nonchalantly. "Forget it, there's no sincerity at all. Hu Linyu doesn't want this kind of casual attention." Chen Hansheng didn't force himself either. He smiled and then said with emotion, "I thought the most beautiful girl in the class was Shang Yanyan." Humph. Hu Linyu let out a disdainful snort, indicating that she herself did not agree. Suddenly, her face became serious again and she said, "Not many of us in the dormitory have found the true appearance of Youchu. I also noticed it in the past 2 days. She is so beautiful and soft-tempered. You must keep the secret to prevent a group of perverts from staring at her." "No problem at all, but when you talk about being a pervert, can you stop staring at me?" Chen Hansheng said discontentedly. "Men are all virtuous, as long as you have a clear understanding in your heart." Hu Linyu had a tone that shattered the world. Chen Hansheng felt a bit helpless. These girls who had never been in love always felt like they had seen through all the men in the world. However, when they encountered love, they were like moths to the fire, and often ended up being hurt all over. As for those women who treat love as drinking water, they won't have so many bullshit feelings because they know exactly what they want. Shen Youchu heard that the conversation between these two people involved him, and his cheeks blushed like peach blossoms, but he was afraid that Chen Hansheng would not dare to leave. Fortunately, Chen Hansheng quickly changed the topic and said, "Let's talk about the main business." "Okay." Hu Linyu also wants to know what medicine Chen Hansheng is selling in his gourd. "In my sophomore year, I will step down from the position of class monitor and you will take over this position. This way, it won't affect your plan to take the civil service exam in the future. What do you think? Hu Linyu thought for a moment and realized that as long as he could ensure that he was the class monitor when applying for transfer, it didn't really matter whether he was in his sophomore or junior year. But why did Chen Hansheng kindly give up? How can you ensure a smooth transition for me? Hu Linyu asked. Just as the two opportunists were discussing, Shen Youchu extended his finger and pushed the soup bowl containing shrimp out again, as if the farther away he was, the safer he was. After Chen Hansheng noticed this move, he immediately abandoned Hu Linyu and asked Shen Youchu, "Why don't you eat it? Do you think I peeled it?" No, I can eat mantu." Shen Youchu didn't know when he picked up the half-cold mantu again. He has already eaten 2 mouthfuls. Seeing Shen Youchu's resistant and uncooperative attitude, for some reason, Chen Hansheng's heart lit up. "Is mantu so delicious? Let me try it." After saying this, Chen Hansheng suddenly snatched half of the cold mantu from Shen Youchu's hand, and in her shocked eyes, put it into her mouth and swallowed it. After swallowing it in 3 or 2 bites, Chen Hansheng wiped his mouth and said rashly, "The taste is just average." You. Shen Youchu was stunned for a long time before realizing it. He didn't care about hiding his appearance and opened his tan mouth in shock, stuttering as he looked at Chen Hansheng. "You rascal." Finally, Hu Linyu couldn't help but complete the sentence. "How did you talk? We're just discussing cooperation." Chen Hansheng brought the topic back and gently tapped the table with his index finger, making a thumping sound. "How to transition the class monitor to your hands? I have a method here. In the first semester of college, you can become the youth league secretary and try to take on the daily affairs of the class as much as possible, gradually establishing an image in the hearts of classmates and Mr. Guo. After I resign in my sophomore year, you can take over smoothly. Moreover, the Youth League Secretary can also help you join the party early and greatly assist you in taking the civil service exam," Chen Hansheng added. Although Hu Linyu didn't consider the issue comprehensively enough, he was not a fool. He immediately exclaimed, "I understand. You want me to take on the responsibility of class monitor, go do other things on my own, and in the end, all the grades belong to you. All the hard work is mine. How could there be such a good thing?" Hu Linyu is very angry. She felt that Chen Hansheng was occupying the pit and didn't defecate. Chen Hansheng smiled and said, "The grades belong to everyone, now they belong to me, in the future they belong to you, and in the end they belong to you." This sentence sounded like a tongue twister, but after carefully understanding the philosophical truth, he continued, "I don't just do nothing. You arrange small things, and I'll take the big picture." What are big things and small things? Hu Linyu needs to clarify this concept. "What you can't solve is a big deal," Chen Hansheng said confidently. Hu Linyu was a bit unhappy, and Chen Hansheng meant that his abilities were stronger than his own, although this should be true. Shen Youchu only felt buzzing in his head. First, he had no idea that Chen Hansheng had eaten mantu with his own saliva, which means they kissed each other. Secondly, he actually used the position of class monitor as a bargaining chip for trading. She glanced at Hu Linyu and found that her roommate was still seriously considering this suggestion. Shen Youchu felt that Chen Hansheng was too dangerous and actually led Hu Linyu astray. Taking advantage of Hu Linyu's contemplation, the dangerous figure Chen Hansheng spoke again, but this time calmly, "Shrimp has high protein and is not as greasy as meat. It's okay for you to eat more." Seeing that Shen Youchu still hadn't eaten, Chen Hansheng simply picked up a shrimp and handed it to her mouth, saying, "Here, I'll feed you." Shen Youchu blushed and tightly closed his mouth, turning his head to dodge. Chen Hansheng grinned and said rashly, "If you don't want to eat, then I'll keep holding it up." The cafeteria was bustling with people, and perhaps he could meet his classmates again. Moreover, with Chen Hansheng's determination and face, he could really keep going. Tears had already appeared in Shen Youchu's eyes, but she was worried about being seen by others. In the end, she just ate the shrimp fed by Chen Hansheng as if taking poison. "What if I don't agree?" At this moment, unwilling Hulanyu still wanted to struggle. "At most, I'll work a little harder. I'll focus on my class while doing business, and I can also seek other collaborators, but you'll have no chance at all. It's rare to change class monitors in college." Chen Hansheng said calmly and then added a touch of fire, "I can arrange a youth league secretary for you first. As for whether you do it or not, it's up to you. 27 I am currently the class monitor. In fact, it is not difficult to arrange for Hulanyu to become the youth league secretary. A class always needs a class leader and youth league secretary." Although Hulanyu lost to Chen Hansheng in the competition for class leader, it also proves that she has a certain foundation in classmates. So Chen Hansheng proposed to Guo's Honggyun to let Hulanyu become the youth league secretary, and old Guo was 100% willing to agree, even without the need for class meetings and elections. Just as two strategists were trading, Shen Youchu dared not let Chen Hansheng feed him anymore. He obediently ate a few prawns and nervously put down his chopsticks, saying, "I'm full." Chen Hansheng let out a hum and slowly guided Shen Youchu to consume meat to enhance his physical fitness. However, for now, he can only start with fish and shrimp. Other meat and fish are too greasy, and Shen Youchu's stomach may not be able to tolerate it. Originally, Hulanyu was planning to give Chen Hansheng a big meal, but he didn't expect to be fooled by his lack of appetite. In the end, he still couldn't resist the temptation of being selected as a candidate. While agreeing, he also warned seriously, "Chen Hansheng, don't deceive me. How could it be I have always been sincere to you?" Chen Hansheng smiled and replied. Dealing with such shameless hooligans, Hulanyu couldn't help but retreat, pulling Shen Youchu away quickly, leaving behind a sumptuous table of food. Chen Hansheng will not limit himself to the position of class monitor, it is just a step forward, and ultimately it should be left to the most suitable person. Of course, Hulanyu is not at a disadvantage. During her contact with Chen Hansheng, if she could learn half of the so-called rogue spirit, she would not encounter any obstacles in the system in the future. Chen Hansheng is in a good mood tonight. He went to the cafeteria to buy 2 bottles of beer and leisurely finished the meat on the table. He left the cafeteria at 8 p.m. The summer nights in the financial college were still very lively. Many senior sisters wearing hot pants with long legs exposed were walking on campus. As they passed by the artificial lake on campus, he noticed several pairs of figures in the bushes. Suddenly, he had a playful idea and spat out his toothpicks, shouting loudly, "The old teacher from the inspection department is here, run quickly. Shua, shua, shua." Many couples suddenly stood up in the rock eyries, by the lake, and in the grass, some of whom were hurriedly lifting their pants. Seeing their disheveled appearance, Chen Hansheng burst out laughing, disregarding the curses behind him, and strode in the gentle moonlight. Returning to the dormitory, Chen Hansheng found that many boys were gathered here, and a few were still arguing. Among them, Guo Xiaoqiang and Zhu Chenglong had the most heated argument. When Guo Xiaoqiang saw Chen Hansheng coming back, he quickly pulled him over and said, "Fourth, please give us a review." Zhu Chenglong insisted that Bai Yongshan had a higher score than Shang Yanyan. but based on a comprehensive evaluation of her figure, temperament, and appearance, Shan Yanyan still won by 0.73 points. Zhu Chenglong refused to give in and spat, saying, Shan Yanyan is not pure enough. Bai Yongshan follows a cute path, which can definitely add points. Add your mother, my rating system has scientific basis and cannot be changed arbitrarily. Damn it, what is scientific evidence? It's just a random fabrication by yourself. The two of them had a heated argument, with their faces flushed and necks thick. Each side had supporters. Chen Hansheng smiled and pushed them away, carrying a basin of water towards the bathroom. College students are always very active in their thinking. After Chen Hansheng took a shower, they had given up debating which girl had the highest score and gathered together to seriously fight the tractor. The next morning was another boring military training, and this day-after-day life finally came to an end a week later. The new students graduated from the military training after walking 20 kilometers on foot, marking the beginning of their true college career. Chen Hansheng did not break his promise and indeed elevated Hu Linyu to the position of Youth League secretary. Hu Linyu originally thought he should thank him a few words, but he also felt that he was always at a disadvantage, so he silently took charge of the daily affairs of the class. The military training time in various universities in eastern Jiangsu province is almost the same, and after the end of the financial college, universities such as Dongfen University, University of Science and Technology, and School of Aeronautics and Astronautics have also basically ended. There are 2 days of vacation left during this period. People usually look for former high school classmates, talk about their feelings about military training, roast about their wonderful roommates, and share new life experiences. The same goes for the students in Hong Kong City. Wang Zibo, Gao Jieliang, and several other students from Xianing University City made an appointment to come to Yueguang Commodity Center, where they were responsible for receiving Chen Hansheng, Xiao Rongyu, and others. The process is still the same, chatting, eating, and going to school. Wang Zibo was very happy to see his good friend, and despite Chen Hansheng's disdainful expression, he forcibly asked for a loving hug. What's even more joyful is that everyone had turned a bit dark after military training, and even the skin of the little crucian carp goddess was shining with a wheat-colored light. However, while sitting leisurely on the grassland of the School of Finance and Economics, Wang Zibo suddenly felt very depressed. Chen Hansheng was startled and asked, "What are you doing with a mournful face? It's inexplicable." Wang Zibo held back for a while and said, "Xiao Chen, you are a full man, not an hungry man. There are only 2 girls out of 62 students in our class. Entering university is like entering a monk's temple." I knew I had also taken the financial college entrance exam. "How are the quality of those 2 girls?" Chen Hansheng asked. Wang Zibo thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Hansheng with a troubled expression on his face. Chen Hansheng instantly understood and patted his shoulder to show encouragement. Gao Jieliang never forgot to perform in front of Xiao Rongyu. At this moment, he found an opportunity and pretended to be a saint, saying, "Zibo, don't say that. We enter university to study and shouldn't consider these things. This kid's aviation and aerospace college has a flight attendant major, and those girls are all pretty, and Gao Jieliang's eyesight is not lacking." Wang Zibo pursed his lips and didn't want to talk to Gao Jieliang. Unexpectedly, Gao Jieliang became more enthusiastic, suppressing Wang Zibo and criticizing Chen Hansheng, saying, "Can Hansheng sit better? Have you raised your feet and considered that Rongyu is here?" Chen Hansheng usually sits comfortably and habitually puts his feet on a stone, but unexpectedly gives Gao Jieliang a confession. Xiao Rongyu is considering whether to temporarily try accepting Chen Hansheng, so she doesn't think it's much. Unexpectedly, Chen Hansheng cast a sideways glance at Gao Jieliang and made two smack sounds. Not only did he not retract his feet, but he actually took off his shoes and provoked him with his big toes stretching and shrinking. Wang Zibo felt a sense of satisfaction as he looked at it. It would be great if he could do things like Xiao Chen without any worries. What a rogue! Gao Jieliang had no choice but to mutter inwardly. Xiao Rongyu wanted to laugh but felt it was not appropriate. He tried to smooth things out and said, "We finally got together. Why don't we talk about our respective gains?" Gao Jieliang's eyes lit up, and Chen Hansheng's personality was definitely not liked by his classmates. He quickly suggested, "Let's come to the Finance Institute and let the landlord say, 'Hansheng, you throw a brick to attract a jade.'" Chen Hansheng was lighting a cigarette, and upon hearing these words, he leisurely exhaled a cigarette ring. "I am now the class monitor. 28. Thank you for making progress for me." "What, are you the class monitor?" The first person who was surprised to shout out was actually Wang Zibo. He and Chen Hansheng were very familiar. They had played together since childhood and became friends. Which part of Chen Hansheng's body actually looked like a class monitor? Gao Jieliang and other classmates also didn't believe it, and Gao Jieliang mocked, "Chen Hansheng, besides not teasing women, you're not good at smoking or fighting. How could anyone choose you as class monitor?" Xiao Rongyu's beautiful face blushed slightly, and he thought to himself that he was the former Chen Hansheng. Now Chen Hansheng can flirt with women. Thinking about how she had flirted with Chen Hansheng several times, Xiao Rongyu felt a bit embarrassed, but of course she didn't believe that Chen Hansheng would be the class monitor. University class monitors are usually run for election and require the dual trust of counselors and classmates. In addition, many miscellaneous matters require the class monitor to run errands, and Chen Hansheng's personality is not like someone who can calm down and do Excel spreadsheets. All right, Zibo, let's talk about your university." Although Chen Hansheng was boasting, Xiao Rongyu didn't want him to be ridiculed by Gao Jieliang and wanted to jump over by changing the topic. Chen Hansheng did not defend himself, smoking while listening to Wang Zibo talk about Jianyi University of Technology. This kid spoke very carefully, providing a comprehensive overview of the cafeteria, dormitories, and campus scenery. The key was that everyone else listened very carefully. A group of cute and silly people. Chen Hansheng smiled and felt that the atmosphere was good. Xiao Rongyu felt a little unhappy when he saw Chen Hansheng's gaze shifting and often lingering on the beautiful senior students passing by. Gao Jieliang's attention was focused on Xiao Rongyu, and he noticed that she had lost a bit of weight and turned a bit black, but she was still so charming. There were also many beautiful women in the School of Aeronautics and Astronautics, but few could match Xiao Rongyu. After Wang Zibo finished speaking, Gao Jieliang immediately prepared to speak. He had a complete plan to describe the school as perfectly as possible, and then he naturally invited Xiao Rongyu to come and play. Cough. Just as Gao Jieliang was about to speak, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "Chen Hansheng." The group turned their heads and found a short-haired girl approaching, with average facial features and figure, but with a passionate and capable expression on her face. Hu Linyu was originally planning to go to the boys' dormitory to discuss things with Chen Hansheng, but he unexpectedly met him halfway through. He was sitting on the grass by the lake with a group of men and women who looked like college students. She is very familiar with this situation because Hu Linyu has just met with her high school classmates. Chen Hansheng, after the official start of school, the class will hold various activities. Do we need to gather everyone together and discuss how much class fees will be charged? Hu Linyu asked. The college students from Hong Kong City were all stunned for a moment, especially Gao Jieliang, who didn't think it was quite right. Chen Hansheng shook his head and said, collective discussion is not appropriate. Some people will feel that it has been raised, affecting the unity of the class and the implementation of things. We will directly set the standard, and you will charge 50 yuan per person. Will 50 yuan be too much? Hu Linyu hesitated a bit. Not much, just this number. As Chen Hansheng spoke, he took out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Hu Linyu. I don't have any change for you now. Hu Linyu frowned and said. Chen Hansheng chuckled and said in a low voice, I gave it to Shen Youchu. Hu Linyu looked carefully at Chen Hansheng, then glanced at Xiao Rongyu in the crowd. Even though the girl's beauty was still stunning in the beautiful financial courtyard, Hu Linyu reminded him with a hint, I hope class leader Chen doesn't eat from the bowl and look at the pot. After speaking Hu Linyu, he took the money and left. Chen Hansheng looked at her back and muttered, it's none of your business, man-woman. Returning to the team of high school classmates again, everyone looked at Chen Hansheng differently. Xiao Chen, you really became the class monitor? Wang Zibo asked incredulously. Gao Jieliang was even more outrageous, saying directly, how can someone like you become a class monitor? Chen Hansheng grinned and said, I'm not satisfied, bite me. However, Xiao Rongyu seemed quite happy and volunteered to treat her at night. Hu Linyu is like a awesome group performance, helping the hero Chen Hansheng recover a game and then disappear, which also disrupted Gao Jieliang's rhythm. Facing Chen Hansheng, who became the class monitor after 2 weeks of enrollment, Gao Jieliang was no longer interested in introducing his school. He said sourly, in university, class monitors are only serving the crowd, and the student union is an important position. When I go back, I plan to compete for the student union. So coincidentally, I also have this idea. Chen Hansheng also followed suit. This time everyone was even more surprised. Chen Hansheng, who was inexplicably serious, was very uncomfortable for everyone. During dinner at night, Wang Zibo lifted Chen Hansheng out and said with a worried expression, Xiao Chen, I thought you didn't like Xiao Rongyu anymore. I didn't expect you just changed your way of pursuing, turning extroverted liking into deep love. Chen Hansheng opened his eyes wide and looked at his friend, cursing in half, there aren't many dishes tonight, why are you talking so much about drunkenness? Wang Zibo was very unhappy, we have been friends for many years, and you can hide this from me. What are my thoughts? Chen Hansheng was also a bit confused. You became the class monitor and ran for the student union, isn't it to attract Xiao Rongyu's attention? Everyone knows she has good grades, so naturally she also likes ambitious boys. Wang Zibo's dark face shone with confidence, but after he finished speaking, he found Chen Hansheng looking around as if looking for something. What are you looking for? It's okay, you talk to me, I'll find a knife. What are you looking for a knife for? I cut you to death here. Who the hell let you talk nonsense? Upon hearing this, Wang Zibo would run away without even eating. It was impossible for Chen Hansheng to chop people, but at least he had to endure some hardship. However, after running to a safe distance, the boy's courage grew again and he shouted loudly, Xiao Chen, I advise you not to be so forced. You should still do what you are happy about. Being a class monitor is not suitable for you, and the student union is not suitable for you. Finally, Chen Hansheng sent Xiao Rongyu back to school, but in reality, it was not a special delivery, as the two schools were located next door. Along the way, Chen Hansheng was gloomy and unhappy. After all, it was not very pleasant for anyone to be wronged, but Xiao Rongyu was very happy. He had a melon seed face with a smile and a playful expression, and the slightly raised corners of his mouth were filled with joy. Pear eddies on both sides appeared faintly, and many boys were attracted to him several times along the way. An inexplicable woman. Chen Hansheng shook his head and muttered to himself. At the school gate, Chen Hansheng didn't plan to send Xiao Rongyu back to the dormitory, waving his hand to say goodbye. Xiao Chen. Xiao Rongyu suddenly shouted. What's going on? Chen Hansheng felt a bit impatient. I'm glad you're willing to make progress for me like this, thank you, but you must persevere. After finishing speaking, Xiao Rongyu felt a bit shy and tiptoed lightly back to school. My day. Chen Hansheng suddenly felt a severe tightness in his chest, and he smoked several cigarettes alone at the door before recovering. I'm a scumbag, why do you always think of me so infatuated? 29 Skipping classes for the first time. The next day is the official day of classes, and public management is known as the all-in-one major. The things learned are also comprehensive, including principles of management, Western economics, organizational behavior, applied statistics, and so on. In the first few classes, except for Chen Hansheng, everyone listened very attentively. Even Yang Xiao bought a new notebook, with an eye on his nose bridge, earnestly listing 1, 2, 3 on paper. However, 2 or 3 days later, everyone became familiar with the rhythm of university classrooms, and many people's minds relaxed. Chen Hansheng was still sleeping. Brother Chen, why don't you listen? Li Zhenyi's, sitting next to him, saw that Chen Hansheng was either sleeping or drawing, and wanted to remind him to pay attention to his studies. As I get older, I can't remember anything I learn. Chen Hansheng lazily replied that he had a similar experience as Yang Xiao. The first and second pages of the newly purchased notebook were filled with content, but the handwriting began to be sloppy from the third page, and from the fifth page onwards, it was a brand new piece of writing. A child cannot be taught, at least you can listen to me, or else you will definitely come to me for tutoring during the final exam. Yang Xiao presented the profile of the dormitory leader and boasted about his fair and standardized classroom notes. Chen Hansheng pursed his lips and thought to himself that Shen Youchu was already my girlfriend during the final exam, and he needed your guidance as a three-legged cat. However, he couldn't bear to see Yang Xiao's character of pretending to be a scholar like Zhu Beiji. He pushed his shoulder and said, let's go, catch it all in one go, CS Desert Gray. Don't go, don't hinder my studies. Yang Xiao firmly refused. I'll treat you to a chicken leg meal at noon. Chen Hansheng continued. It's not about chicken leg rice, I want to learn. Yang Xiao still refuses. Plus a bottle of soda. Fourth, please don't do this. Our parents sent us here to study. I also covered the internet fee. Let's go. We may be late. Don't pretend, Xiao. The teacher has reached the 5th page of his mother's speech. You are still dawdling on the 3rd page. So, 3 internet-addicted teenagers started skipping classes for the first time in college, intending to withdraw from Mao Zedong's introduction class during break time. Li Zhenyi's, a good child, definitely won't go. Jin Yangming is essentially a scumbag, and he wants to play CS, but unfortunately, no one likes him. The only person closest to Jin Yangming is Dai Jinayu, and it's still because of his phone. Although Jin Yangming didn't admit it on his lips, he really wanted to hang out with Chen Hansheng, thinking that they were the high-end circle. However, he couldn't let go of the superiority of the local people in Jianyi, so he became conflicted. This entanglement led to a problem with the mindset. Just as Chen Hansheng and the others were planning to quietly leave, Jin Yangming suddenly shouted, "Report to the teacher." Introduction to Mao was taught by a young old man who almost didn't get scared by his loud voice. He pushed his reading glasses and asked, "What's wrong with my classmate?" Chen Hansheng and his 3 classmates were also startled and quickly sat back in their original positions. As Mao introduction was a major course and the 3 classes of public management were taught together, more than 100 students looked at Jin Yangming. Jin Yangming gave a warning glance at the internet-addicted teenager before loudly saying, "Teacher, you forgot to assign homework." Before Chen Hansheng and his colleagues could say anything, the other students refused. They thought that his mother was a fool. There was no way to remind the teacher to leave homework. Fortunately, Teacher Mao also knew that these metaphysical political thoughts had little significance. He waved his hand and said, "Thank you for reminding me. We mainly focus on self-study after class." "Lao Lu, are you cheap? You did it intentionally?" Guo Xiaoqiang asked in a muffled voice as he returned to his position. Jin Yangyang snorted coldly, fiddling with his phone without speaking. Chen Hansheng thought to himself that Jin Yangming was also hypocritical enough, shook his head and said, "Let's go with Lao Lu, there are many people and excitement." Jin Yangming pretended to hesitate for a moment before reluctantly saying, "Then you can't snipe with me. As you go, it all depends on you." So the 3 of them became the 4 great kings, and the feeling of skipping classes for the first time in college was both excited and a bit uneasy, unlike in sophomore year when skipping classes almost became a habit in life. However, when they were at the school gate, a security guard stopped them and insisted that they sign before they were allowed to leave. Chen Hansheng estimated that it was the order of some hospital leader who used this method to intimidate new students not to skip classes. "Just sign it, it's not very useful anyway." Chen Hansheng gracefully signed and left. Jin Yangming was the second one, but when he saw the line reading Public Management Class 2 of the Department of Human Resources and Social Sciences, Li Zhenyi's in front of him, he looked up at Chen Hansheng's back and cursed a slut, then quickly wrote Public Management Class 2 of the Department of Human Resources and Social Sciences, Dai Jinayu. Yang Xiao and Guo Xiaoqiang also followed suit. In short, everyone successfully left the campus, but before entering the internet cafe, Chen Hansheng asked them to play first and come back soon if they had something to do. Mysterious and mysterious. Although the other 3 felt strange, they quickly became immersed in the gunfire of Fire the House. Chen Hansheng left the internet cafe and took out the part-time job order for Shenzhen Express admitting campus agents torn from the boiling water room. The address on it was near Tianyuan East Road, which is not far from Yueguang Commodity Center. Chen Hansheng walked for about 10 minutes to get there. This is a row of 2-story critical shops, but in 2002 it was quite deserted, with no subway, low pedestrian flow in the community, and limited purchasing power for college students. Therefore, these street-facing shops have average business and are far inferior to the Yueguang Commodity Center. At present, only the Zhongling branch of Shenzhen Express is open, and many couriers at the entrance are handling and organizing packages. Without a unified uniform, rough selection, and unsafe storage methods, the current Shentong team is a grassroots team from top to bottom. Chen Hansheng thought to himself and walked over to deliver a cigarette to the courier, saying, "Big brother, is your manager here?" The courier saw a red Jinling cigarette, which was 1 level higher than the Hungta mountain he often smoked. He put the cigarette in his ear and happily pointed the way. "Manager Zhong is on the 2nd floor." Chen Hansheng expressed his gratitude and walked straight up to the second floor. Along the way, he saw packages being casually placed, and express delivery documents being haphazardly packed one by one. This extensive corporate management approach perfectly illustrates the overall situation of the current express delivery industry. Pushing aside the office on the second floor, the scene inside is similar to that on the first floor, except for two sets of dusty desks and a water dispenser. A man in his 40s was sitting on a chair, holding a cigarette in one hand and filling out a delivery note in the other. When he saw Chen Hansheng come in, he just glanced at him and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I saw this part-time job offer at school." Chen Hansheng took out the recruitment information and said, "Oh." The person glanced at it and casually asked, "Which school are you from?" "The Financial Yuan." "That's too late. Your school already has an agent, so you can only do his offline." The middle-aged man finished speaking and continued to fill out the information, but he always felt that the light was not as bright as before. He looked up and found that Chen Hansheng was still at the door. "Didn't I ask you to go back? Your school already has a general agent." The middle-aged man flicked his cigarette ash and said impatiently. Chen Hansheng remained motionless as he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "I just wanted to ask one more question. How can I replace that general agent? 30 love is better than gaming." Upon hearing Chen Hansheng's frank desire to become the general agent of Shentong Express in the Financial Institute, the middle-aged man in the second-floor office was taken aback for a moment, put down his pen, and seriously looked at Chen Hansheng before saying, "Do you want to pry into a corner?" The words were not pleasant to say, but Chen Hansheng smiled and ignored them. He picked up a stack of newspapers and dusted the stool, then sat down without any restraint. In short, it's all about making money. There's no such thing as prying into corners. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement and said, "You're a strange student. You're still a freshman, right?" Chen Hansheng did not conceal it and generously admitted it. "Judging from your attire, your family conditions should not be bad either. Where do you need to work part-time?" This middle-aged man may not have much education, but he has been dealing with people for a long time and has a sharp eye. He can easily estimate Chen Hansheng at a glance. "Just a part-time job, why think so much? You're not a defense enterprise, and you have to investigate your ancestors and grandchildren for 3 generations. Chen Hansheng perfunctorily took out a cigarette in his hand and threw it over. The middle-aged man took the cigarette and glanced at the sign, lighting it up. "So I said you're a bit strange. You're young and so skilled in your work. But when you talk about changing agents, I can't agree casually. Actually, several students at your school have approached me." At this point, the middle-aged man looked up and found that Chen Hansheng was smoking silently, with no visible change in his face. He continued, "I have chosen the most suitable agent for the financial institution. The business is doing well now, with an average of 60 packages per day, which is already good for a university campus." "Well, so you don't have any plans to change agents?" Chen Hansheng glanced at the middle-aged man and raised his eyebrows, saying, "Not really. If you can consistently achieve 100 items per day, I would consider changing agents, but I suggest you go offline first and familiarize yourself with the business," said the middle-aged man. Chen Hansheng thought it would be easy if conditions permit, and then asked, "Do you have a business card?" The middle-aged man handed over a gray business card, which read Zhongji Cheng, General Manager of Zhongling District, Jianyi City, Shenzhen Express. Chen Hansheng put it in his pocket and left without any nonsense. "It's really a bit interesting. Zhong Jiancheng muttered to himself and continued his previous work. Chen Hansheng is an old hand in business, and he is very clear that the essence of buying and selling is resource exchange. Now that he cannot come up with something too attractive himself, staying there to talk is all about air to air, which may even delay each other's time. After returning to the internet cafe, Chen Hansheng happily played CS with his roommates for a few rounds. At noon, he invited Yang Xiao and Guo Xiaoqiang to have a 5 yuan chicken leg rice. Jin Yangming felt that the chicken legs were not fresh enough and bought his own 8 yuan beef rice. At 3 p.m., there is a class with Counselor Guo's Hongyun, and several people dare not escape, especially Chen Hansheng, who is still the class monitor. Before class, Hu Linyu approached Chen Hansheng and asked him to talk to his classmates about collecting class fees. Chen Hansheng chuckled in her heart. Hu Linyu felt that the 50 yuan class fee was too much, and she was worried about being criticized when she spoke it out, so she pushed Chen Hansheng ahead. In any case, it was also he who proposed it. Sesame dots make a big heart. Chen Hansheng shook his head and then walked up to the podium and loudly said, "Dear classmates, we all had to pay class fees in high school, and university was no exception. In the future, classes will hold various activities and gatherings regularly, so each person will charge 50 yuan as a class fee. All of this money will be used for class activities, and the accounts can be checked at any time." When Chen Hansheng said these words, he intentionally glanced at Shen Youchu. As expected, she was looking at him with a small smile. After a brief contact between their eyes, Shen Youchu lowered his head as before. Chen Hansheng smiled in his heart. It seemed that Shen Youchu knew about helping her pay the class fee. At this moment, Counselor Guo's Hongyun also walked into the classroom. Chen Hansheng glanced at it and continued, "If you have money today, you can submit it first. If you don't forget to collect it tomorrow during class. The Youth League Secretary Hu Linyu is responsible for collecting it." After Chen Hansheng finished speaking, he went on and didn't ask for any opinions, just arranged it as an order. "This amount is a bit high." Hu Linyu was originally worried that someone might raise different opinions, but seeing everyone silently agreeing, he thought to himself that Chen Hansheng has such a high reputation. In fact, it's not that Chen Hansheng has high prestige. Even if Counselor Guo's Hongyun brings up the issue of class fees for public discussion, it's definitely because everyone has their own opinions and it's not easy to unify. If a standard is given directly, even if some people disagree in their hearts, most people remain silent and can only reluctantly agree. This is the principle in management, that the people can let it be, not let it be known. Chen Hansheng set the tone for the class fee matter and casually handed over the collection and recording work to Hu Linyu. It seems that this is the normal way for the two to form a team in the future. Chen Hansheng stepped forward to handle the framework, while Hu Linyu did some trivial things. Guo's Hongyun nodded slightly, and the two of them played to their respective strengths on the platform of class cotters. Chen Hansheng was open-minded and domineering, but could control the propriety. Hu Linyu was serious, enthusiastic, and had a spirit of dedication. It seems that he can save a lot of trouble in the past 4 years. During break time, Chen Hansheng continued to brag with his roommates as usual, only to suddenly realize that Jin Yangming and Yang Xiao were silent, their eyes fixed on his back, and a fragrant breeze blew through his nose. Chen Hansheng turned around and Shang Yanyan, the first beauty of public management class 2, stood at the table. "What's up?" Chen Hansheng is not very familiar with Shang Yanyan. Based solely on her beauty, although Shang Yanyan is outstanding, she is not top-notch. Xiao Rongyu is more exquisite than her, and Shen Youchu is more beautiful than her. However, Xiang Yanyan is very confident in her appearance. When introducing herself, she deliberately spread her hair over her shoulders, adding charm with every frown and smile. She smiled and said to Chen Hansheng, "Class monitor, I'll pay the class fee. Isn't it to be handed over to Rongyu?" Chen Hansheng asked. Xiang Yanyan bent her eyes and remained silent, casually placing the money on the table before leaving. Chen Hansheng understood in his heart that it is normal for college girls to have conflicts, and here it may be that Shen Youchu would not have any disputes with anyone. After class, over 602 people chatted and walked to the cafeteria when Jin Yangming suddenly asked Chen Hansheng, "Chen, what do you think of Xiang Yanyan?" Chen Hansheng glanced at Jin Yangming and thought to himself that this kid wouldn't have moved his heart. Everyone is very concerned about this kind of gossip, and Guo Xiaoqiang urged, "Xiang Yanyan is the most beautiful girl in our class. I support you in pursuing her in the 6th year. If you take Xiang Yanyan down, it will also be the glory of 602. Yang Xiao also quite likes Xiang Yanyan, after all, she is good looking. However, he knows that his conditions are average, so he only plans to be a lonely licking dog." When he heard that Jin Yangming had plans to pursue, he was both jealous and heartbroken. Yang Xiao spoke with a hint of jealousy. "Lao Lu, you need to think carefully. Xiang Yanyan is so beautiful and her family is not short of money from Shanghai, so I don't suggest you pursue her. Let's change your target." Yang Xiao pretended to be fair and said that he dared not confess his feelings, but he also did not want Xiang Yanyan to be pursued by others. The best way is to be single before finding a girlfriend, so there are still some fantasies. What do you think, fourth brother? Yang Xiao and Guo Xiaoqiang have different opinions, and Jin Yangming wants to hear Chen Hansheng's viewpoint. Chen Hansheng actually doesn't recommend pursuing her. In terms of Xiang Yanyan's maturity in dressing up and speaking, she should have had several love experiences before. She is suitable for a man who is more than 10 years older than her in the uncle type. Jin Yangming is like a bean sprout vegetable, and Xiang Yanyan may not take it seriously unless Chen Hansheng is willing to make up his mind to pursue her. It's great to have a romantic relationship with a chicken. When you have time, it's great to play CS. Playing games also shows health, and chasing a girl doesn't even have a progress bar, Chen Hansheng chuckled. Upon hearing that Chen Hansheng also disagreed, Jin Yangming felt a bit lonely. However, Chen Hansheng changed his tone and encouraged him, "But you can give it a try. Holding it in your heart is really cowardly." Seeing that Jin Yangming was somewhat moved, Chen Hansheng thought to himself how positive he was now, and perhaps how sad he would be in the future. 31 Revenge not overnight. Zhong Jiancheng, the general manager of Zhongling district of Shentong Express, is temporarily unwilling to change the general agent of the Finance Institute, but he has also proposed the condition of collecting 100 packages per day. Chen Hansheng does not simply want to achieve this number. He needs to have his own ideas when discussing cooperation with others. He cannot continue to follow the other party's ideas. After the military training officially ended, various clubs in the school began to recruit new students. However, there were also many things in the class. Chen Hansheng discussed with Rongyu, "Recently, I want to run for election in the student union. Please take care of your daily work more." Rongyu was a bit confused and said, "Aren't you going to do business in the future? Why are you very positive about these things?" In order to dispel Ronyu's concerns, Chen Hansheng explained seriously, "Doing business requires a balance. Currently, I have no money or resources. If I want to improve my position in the eyes of others, I can only use these things to give myself blessings first, and finally achieve quantitative and qualitative changes, in order to have the possibility of bargaining. But I also want to join the student union. Rongyu said discontentedly. Don't make a fuss, you can focus on doing a good job in class work. When my brother becomes the president of the student union, he will specially recruit you to be gilded. After Chen Hansheng finished speaking, he patted his butt and left. Hulin's tone was itchy, but there was nothing he could do. The student union is an organization that exists in both the college and department, making it more difficult for the college. Chen Hansheng decided to advance to the student union in the department. He has the greatest interest in the external relations department, which is more suitable for leveraging Chen Hansheng's strengths and is also more advantageous for future entrepreneurship. The Department of Human Resources and Social Sciences is considered a major department in science schools like the School of Finance, so when Chen Hansheng arrived at the teaching building under the sun at noon, there were already many freshmen waiting in line outside the recruitment classroom of the External Relations Department. I didn't expect there were classmates from my own class, but they were all girls, and fellow villager Tan Min was also inside. When they saw Chen Hansheng, they all came over in surprise to say hello. Class monitor Chen, are you also going to join the student union? Yeah, for the future and prospects of our public administration class 2, someone must go undercover in the student union. Chen Hansheng smiled and said. A few girls laughed and spat, and after discussing with each other, they were actually ready to leave. Class monitor Chen, let's go to another department to see. We can't fight each other ourselves, we must unite to deal with outsiders. Chen Hansheng knew that they were actively reducing their competitive pressure, but he didn't say it out loud. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, okay, don't buy breakfast tomorrow morning. I'll treat you. Before leaving, Tan Min cheered Chen Hansheng and said, cheer up, fellow villagers, and strive to become a deputy minister. At this moment, a senior in his third or fourth year passed by and heard the words deputy minister. He turned his head to look at Chen Hansheng and walked into the interview room with a sneer. As today is only a preliminary screening for interested freshmen, everyone has a short speaking time, and soon it will be Chen Hansheng's turn. Chen Hansheng walked in and found a woman and two men sitting below, with the woman sitting in the middle and the man sitting on both sides. From the seating arrangement, the female should be the chief minister, and the two males should be the deputy ministers. They all had water cards in front of them, with the minister named Qi Wei, the deputy minister named Zhou Xiao, and the deputy minister named Yao Qingguo. Among them, Zhou Xiao just glanced at Chen Hansheng Sr. Chen Hansheng walked in with a smile and nodded to the three senior students in the External Relations Department. Qi Wei and Yao Qingguo also nodded slightly, indicating that Chen Hansheng could start the introduction. However, at this moment, Zhou Xiao suddenly interrupted inexplicably, you don't need to introduce yourself. The External Relations Department wants to recruit a girl now, but you don't meet the requirements. What? Chen Hansheng was taken aback for a moment, thinking to himself what kind of damn reason this was. Even if I didn't get elected in the end, it didn't matter, but what was the reason for deliberately not speaking? Qi Wei and Yao Qingguo were also surprised, obviously they didn't expect this either. Zhou Xiao leaned his head over and said to Qi Wei, sorry, I forgot to discuss with you in advance. Our External Relations Department often deals with businesses and solicits sponsorships. I think having a female identity is more advantageous. Before Qi Wei could answer, Zhou Xiao turned to Chen Hansheng and said, classmate, you can leave now and don't waste anyone else's time. There are many freshmen inside and outside this classroom, who cast sympathetic glances at Chen Hansheng and also have some fear of Zhou Xiao's actions. Zhou Xiaozhang sat in a precarious position and was very satisfied with the use of his power. However, after waiting for a while, Zhou Xiao saw that the freshman was still on the podium. With a snap, he put down his pen and angrily rebuked, "Do I need to speak the same thing a third time?" Qi Wei and Yao Qingguo don't know why Zhou Xiao did this, but it's not appropriate to treat a new student like this. They were just trying to ease the situation. However, Chen Hansheng himself spoke first. "You are a little officer with a bigger his mother handle. You really drive your cow to pieces. Do you need to help you fork your waist?" Wow! After Chen Hansheng finished speaking, the entire interview classroom of the External Relations Department was filled with exclamation. The new student's provocation of the deputy minister has really broadened our horizons. Qi Wei and Yao Qingguo were both confused, thinking to themselves if the day was not right today. First, Zhou Xiao made rules for the freshmen for no reason, but this freshman seemed to be a super prick and immediately counterattacked. Of course, Chen Hansheng would not tolerate it. "If you don't leave me here, there will be a place for me to leave. However, even if you want to leave, this face must be finished." Chen Hansheng couldn't resist this insult, but he was a scorer. The deputy director of the External Relations Department of the Human Resources Department of a second-tier university, where does Chen Hansheng need to accompany a smiling face? Zhou Xiao may have never encountered such a situation before, and then suddenly realized that the freshmen on the podium had rebellious eyebrows and corners of their eyes, as well as a wild and unrestrained attitude. Chen Hansheng stared at Zhou Xiao with a sinister gaze. Apart from pretending to be coerced in the student union, people like Zhou Xiao didn't know how to solve problems when they really encountered them, and his heart was filled with fear from Chen Hansheng's gaze. However, he didn't want to lose face and could only pretend not to have the same opinion as Chen Hansheng, saying, "The new students nowadays are really becoming more and more unruly. Classmate, I am Qi Wei, the Minister of External Relations. Please calm down first. If you misunderstand, we can communicate." Finally, Qi Wei took the initiative to step forward and wipe her buttocks. However, once Chen Hansheng's completely taboo dog-like temper arises, he is basically not afraid of anyone except for old Chen and Liang Meijuan. He looked at Qi Wei and said, "I am very calm, but I have a few words to talk to Minister Zhou." After speaking, he walked towards Zhou Xiao. Yao Qingguo was worried that Zhou Xiao would be beaten, so he quickly stood in the middle trying to stop him. Chen Hansheng threw his arm, and Yao Qingguo almost flipped over. "What are you doing?" At this moment, Zhou Xiao also began to be afraid. Chen Hansheng was one head taller than himself, strong and imposing. If other conditions are not suitable, it's okay, but what about gender? Is there gender discrimination in student union selection? Chen Hansheng had no intention of taking action, and once he hit someone with reason, it would become unreasonable. Zhou Xiao quickly took a few steps back, and when Qi Wei stood between the two again, he boldly said, "The External Relations Department needs communication and coordination. Of course, women are better. What does it have to do with gender to fart and complete tasks?" Chen Hansheng looked at Zhou Xiao with disdain. "Besides, if you really need girls, why don't you go away first?" 32 Bet on the name of Deputy Minister. The recruitment side of the External Relations Department was chaotic here, which quickly attracted senior students from other departments to come and watch. Zhou Ziren's relationship is very average, and most people just look at her without any intention of coming forward to argue. It was also easy to inquire about the situation, and there were many freshman boys on site. Zhou Xiao used this reason to refuse Chen Hansheng, which also shattered their hope of entering the External Relations Department. So in their mouths, Chen Hansheng became a victim of power, and Zhou Xiao was a bully who bullied the new generation. However, this bully was just more miserable, and he almost dared not lift his head after being trained by Chen Hansheng. Finally, even the vice chairman of the student union of the Department of Social Sciences, Zhou Xiaoli, came over. After learning about the situation, he frowned and walked into the classroom, saying in a deep voice, "That's enough. A good club recruitment has become what it is now. That freshman, if you continue to do this, I will call the security department." Zhou Xiaoli seemed to have the confidence of his elder brother and quickly walked up to Zhou Xiaoli, passionately recounting Chen Han's various excessive behaviors. Chen Hansheng didn't know this person and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Zhou Xiaoli, vice chairman of the student union." At this point, Chen Hansheng, regardless of whether he was left or right, was just like Zhou Xiao. Chen Hansheng nodded and said, "Then you go." "What should we go?" Zhou Xiaoli was stunned for a moment. "You said you're going to the security office, go ahead." Chen Hansheng said nonchalantly. Zhou Xiaoli choked for a moment. The security office is the official administrative agency of the school, and Zhou Xiaoli can't be called out by anyone. He was just trying to scare and pretend to be coerced. Who knew that Chen Hansheng could withstand the fear and didn't even give face to the vice chairman of the department's student union? "Which class are you from and who is the counselor?" Zhou Xiaoli had no choice but to finally expand his skills. Generally, freshmen are 100% hesitant when encountering such situations. However, Chen Hansheng straightened his chest and said with full confidence, "I am Chen Hansheng, the monitor of public management class 2, and the counselor is Guo's Honggyun. Should I give you his phone number?" This. Zhou Xiaoli couldn't continue speaking, thinking to himself what kind of new student he was. He didn't have any rules or fear in his eyes, and he was actually the class monitor. As for finding a counselor, it's even more impossible. Guo's Honggyun doesn't care about the small matters of the student union, so he probably can just hang up halfway through listening. At this moment, Tanmin and several other girls were also attracted back by the crowd. Seeing this situation, without saying a word, they supported each other and said, "Are you relying on the large number of people? Xiaomin, hurry up and call the boys' dormitory and say that our class monitor has been bullied." Zhou Xiaoli didn't take it seriously at first because he was used to using chicken feathers as arrows, thinking it was also a bluff. However, when more and more boys gathered outside the classroom, he began to panic. Zhu Chenglong and Yang Xiao, a few boys, were directly blocking the door. Even Li Zhenyi's came, indicating that Chen Hansheng really has a lot of prestige among the boys. "Classmate, do you think this is good? You have already passed the initial meeting. Now go back and wait for our second meeting notification." Qi Wei doesn't want the situation to escalate, let alone provoke a group incident. She wants to calm it down through this means. Chen Hansheng glanced at Qi Wei, a woman who grew up with ease and spoke with a steady and sharp tone. Since someone handed over the ladder, Chen Hansheng had no intention of getting entangled. The matter came to an end, so let's add some memories to his college life. However, some people are fools because they always cannot grasp the facts. When Zhou Xiao saw Chen Hansheng stop beating his head, his fragile self-esteem couldn't hold back this breath. In addition, Vice Chairman Zhou Xiaoli was still beside him, so he must say a few harsh words. "The new students in this class really don't understand the rules, and they have high expectations but low skills. They even asked me to withdraw from the External Relations Department. If I withdraw, will you do it, Deputy Minister? Chen Hansheng had no intention of arguing anymore. Upon hearing Zhou Xiao's words, he thought to himself that it seemed like he didn't have enough feces to eat and his face wasn't swollen enough. He turned around and asked, "What did I do? Who stipulates that freshmen cannot become vice ministers?" Chen Hansheng asked in a grimace. Seeing that his class monitor was so bloodthirsty, Zhu Chenglong also exclaimed in a strange voice, "Of course, who has the ability and who should be the one? What's the use of the current vice chairman and vice minister of the student union besides bullying new students? This hat is a bit big, and Zhou Xiaoli dare not move on. The previous president of the student union has already graduated, and the 3 vice presidents are all competing for that position. Zhou Xiaoli is worried about causing a negative impact. Classmate, the External Relations Department is an important department of the student union, and the deputy director is also responsible for soliciting sponsorships for departmental activities. Zhou Xiao and nearby businesses are very familiar with it. Can you ensure that sponsorships are always available for each event?" Zhou Xiaoli couldn't be tough or intimidated, so he began to reason again. Can the minister guarantee to get sponsorship every time that week? Chen Hansheng asked in response. He can do it. In this situation, Zhou Xiaoli will definitely hold on to Zhou Xiao. I can do it too. Chen Hansheng said without hesitation. Zhou Xiaoli is still the first time he has encountered this kind of soft and hard freshman, especially with more and more onlookers. If he doesn't help Zhou Xiao regain face, it will be difficult for him to have credibility in the student union in the future. Let's do it this way. Zhou Xiaoli pondered for a while and said, the department is about to prepare for the freshman party. Banners, dresses, and small gifts all need sponsorship. Since Chen Hansheng thinks he can do better than Zhou Xiao, why don't we give it a try? Let's compare and see who can get more sponsorship for the freshman party. This proposal may seem fair, but in fact, Zhou Xiao took a lot of advantage last year. Chen Hansheng has just started college and has little contact with the surrounding businesses, but Zhou Xiao has been working in the External Relations Department for over a year. The students around also understood this truth. Zhu Chenglong directly said sarcastically, "Why don't you just give Zhou Xiao your money? Is this competition fair?" Zhou Xiaoli pretended not to hear it and thought to himself that it was also Chen Hansheng who took the initiative to blow it out. He could only say that the young man was too hot-tempered and talked too much, not knowing how to leave a way for himself. Chen Hansheng waved his hand and asked Zhu Chenglong and the others not to make a fuss. He turned his head and asked seriously, "What if I win this competition?" Upon hearing this statement, the student union officials present, from Zhou Xiaoli to Qi Wei, from Yao Qingguo to Zhou Xiao himself, as well as senior students from other departments, all felt that this new student's brain circuit was very strange. They really didn't take Zhou Xiao seriously at all. Zhou Xiao also felt greatly insulted and blurted out, "If you win against me, I'll let you be the deputy minister." This was clearly a statement of anger, but Chen Hansheng responded decisively, "With so many witnesses, I hope you don't speak as if you're farting." 33 When routine doesn't work. Today may be a big news that hasn't been encountered in many years for the student union of the Department of Social Sciences at the Financial College. A brief overview is as follows. Parties involved: Chen Hansheng, freshman and class monitor of Public Management Class 2, and Zhou Xiao, Deputy Minister of External Relations Department. Event: public competition to sponsor the freshman party. Location: Yueguang Commodity Center, Zhongling University City. Referee, Social Science Student Union officials such as Zhou Xiaoli and Qi Wei, as well as a large number of new students watching from the sidelines. This competition was somewhat coincidental, facilitated by many factors such as the instigation of new students, Zhou Xiao's self-esteem, Chen Hansheng's coercion, and language rush, which was both unexpected and reasonable. Although the student union is essentially a non-governmental organization, it has been plagued by a large number of corrupt practices in the officialdom. The government office is not large, and its style is very poor. Even a few simple departments can engage in internal conflicts, and even divide into several factions. Zhou Xiao was obviously following Zhou Xiaoli, but not necessarily cadres from other departments. They just watched the excitement with an attitude of not caring about themselves, hanging high. However, the onlookers were unusually united, and wherever there was oppression, there was resistance. It was absolutely right. The merchants who are sponsored by the People's Network are all in the Yueguang Commodity Center, so I don't need to ask everyone. This is a waste of time and energy. Instead, each person should randomly assign a merchant to see who can attract more sponsorships. On the square of the Volunteer Commodity Center, Vice Chairman of the Human Resources Department, Zhou Xiaoli, announced the rules. Zhou Xiao definitely agrees, although it is random, he is very clear in the External Relations Department which business is easy to coordinate, which business does not give a chance, and Zhou Xiaoli will definitely arrange it well. As expected, Zhou Xiaofen found out that it was a newly opened hair salon, and the firecrackers and paper scraps at the entrance were not cleaned up. The owner was a young man in his 20s, Chen Hansheng was assigned to a furniture store, owned by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Upon seeing such a result, Zhou Xiao thought to himself, what's more than this, just opening a store definitely requires promotion, and young people are easy to talk about. Even a casual conversation can bring in a few hundred yuan in sponsorship. As for the shop owner, having money means having money, but he is also stingy. Moreover, he is engaged in wholesale business and has little interest in retail, so there is no need for excessive promotion. Wait for me. Zhou Xiao glanced at Chen Hansheng and thought to himself that the face he had lost just now happened to come back. Excited, Zhou Xiao pushed open the glass door of this Mi Show barber shop. Originally, the owner was very happy to see business coming, especially with many students standing outside. However, after listening to Zhou Xiao's explanation of their purpose, his face gradually became cold. We just opened and our business is not very good either. The barber shop owner is very reluctant, and the Yueguang Commodity Center is the focus of attention for all university outreach departments in Zhongling University City. Sometimes, there are several waves of students coming to enjoy the autumn breeze in a month. It is precisely because you have just opened that we need to promote it. Our department is preparing to hold a freshman party. You sponsor a banner and leave the final payment, so that all new students in the department can see it. If you sponsor a little more small gift, this store will become famous in our department. This kind of sponsorship has its tricks, and copying it doesn't require too much brain power. However, the effect won't be too good either. Big money won't have it, but small money can get it to some extent. Chen Hansheng was also in the shop. Without saying a word, he lit his cigarette and quietly watched as Zhou Xiao discussed with Mr. Tony at the barber shop. Speaking of the end, Zhou Xiao's tone had already been somewhat pleasing. Qi Wei stood next to Chen Hansheng, shaking her head and sighing, "This is the current situation of our external relations department. Seeking sponsorship is like begging, but it can also train people. This one is quite talkative, and the attitude of the store will be even worse. Zhou Xiao relied on Vice Chairman Zhou Xiaoli behind his back and didn't even pay attention to Minister Qi Wei. For example, the incident at noon was the result of Zhou Xiao's own initiative, but now the entire External Relations Department is losing face. Faced with the information revealed by Qi Wei, Chen Hansheng silently puffed out his cigarette rings and remained silent. Half an hour later, young teacher Tony finally let go and agreed to sponsor a 200 yuan banner, as well as a 300 yuan haircut coupon that could be used as a prize at the freshman party. Thank you, thank you. In school, Zhou Xiao couldn't help but bow and thank him, but Tony's face was cold and indifferent, and he didn't respond much. It's really not easy, but at least there have been some achievements. Zhou Xiaochang took a deep breath, and his expression changed from bowing his head and folding to smug, then looked at Chen Hansheng provocatively. Chen Hansheng threw away his cigarette butt and walked directly to the furniture store, but unexpectedly, an accident occurred at the beginning. The shop owner was originally talking to his neighbor at the door. After seeing Zhou Xiaoli and Qi Wei clearly, he covered the glass door without saying a word. After being shut down, Qi Wei's face felt both embarrassed and angry. Zhou Xiaoli deliberately chose this type of business to give to Chen Hansheng, and the intention of bullying people was too obvious. As for Zhou Xiao, don't talk too freely in her heart. She only hates herself for not being the owner of a furniture store, otherwise she would really have Chen Hansheng kneel down and call him father. I'll help you get started, the rest is up to you. Qi Wei dropped this sentence and took the initiative to push open the glass door, saying, "Hello, Boss Feng, I'm bothering you again. If you really feel disturbed, then don't come." The owner of this furniture store is called Feng Jiwa, who is in his 40s. He has bald hair, wears glasses, and has a slightly high cheekbone. In terms of appearance, he belongs to the category of people who are difficult to deal with. Upon hearing Feng Jiwa's ridicule, Qi Wei said awkwardly, "Our department is having a freshman party and we would like to ask for your sponsorship." A loud bang. Feng Jiwa directly took out the thick ledger and placed it on the counter, and Qi Wei's voice suddenly stopped. "It's not that I don't support it, I also have a lot of foreign debts that I haven't collected, and I don't have the money to sponsor you." Feng Jiwa flipped through his account books and took out his IOU, saying. In the crowd, a student union official complained in a low voice, "This is the same thing. Every time we need sponsorship, he takes out EAS to mock us." From the perspective of business people, Chen Hansheng quite understands. After all, no one's money is blown by strong winds. Since it is useless, there is no need to sponsor. From the perspective of today's competition, Chen Hansheng thought to himself that Zhou Xiaoli really knows how to set a trap, and people like Feng Jiwa basically don't know how to pay. I still said, "You college students are all capable people, whoever can help me get back my foreign debt will use this money as sponsorship." After Feng Jiwa finished speaking, he stared at the group of college students in the Finance Institute. They all had little social experience, and when the sponsorship trick was not used, they could only be helpless. Zhou Xiao is the happiest here, signaling to Zhou Xiaoli to quickly announce the results of the competition. He can't help but prepare for a 360-degree all-weather spiral attack on Chen Hansheng. Seeing Zhou Xiao's excited expression, Chen Hansheng suddenly walked out and asked, "Boss Feng, is there any nearby business that owes you money?" Feng Jiwa was admiring the embarrassment of college students when suddenly he was taken aback. In the past, when he used to throw this trump card, college students would retreat knowing the difficulties. Today, it is rare for anyone to dare to ask. "Are you planning to help me with my account?" It's too far, I'll have the results in the afternoon, Chen Hansheng said. Feng Jiahua looked at Chen Hansheng, tall and big, not ugly at all, but there was always an irresistible mischievous smell around his eyes. He smiled with a frivolous tone and spoke steadily. There is one nearby. The owner of the fruit shop, Feng Jiahua, flipped through the ledger and looked up, saying, "It's the fruit shop across from you." "Where's the promissory note?" Chen Hansheng asked. "The problem lies here." At that time, the promissory note was in duplicate, but the one I kept was lost. When he found out, he refused to admit it, otherwise I would have returned the promissory note so soon. Feng Jiahua said. Chen Hansheng thought to himself that this was still an headless debt without a promissory note, and then asked, "How much does he owe you?" 2,500 yuan. Chen Hansheng nodded and pondered for a moment before suddenly shouting, "Lao Yang, Xiao Zhu Chenglong, do you dare to go with me to ask for debt? What's there to be afraid of? Fourth, don't underestimate people. Class monitor, I'll listen to you all." Chen Hansheng was also polite and took 3 thugs directly to the fruit shop across from him. The students who were watching also clattered and all followed, leaving only Zhou Xiao foolishly saying to Zhou Xiaoli, "Shouldn't I win?" Zhou Xiaoli thought he was sure, but now something has gone wrong. He said impatiently, "You ask me, who the hell do I ask?" 34 waves and twists and turns. Zhou Deshun is the owner of the Zhuji fruit stall at the Yueguang Commodity Center. In the afternoon, he was sprinkling water on fruits when he suddenly saw 4 boys walking quickly across from him. Zhou Deshun thought business was coming and greeted him with a smile on his face. "A few handsome guys, what would you like?" "I don't want fruits, I want money." Chen Hansheng, the leader, replied with a smile. Zhou Deshun then realized that the few people in front of him were not kind. He calmly picked up a fruit knife, picked up the watermelon, and cut it into 2 pieces with a click wipe sound, leaving the bright red juice on the ground. Then he looked up and asked, "What money do you want?" Seeing Zhou shunned a warning with a knife, Yang Xiao and Guo Xiaoqiang exchanged a glance, their eyelids twitching slightly. Chen Hansheng chuckled and surprisingly picked up the small horse at the door and sat next to Zhou Deshun, only 20 centimeters away from the bright fruit knife. "My uncle is Feng Jiahua from a mask shop. I heard you owe him 3,500 yuan, but haven't you repaid it?" As Chen Hansheng spoke, he picked up the cut watermelon and ate it in front of Zhou Deshun's noodles. The neck that was exposed when I lowered my head hung under the sharp watermelon knife. Upon hearing this, Zhou Deshun was momentarily stunned and thought to himself, when did Feng Jiahua have such a big nephew? Then he became furious again. In just 6 months, 2,500 yuan has actually turned into 3,500 yuan, which is even more ruthless than high-interest loans. In fact, it was not just Zhou Deshun, but Yang Xiao and the other 3 were also confused when they heard that 2,500 had become 3,500. However, they thought that Chen Hansheng deliberately charged an extra 1,000 yuan for handling fees, so they didn't make a sound. Compared to Feng Jiahua, Chen Hansheng actually prefers to deal with Zhou Deshun because whether Feng Jiahua is willing to sponsor or not depends on himself. Chen Hansheng really can't force him, but Zhou Deshun has too many loopholes, and Chen Hansheng can easily find a starting point. "Young man, let me tell you, I don't owe your uncle 3,500 yuan. Zhou Deshun said seriously. After finishing his watermelon, Chen Hansheng casually lifted his clothes and wiped his mouth, saying with a smile, "I don't care about that. Uncle said that, I'm only responsible for asking for money." Just as Zhou Deshun was observing these four people with uncertain whether, the students from the finance school who were watching the excitement gradually gathered around the entrance of the fruit shop. Who are they all? Zhou Deshun asked. These people all have a very obvious college student temperament, and Chen Hansheng didn't hide it. These are all my college classmates. If you don't give me back 3,500 yuan, I'll let them move fruits until they reach the full 3,500 yuan. How dare you? Zhou Deshun knocked on the fruit knife with a loud clang and then cursed loudly. Feng Jihua, who is a dog day, deliberately said that his 2,500 yuan debt was 3,500 yuan, and even let a group of college students harass me to do business. Wait for me. After finishing speaking, Zhou Deshun walked to the small warehouse behind him. After a sound of flipping through boxes and cabinets, Zhou Deshun took out a wrinkled promissory note and pasted it on Chen Hansheng's face. Take a closer look. Did I only borrow 2,500 yuan? Your wicked uncle is deceiving you. Chen Hansheng took down the promissory note, which clearly read Zhou Deshun borrowed 2,500 RMB from Feng Jihua due to personal financial constraints, and agreed to repay it within a month. Zhou Deshun waited for Chen Hansheng to finish reading before saying, "Did you see it clearly?" "I see it clearly." Chen Hansheng nodded. "Then return me the promissory note." Zhou Deshun reached out his hand and said. Chen Hansheng smiled and folded the promissory note, putting it in his pocket. "I misunderstood earlier. My uncle actually said it was 2,500 yuan, but now there are all personal and material evidence. Please repay the money, Mr. Zhou," he said. Zhou Deshun was stunned for a while before finally realizing that this person was scamming his promissory note. "You dare to deceive me. I wish Feng Jihua and his whole family the death of your uncle and nephew. Anyway, I'm not very familiar with Boss Feng either." Inside the shop, looking at the 25 yuan bills in front of him, Feng Jihua's face smiled like a flower. "I never expected that I would give up on this money. I didn't expect you to be able to get it back," Feng Jihua said as he reached out to gather the money. Pop. Chen Hansheng pressed it directly with a lighter. "Classmate, what do you mean?" Feng Jihua raised his head and asked. "It doesn't mean much, just reminding Mr. Feng that this is my money." Chen Hansheng smiled heartily. "This is too much. You can take 500 yuan as a bonus, but it doesn't make sense to accept it all," Feng Jihua said with a calm face. The two people who were just in a cooperative state suddenly collapsed due to money, but Chen Hansheng was obviously even more unreasonable, and he had no intention of reasoning. Zhu Chenglong also sneered beside him and said, "Did Mr. Feng forget what he said earlier? Whoever claims to get the debt back, the money will belong to him." This. Feng Jihua paused for a moment and thought to himself, who knew these little dogs could really come back? He pushed his glasses and sneered, "I was just talking. You said it's up to you, but I took it seriously." Chen Hansheng held a cigarette and put 2,500 yuan into his pocket, while Feng Jihua swallowed and spat, but there was nothing he could do. When the money was in Feng Jihua's hands, Chen Hansheng really had no choice, but once it was released and taken by Chen Hansheng, Feng Jihua couldn't retrieve it. "Wait a moment, Minister Zhou. You seem to have secured a sponsorship of 500 yuan just now." At this moment, Zhou Zili and Zhou Xiaozheng were planning to leave quietly. Who would have thought that Chen Hansheng was cunning and fierce, not only deceiving Zhou Deshun's promissory note, but also directly blackmailing the money in front of Feng Jihua. Now Zhou Xiao only wants to be a little transparent, but Chen Hansheng doesn't let him go at all. "All right, I'll take out 501 yuan as a sponsorship for the freshman party, with a small head from Minister Zhou. Chen Hansheng drew out 500 yuan banknotes, then borrowed a coin from Li Zhenyi's and handed it to Qi Wei together. Qi Wei was stunned, unsure whether to accept or refuse. "Why, I don't like it?" Chen Hansheng asked with a smile. Qi Wei gritted her teeth, pretending not to see the gloomy eyes of Vice Chairman Zhou Xiaoli, and directly accepted 501 yuan. "Okay." Guo Xiaoqiang let out a fierce shout, and the new students around him began to cheer. They didn't know the reason, but they always felt that this should be a victory, and they personally participated. Yang Xiao didn't think it was chaotic enough, so he shouted at the backs of Zhou Xiaoli and Zhou Xiao, "We agreed to let the deputy minister out. Why bother now? Forget it, he won't let it out." Chen Hansheng said nonchalantly. Although Zhou Xiao swore in front of so many people, as long as he had thick skin and Zhou Xiaoli supported him, the deputy minister could still hold on. "Drink at night, I'll treat you." Chen Hansheng called out all the students in the class who came specifically to the commodity center to support the scene. In the afternoon, Chen Hansheng showed them another face, which was much more complicated than the students. "Fortunately, he is our class monitor." Yang Xiao and a few others were drinking and cursing, all saying that Zhou Xiao was shameless and didn't recognize these words even after losing. Zhu Chenglong specifically asked, "How can Zhou Xiao obediently withdraw from the External Relations Department?" Chen Hansheng was drinking at the time and didn't think deeply. He replied, "Unless he falls to the ground and can't pick it up, the intensity of this matter in the afternoon is not enough." Zhu Chenglong let out an "oh" and continued drinking without saying a word. After returning in the evening, Chen Hansheng was playing cards with someone when Guo Xiaoqiang suddenly ran in a panic and said, "It's not good, Zhu Chenglong has been playing Zhou Xiao for so long." 35 Fortunately, I didn't see any blood. Upon hearing that Zhu Chenglong had beaten Zhou Xiao, Chen Hansheng knew that the situation was not good. "Where are the two of them now?" Chen Hansheng asked while changing clothes. "Zhou Xiao's dormitory. The second and third year dormitories are adjacent buildings." When Chen Hansheng ran over there, Zhou Xiao's dormitory was already crowded with many people, and there were school security guards wearing uniforms. More importantly, the counselors of Public Management Class 2, Guo's Hongyun and Zhou Xiao, were also present. Clean his mother mess. Chen Hansheng couldn't help but curse in his heart, and finally understood the meaning of the words Zhu Chenglong asked when drinking at night. "This dog day, I beat Zhou Xiao up." Firstly, it helped Chen Hansheng vent his anger. Secondly, it saved Zhou Xiao's face and made him feel embarrassed to stay in the position of Deputy Minister of External Relations. Unexpectedly, the school security and counselors on both sides were alarmed. Zhou Xiao's dormitory was in a mess, with wash basins and chairs falling all over the floor. He sat on the bed with his face covered, and Zhu Chenglong had a swollen bump on his head, which was being held down by school security. No bleeding, fortunate in misfortune. Chen Hansheng breathed a slight sigh of relief in his heart. At this moment, Zhou Xiao also saw Chen Hansheng, his eyes filled with resentment. Chen Hansheng didn't take it to heart and took the initiative to say, "Hello, Teacher Guo." Guo's Hongyun was talking to Zhou Xiao's counselor when he saw Chen Hansheng coming over. He immediately said, "I was just going to find you. I don't want to take care of the student union this afternoon. I'll ask you now. Do you know about tonight's situation?" It's rare for Lao Guo to be so serious. Chen Hansheng reacted quickly and immediately realized that Zhou Xiao had falsely accused him. He was likely to say that Zhu Chenglong had acted at his instigation. However, For Chen Hansheng, this matter is not just about explaining the facts, because once he says I don't know, he is being picked out, but Zhu Chenglong will definitely bear full responsibility. Speaking, do you know Zhou Xiao's counselor was also asking. Zhu Chenglong is not a coward. What he does will not be borne by Chen Hansheng. Just as he was about to argue, Chen Hansheng suddenly glared at him and said, I know. Pop. Guo's Hongyun slammed the table fiercely and said, Chen Hansheng, you are still the class monitor. You were involved in a fight, and a thorough examination is necessary. Chen Hansheng nodded silently and said, I'll write tonight. No, I can't write it now. I must give Zhou Xiao an explanation immediately, Guo's Hongyun said loudly. Chen Hansheng glanced at Guo's Hongyun, wrote an inspection on the spot, and explained on the spot that this was going to end on the spot. It turned out that old Guo planned to quell this controversy as soon as possible. Chen Hansheng and Zhu Chenglong each wrote an inspection on the spot, which was a momentary choice made by Chen Hansheng based on the on-site situation. Zhou Xiao didn't see any blood, so there should be a possibility of covering up the situation. If he stepped forward to help take on the responsibility, the pressure on Zhu Chenglong wouldn't be so great. At this moment, the nurse from the school clinic also came over and examined the wounds of Zhou Xiao and Zhu Chenglong. She shook her head and said, It's not a big deal, you don't need to take any anti-inflammatory drugs. Damn it, Zhou Xiao almost called the principal over. Chen Hansheng thought to himself that Zhou Xiao was well aware of the tricks he was playing, and he deliberately made things worse. You should first check this matter, then apologize to Zhou Xiao, and finally report the final punishment result after the department studies it. Guo's Hongyun stared and said. Chen Hansheng's face was as heavy as water, and Zhu Chenglong was anxious. He didn't expect things to get so big. In high school, fighting was even more intense, but it didn't have such an impact. Zhu Chenglong was frightened by Guo's Hongyun's apparent thunderous anger, and he couldn't see through his counselor's intention of thunder is loud, raindrops are small. The school security saw that the situation was under control and both counselors were present, so he left with the nurse. Essentially, it was just a small matter of a fight, and the security guard was not sure why the student named Zhou Xiao called both the medical room and the security room when notifying the counselor. Sorry, Senior Zhou Xiao. Today was a moment of confusion for us, and we have now realized our mistake. Please forgive us. Chen Hansheng and Zhu Chenglong publicly apologized, while Zhou Xiao remained silent. Sorry, Senior Zhou Xiao. Chen Hansheng apologized loudly again, but Zhou Xiao remained silent. Guo's Hongyun and Zhou Xiao's counselor glanced at each other and said, Since Zhou Xiao doesn't forgive you now, don't get in the way here. Let's go back to the dormitory and wait for the outcome. After they finished speaking, they yawned and left. Zhou Xiao seemed to have been killed on the phone. Old Guo was so scared that he didn't even have time to wear his underwear, and as a result, his skin wasn't even torn. Two counselors walked to the lower floor of the teacher's dormitory, blocking the wind and lighting and smoking. Suddenly, Zhou Xiao's counselor said, I didn't expect it. Did you also see it? Guo's Hongyun asked in reverse. Isn't that nonsense? Your class monitor is obviously helping people with the pot. Guo's Hongyun sighed and said, I just heard about the afternoon student union. Your students are too narrow-minded, and my class monitor has a wild personality. Zhou Xiao's counselor nodded and said, Zhou Xiao is quite intelligent, but his mind is a bit crooked. This setback may not be a bad thing. I hope to learn something, otherwise I will suffer if I enter society. Guo's Honggyun let out a hum sound, and the issue of entering society was no longer within their consideration. As they parted ways, old Guo suddenly said, "Where was my student's inspection just now? Why, are you worried that I might quietly hand it over?" Guo's Honggyun rushed over with a smile and said, "The director is already very busy. It's better not to trouble him with this small matter." Chen Hansheng and Xiao were not yet aware that their counselors had reached a peace agreement. Xiao felt it was a pity and had known for a long time that they would not have resisted. If they were really injured, at least Chen Hansheng could bear a punishment steadily. Now that these two bastards have suffered a few times without any pain or itching, they may not even have received any criticism in the end. "You go back first," Chen Hansheng suddenly said to Zhu Chenglong. Zhu Chenglong held back what he wanted to say, and after he left, Chen Hansheng began to help tidy up Xiao's dormitory. Xiao sneered, "You don't need to pretend to be kind." Chen Hansheng was too lazy to pay attention until he had packed everything up. Before leaving, Chen Hansheng said to Xiao, "If you weren't a college student, you wouldn't have looked at me even if you died in front of me." Xiao was shocked when she heard this. Chen Hansheng's intention was very clear. If he had already entered society, Chen Hansheng would not have any sense of guilt. After returning to the dormitory, the boys in the class gathered around the corridor, and they also knew the reason for the whole thing. Zhu Chenglong had realized his mistake and timidly said, "Hansheng, I didn't think so." Bing! Chen Hansheng suddenly stretched out his foot and kicked it out, and Zhu Chenglong was hit hard. Then Chen Hansheng walked back to the room without saying a word. The boys helped Zhu Chenglong up. He had a good ability to resist attacks, bared his teeth and rubbed the area where he was kicked, hesitating whether to go in again and apologize. The boys around didn't know how to handle it, but in the end, they forced the young man Jin Yangming to step forward. He pushed the frame of his glasses with his middle finger and analyzed, "I think this is a good thing. Since Brother Chen kicked this, it means he has forgiven you." Upon hearing the truth, Zhu Chenglong pushed open the door and hobbled into the dormitory, only to find Chen Hansheng smoking. "Class monitor, I'm really sorry. I was reckless after drinking and asked you to help me with the cooking." Chen Hansheng turned around and looked at Zhu Chenglong with a guilty face. He shook his head and threw a cigarette at him. "It can't be said that it's completely ineffective. Deputy Minister Xiao, he really can't continue." 36 New Deputy Minister. As expected by Chen Hansheng, Xiao resigned 2 days later. Moreover, as the saying goes, when the wall falls and everyone pushes, many black materials were dug out by Xiao in the External Relations Department before. What is the suspicion of using one's position to invite girls for meals, soliciting sponsorships, and relying on someone behind the scenes to not take Minister Qi Wei seriously? Dirty water seemed to have eyes, and it all rushed towards Xiao. This was partly due to Xiao's own unclean hands and feet, as well as being fueled by someone else. Finally, even Zhou Xiaoli couldn't persuade him, and Zhou Xiaodi was determined to leave the sad place of the student union. "Xiaoli, Zhou Xiao has left the External Relations Department. We need to appoint a deputy minister, otherwise how could Qi Wei be so busy coming over?" After a meeting one day, another vice chairman of the student union, Hu Xiaoping, suddenly mentioned. Zhou Xiaoli was extremely anxious about Zhou Xiao's situation and said cautiously, "The External Relations Department also has Yao Qingguo, and Qi Wei is also very capable. I don't think this matter is urgent." However, the only female vice chairman, Mu Ling, also holds the same view. The preparation for the freshman party has begun, and the External Relations Department needs to quickly obtain sufficient sponsorship. At this time, special measures should be taken to increase the promotion of capable new members as soon as possible. Recently, Zhou Xiaoli has been particularly sensitive to the words newcomer and newcomer. Looking at the tacit gaze of Hu Xiaoping and Mu Ling, Zhou Xiaoli suddenly realized something. "Who are you planning to promote as vice minister?" asked Zhou Xiaoli. Hu Xiaoping and Mu Ling exchanged a glance, and Hu Xiaoping coughed and said, "Regarding this candidate, we have also considered it from the perspective of fairness, justice, and new public opinion." "Don't say such nonsense, I want to know who it is." Left Xiaoli interrupted loudly. "Chen Hansheng, Class 2, Public Administration, Department of Human Resources and Social Sciences." Mu Ling said calmly. Zhou Xiaoli was not too surprised by this answer, just sneered twice. "Since both of you have decided, why ask me when it's 2-1? Hu Xiaoping and Mu Ling remained silent, with only one position as chairman, which could not only reduce the strength of other competitors but also insert a nail. Why not? According to convention, new deputy ministers are required to have talks. "Would you like to participate?" Hu Xiaoping asked. "It's natural," Zhou Xiaoli said with hatred. This is Chen Hansheng's second interview with the student union, but the first interview was for an ordinary member of the External Relations Department, and the second interview was already for the Deputy Director of the External Relations Department. The time difference between before and after is less than a week, so the fate in this world is really strange. There is an empty activity room in the College Student Activity Center, where the interview will take place. Chen Hansheng pushed the door and found 2 men and 1 woman inside. One of them was Zhou Xiaoli, who was staring at Chen Hansheng with a gloomy face. The 2 vice-chairmen first introduced themselves and then talked about the internal management order of the student union. Chen Hansheng listened casually, and just as the performance procedures were about to be completed, Zhou Xiaoli suddenly said, "Chen Hansheng, do you think you can become a student union cadre? I advise you to think carefully." Originally, after Zhou Xiao resigned, Chen Hansheng decided to stop here, but unexpectedly, Zhou Xiaoli jumped out again. Chen Hansheng doesn't mind at all. A person with such a personality will definitely have enemies, but he will also have more friends than enemies. "Don't worry, thank you for the organization's trust. I will definitely not disappoint the leader's cultivation." Chen Hansheng raised his eyebrows and politely agreed. Watching Zhou Xiaoli and Chen Hansheng pinch each other as soon as they met, Hu Xiaoping felt that taking a clever move was like setting a trap for the competitors. Only Mu Ling frowned imperceptibly. With the support of 2 vice-chairmen, it was almost certain that Chen Hansheng would become the Deputy Minister of External Relations. Before leaving, Zhou Xiaoli angrily threw out a sentence. "Hu Xiaoping, Mu Ling, I have witnessed with my own eyes what happened at the Yueguang Commodity Center. This person is inherently a thug, and you will definitely regret it in the future." After Zhou Xiaoli left, both Hu Xiaoping and Mu Ling felt a bit embarrassed. They had intended to say some congratulations and encouragement, but Chen Hansheng patted his buttocks and stood up. "2 leaders, is there anything else you need?" "No, it's gone." Mu Ling paused for a moment and said, "Okay, then goodbye when you have time." Chen Hansheng waved his hand and left downstairs. Hu Xiaoping and Mu Ling looked at each other, and after a while, Hu Xiaoping said, "I thought he would thank us." Mu Lingzin said that this was originally a mutual use of relationships. Chen Hansheng was able to dig out 2,500 yuan from the hands of Ge Longtai like Feng Jihua. How could we possibly have deceived him? Maybe he had already seen through it. I really don't know what Xiao Yi thinks. She actually asked me to support Chen Hansheng as the deputy minister, and I don't know if I can handle him. No one expected that Chen Hansheng could become the deputy minister of the External Relations Department, but there was Chi Wei behind the scenes. However, in the past month since the start of the school year, while other students have been struggling to adapt to the pace of university life, Chen Hansheng has already become the class monitor and deputy director of the External Relations Department of the Department of Human Resources and Social Sciences. On the morning of October 1st, Chen Hansheng, Xiao Rongyu, Wang Zibo, and Gao Jieliang stood at the east gate with luggage. They say you don't need your dad to pick us up. We took the bus home long ago last night. Chen Hansheng wiped his sweat and said, it's already October, and the autumn tigers in Jianyi are still exuding their femininity. You don't want to hitchhike, you can also take a bus now. Xiao Rongyu pouted and said. Originally, Chen Hansheng didn't plan to go back this National Day holiday, but couldn't stand Liang Meijuan's nagging on the phone. In the end, he decided to go home to see his mother, but the time has not been determined yet. Coincidentally, since Xiao Rongyu's father came to Jianyi from the port city to pick up his daughter, he conveniently brought back Chen Hansheng and a few others. All right, that 7-seater car with the Hong Kong City license plate should be Uncle Xiao. Hansheng, you need to be more mature and not forget the gentlemanly demeanor. We are now college students. Gao Jieliang never missed any opportunity to set himself off, especially stepping on Chen Hansheng. Damn it, iron-licked dog. Chen Hansheng spat and cursed. Xiao Rongyu's father also saw this group of people and slowly approached the roadside. At this moment, Gao Jieliang, who had just mentioned gentlemanly demeanor, was already in a sprint state. Chen Hansheng glanced at him and understood his intention. The most comfortable part of a 7-seater car is the middle 2 seats. Xiao Rongyu needs to occupy one of them, and the remaining one becomes the throne. The reason is simple, it is closest to Xiao Rongyu and the most spacious. After the car was parked, Gao Jieliang was about to charge upwards when Chen Hansheng stopped him and said, "Let me get on first. I want to sit in the last row." Gao Jieliang paused for a moment. Although he didn't know why Chen Hansheng took the initiative to sit at the back, this 7-seater car was originally driven by the back seat. In a moment of daze, Chen Hansheng had easily boarded the car, but he sat down steadily in the middle. Gao Jieliang looked dumbfounded and asked blankly, "Chen Hansheng, didn't you say you were sitting at the back?" "Oh, I suddenly changed my mind just now," Chen Hansheng said calmly. Wang Zibo saw the situation and immediately pulled out the passenger seat, leaving only the last row for Gao Jieliang. "Don't block the way, Xiao Rongyu is still sunbathing in the back." Chen Hansheng kindly signaled to Gao Jieliang to get on the car quickly. Gao Jieliang had no choice but to grit his teeth and curse, "Chen Hansheng, if I trust you again in the future, I will be a dog." 37 Charming misunderstandings. Xiao Hongyuan sat in the driver's seat in front of him, watching every little movement between Chen Hansheng and Gao Jieliang. Thinking back to the incident at the steamed bun shop that day, he couldn't help but laugh. Chen Ziyajun is such a kind person, but his son is so mischievous. Xiao Hongyuan comes from a background in criminal investigation and instinctively observes the every move of those around him. The states of these young people are all different. Wang Zibo is probably sitting in the passenger seat, being the most respectful and honest. Although Gao Jieliang sat in the last row, he never forgot to pay attention to Xiao Rongyu. Xiao Rongyu sometimes plays with her phone and sometimes talks to Gao Jieliang about school matters. On the surface, she doesn't see much, but her knees are always facing Chen Hansheng's direction. This micro-action reflects some subconscious thoughts in her heart. Chen Hansheng is probably the least restrained. He tilted his back to 160 degrees and bought a newspaper at the gas station. Along the way, he either read the news or slept. Occasionally, he enthusiastically inquired about the gossip news in the police force, but rarely participated in the topics of Gao Jieliang and Xiao Rongyu. This bastard actually thinks that little fish is childish. Xiao Hongyuan captured this information from Chen Hansheng's subtle actions. It's easy to talk about school topics that involve the student union, because after military training, it's a wave of recruitment for clubs. Gao Jieliang said with pride, "Before the holiday, I just passed the preliminary exam of the publicity department. After returning to school, I will have a second interview, so there shouldn't be much problem." Wang Zibo looked envious and said, "That's not bad. I went to the organization department for an interview and was rejected, so I couldn't even get into the second interview. You all went to the student union, I didn't even think about whether or not to join." Xiao Rongyu is a bit distressed. She is now facing the attention of her classmates, seniors, and even other male students from other schools. If she were to join the student union again, she could imagine being surrounded by various confessions all day long. "Xiao Chen, what about you?" Xiao Rongyu saw Chen Hansheng leisurely reading the newspaper and took the initiative to ask. "I am currently the Deputy Minister of External Relations." Chen Hansheng didn't even look away from the newspaper and casually said, "Puff." Upon hearing these words, Gao Jieliang immediately made an exaggerated spray of water and sneered, "Hansheng, you have become the class monitor and your tail is hanging high. Your words are not practical at all. If you are the deputy minister, I will eat up all the feces in the restroom of the Hong Kong Sports Center." Xiao Rongyu and Wang Zibo didn't believe it either. There was no vice minister in their freshman year. However, Xiao Hongyuan glanced through the rearview mirror and found that Chen Hansheng's body movements had very little fluctuation when speaking, not like he was lying. He asked, "Is it rare to be a vice minister in his freshman year?" "It's basically impossible." Gao Jieliang exclaimed loudly, "Who would make a freshman become the deputy minister? I really think he's a superhero who saves the world." "Chen Hansheng, do you think so?" "I don't want to talk to people who cheat on food and drink." Chen Hansheng ignored Gao Jieliang, tilted his head back, and soon started snoring. "Cut." Gao Jieliang sneered and pursed his lips. Xiao Hongyuan has a clear idea in his mind that it is almost impossible, but there is still a possibility. It takes 4 hours for a private car from Jianyi to Gangcheng, but as he was getting home, Xiao Hongyuan suddenly received a phone call and hung up, saying, "There is a temporary task in the bureau. I will put you down at the 4 crossroads ahead. I still have quite a bit of luggage." Xiao Rongyu pointed to the trunk. When she checked in, she had 5 or 6 boxes, and when she returned, she also had 2 or 3. "I really don't know where the girl can hold so many things." "It's okay, Uncle Xiao. I can help Rongyu move it." Gao Jieliang immediately raised his hand and said, "I can also help." Wang Zibo felt that sitting in someone else's car would definitely not allow him to stand idly by, especially in contact with Xiao Rongyu. Only Chen Hansheng pretended not to hear, "Anyway, it's not without labor." "Then let Chen Hansheng help me move it." Unfortunately, Xiao Rongyu did not allow him to achieve his wish, and he nodded at Chen Hansheng like a general. Chen Hansheng had no choice but to think that if he had known I had returned yesterday, it would have been Wang Zibo's fault for saving this 100 yuan on the car fare. It's around 4 p.m. now, and the weather in Port City is the most comfortable at this time. Early autumn swept away the last trace of heat in late summer, leaving only a refreshing and comfortable feeling. The sunshine was warm and peaceful, and there were several uncles wearing singles playing chess on the roadside. Bicycles slowly brushed past, occasionally bringing up flying leaves. Xiao Rongyu walked ahead in a playful manner, her hair tied in a ponytail swaying with her movements. She was nearly 1.7 meters tall and delicate, and a girl with such a back figure would definitely not be ugly. Chen Hansheng was secretly admiring, but unexpectedly, Xiao Rongyu suddenly turned around as he walked, with a delicate and flower-like melon seed face facing Chen Hansheng. Why? Chen Hansheng was startled. Why didn't you want to help me move my luggage just now? You would have been the first to rush up before. Xiao Rongyu's black and white eyes were somewhat unhappy. Chen Hansheng thought to himself, it's different who helped you move. But when he opened his mouth, he said, I wanted to talk too, but Zibo and Gao Jialiang took the lead. Really? Xiao Rongyu asked suspiciously. It's true, I'm too embarrassed to compete with them. Chen Hansheng said with a sincere expression on his face. Next time you encounter such a situation, you can't be more humble. Xiao Rongyu furrowed his slender willow eyebrows and taught Chen Hansheng how to make it. Chen Hansheng only wants to finish sending Xiao Rongyu and then go home to lie down, so he will try his best to meet any strange requests from Xiao Rongyu. For example, Xiao Rongyu asked Chen Hansheng to buy tomatoes on sticks when he saw them on the roadside. Chen Hansheng shook his head and said, I don't have any change on me. He really doesn't have any change, except for the whole 100 yuan banknote. But that's also easy to handle. Xiao Rongyu took out 1 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Chen Hansheng. I have it here, you go buy it. Chen Hansheng opened his eyes wide and thought to himself, is a woman's brain circuit a triangle? If you go straight, don't deviate, take turns. If you have money, just buy it yourself. However, in order to go home early, Chen Hansheng did so. After getting the tomatoes on sticks, Xiao Rongyu was in a good mood. After eating a hawthorn wrapped in sugar flakes with long and charming eyes, his lips became bright. Do you want to have one? Xiao Rongyu asked. Don't do it. Chen Hansheng shook his head. He didn't have much interest in these sweets, but the more he refused, Xiao Rongyu insisted that Chen Hansheng eat one. Okay, I'll eat. Chen Hansheng sighed helplessly and silently swore in his heart, I will be a dog when I go home with Xiao Rongyu in the future. Xiao Rongyu holds tomatoes on sticks to Chen Hansheng's mouth. Chen Hansheng is reluctant to open his mouth. Suddenly, he is stunned. It turns out that the old man Chen Zayajun and a group of people come from the opposite side. Chen Zayajun was also surprised to meet Chen Hansheng here. What's more, a girl was feeding him tomatoes on sticks. However, neither father nor son took the initiative to say hello, so they froze the picture in their hearts. After delivering Xiao Rongyu safely, Chen Hansheng refused her mother's invitation to have dinner with her and returned to his own home. Liang Meijuan, who had just finished work, complained that Chen Hansheng didn't know how to give advance notice and took out the food from the refrigerator to thaw, which even implicated Chen Zayajun after work. Chen Zayajun, your son is now very skilled. He doesn't even know how to make a phone call during holidays. When will he quietly bring you a daughter-in-law? Let's see if you're surprised. The speaker had no intention, the listener had intention. Liang Meijuan was chattering incessantly, while Chen Zayajun and Chen Hansheng exchanged a tacit glance. At the moment when their eyes met, the bored father and son also turned their heads away. 38 Heartbroken Women. At 11:30 p.m., Chen Hansheng, who usually doesn't stay up late, still stood in front of the TV, constantly changing the color images that reflected the colorful walls. Dad. Probably receiving a silent signal from old Chen Hansheng also sat down on the sofa in the living room. I didn't sleep so late. Chen Hansheng took a look at his son. He still kept the naughty image of Chen Hansheng when he was a child in his mind. In a blink of an eye, he was an 18-year-old boy, and a girl even fed him tomatoes on sticks. Dad, I want to say afternoon. Chen Hansheng plans to make it public with Chen Hansheng because he has nothing to do with Xiao Rongyu and their relationship is very innocent. Unexpectedly, Chen Hansheng waved his hand grandly and said, "No need to explain, I'm not as feudal as your mother. As long as a girl has good character, she can take a look around. It's not Dad, Xiao Rongyu, and I really." Chen Hansheng must explain clearly. Oh, the name Xiao Rongyu sounds quite familiar. Chen Hansheng interrupted again, frowning as he carefully recalled the source. The daughter of Captain Xiao of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Public Security Bureau. Chen Hansheng can only first explain the identity of Xiao Rongyu. So it's Xiao Hongwei's daughter. Chen Hansheng suddenly realized and smiled, saying, Uncle Xiao was the most beautiful man in the Hong Kong public security system when he was young. No wonder the girl is so beautiful, not bad. Dad, Xiao Rongyu and I are just normal classmates, not as you think. Chen Hansheng finally found the opportunity to elaborate on this fact. Unexpectedly, Chen Hansheng smiled and said, "Why are young people nowadays even more timid than us? At that time they even use their classmate relationships as a cover. It's really like I don't watch TV dramas on a regular basis." Looking at old Chen, who was immersed in his own imagination and unable to extricate himself, Chen Hansheng suddenly didn't want to explain. In the end, everything would come to light. Dad, were you a little worried before you knew the identity of that girl? Chen Hansheng changed the topic and asked. How could it be? Old Chen denied, I've been watching TV all along, there's no way I'm worried. Oh. Chen Hansheng nodded and watched TV with him for a while. When he was about to go back to the bedroom to rest, he patted old Chen's back and said, with the remote control for the air conditioner, can I change the TV channel? Chen Hansheng took a closer look and indeed held the air conditioning switch in his hand. No wonder the TV hasn't changed at all since he pressed it. I'll go to bed first. The little old man worries all day alone, and when he's really bored, he'll argue with my mom. Chen Hansheng waved his hand and said. Old Chen said he wasn't worried, but he kept guessing the girl's identity in his heart until it was clear that she was Xiao Hongwei's daughter. Chen Hansheng shook his head and looked at his own son's back, muttering, stinky kid. The 7-day National Day holiday was a bit long, and after seeing his grandparents, Chen Hansheng couldn't find anything to do. I received a phone call from Xiao Rongyu in the middle, inviting Chen Hansheng to have a chat at an ice drink shop, along with several other high school classmates. However, Chen Hansheng found reasons to refuse. Firstly, Chen Hansheng doesn't have many common topics with them, and secondly, he doesn't want to be misunderstood for having something to do with Xiao Rongyu. Zibo, go play billiards tonight. Chen Hansheng called Wang Zibo. Wang Zibo immediately agreed. If Chen Hansheng hadn't taken him out, he would have to study with his mother at home. Chen Hansheng is very familiar with the internet cafes, discos, and KTVs in Hong Kong City. He took Wang Zibo to a billiards room on the second floor and an entertainment venue in the disco on the first floor. While drinking beer and playing billiards, Wang Zibo felt the thunderous vibration downstairs, and his dark face was filled with excitement. Xiao Chen, I didn't expect there to be such a fun place in Hong Kong City. Wang Zibo shouted loudly, trying to suppress the deafening music. Chen Hansheng chewed his gum, smiled silently, and only aimed at the numbered ball on the table. Today, Wang Zibo is obviously not up to standard. He always peeks at the girls coming up from the first floor. They wear fishing net stockings with navel exposed and wear heavy makeup. When they pass by, they can smell perfume mixed with alcohol. Chen Hansheng didn't rush either, patiently waiting for Wang Zibo to shift his gaze back. Wang Zibo felt a bit embarrassed and said, "It's already October, isn't it cold?" "What do you know, this is called beautiful frozen," Chen Hansheng replied with a smile. A few girls were impressed when they saw Chen Hansheng. The young man had a mischievous smile on his face, and getting along with him should be very interesting. However, Chen Hansheng was not very interested. Sometimes, when he got tired, he would pat the slender waist of the girls around him and say, "The little black guy across from him is still a virgin. Go and tease him." Originally, Wang Zibo looked enviously at Chen Hansheng flirting with these sexy girls, but when it was his turn, he blushed and didn't know how to deal with it. At 10 p.m., Chen Hansheng and Wang Zibo left this entertainment venue, and Wang Zibo didn't really want to leave yet. Chen Hansheng lit his cigarette while warning, "Girls who often go to nightclubs, no matter how beautiful they are, it doesn't matter if they occasionally come into contact. Don't be too serious." "What else?" Halfway through, Wang Zibo noticed that Chen Hansheng suddenly fell silent. He followed his gaze and saw Xiao Rongyu and two female classmates quietly looking at the roadside not far away. They should have just come out of the ice drink shop preparing to go home, and Xiao Rongyu is still holding a cold drink in his hand. Wang Zibo immediately turned around and pretended not to know each other. Chen Hansheng could not hide his ignorance like this. He thought it was too embarrassing for his mother to meet him so accidentally. "Good evening, has the party ended so soon? It seems that your family is not in this direction, Xiao Rongyu." Chen Hansheng tried his best to maintain a normal tone and pace of speech, and constantly hinted in his heart that he had nothing to do with Xiao Rongyu, so going to a bar was normal and reasonable. "I just don't know why, there's always an indelible sense of guilt. Didn't you say to go to my grandmother's house tonight?" Xiao Rongyu spoke, but his voice was even colder than the autumn wind. Chen Hansheng didn't know how to answer. He didn't want to attend the evening party, so he used this reason to deceive Xiao Rongyu. Now the lie has been exposed in person. At this moment, Xiao Rongyu's fair face was filled with a feeling of sadness. "Chen Hansheng, when we were just chatting, Xiao Yu even said he could try to accept you." A female classmate couldn't bear to watch, but as soon as she said a few words, she was interrupted by Xiao Rongyu's cold voice. "It's gone." She placed the drink in her hand on the ground, took a sniff, and said, "Let's go." The figure turned around resolutely, the autumn wind blew, and Xiao Rongyu's soft hair was as tender as a thread of love under the street lamp. From afar, one can still hear the voice of a female classmate. "Chen Hansheng, you're not a person." Today, the ice drink shop just released a delicious fruit drink. Xiao Yu especially bought it to be delivered to your home, but you came to these places without telling her. Go to hell, scumbag. Chen Hansheng suddenly realized that Xiao Rongyu was taking this path to bring himself drinks. "Xiao Chen, it seems like you really caught Xiao Rongyu." Wang Zibo looked uneasy and said, "Then, it seems like it's lost again." 39 Ambitious parents. Do Do. Hello, I'm Xiao Hongwei. Hello Uncle Xiao, my name is Chen Hansheng and I would like to find Xiao Rongyu. Hansheng, Xiao is resting now. You can call back tomorrow. Do. Hello, who is that? Good morning, Uncle Xiao. I'm Chen Hansheng. Could you please ask Xiao Rongyu to answer the phone? Xiao Yu has gone out, I'm sorry. Do. Uncle Xiao, I'm Chen Hansheng. I want to find Xiao Rongyu. Xiao Yu hasn't come back yet, you can call back tonight. It's okay, could you please tell her that I returned to school today? Upon hearing these words, the other end of the phone suddenly quieted down, as if someone had covered the microphone. Chen Hansheng had good hearing ability and could vaguely recognize Xiao Hongwei's blurry voice. He's going back to school today. Chen Hansheng couldn't hear anyone answering. After a while, Xiao Hongwei picked up the microphone and said, Hansheng, I will convey it. Please be careful and report to your parents at school. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Hongwei looked at Xiao Rongyu with a worried expression and said with heartache, why did we argue about something? Tell Dad. Xiao Rongyu was wearing a milky white camisole nightgown, with her hair scattered casually. She sat on the sofa with her knees in her arms, looking haggard and her eyes slightly swollen. Her delicate melon seed face appeared a bit pointed. She didn't speak either, just sat dumbfounded. After Xiao Rongyu returned last night, he directly locked the bedroom door, and soon Chen Hansheng called. Not only from the perspective of occupational sensitivity, but also from the perspective of his father's identity, Xiao Hongwei knows that this matter must be related to Chen Hansheng. Your mother is coming back soon, she will definitely ask after you when she sees you in such a state. Xiao Hongwei sighed and said. This sentence finally came into effect. It seemed that Xiao Rongyu didn't want his mother to notice anything and finally stood up to wash up. Little fish. Xiao Hongwei suddenly shouted at her, are you and Chen Hansheng in love? Xiao Rongyu suddenly turned around and said decisively, no, it didn't happen before, it doesn't happen now, and it will never happen again. Xiao Hongwei let out a sigh. He was a newcomer and an expert in criminal investigation. It was clear whether his daughter was lying or not. At noon, Xiao Rongyu's mother, Yueguang, came home from work. She saw her husband washing vegetables in the kitchen and took off his coat to help. Where's the little fish? Yueguang asked. I just woke up and was washing up. Xiao Hongwei took the initiative to help his daughter smooth out a lie. Yueguang felt a bit strange, she rarely woke up so late before. It's on vacation, it's normal to sleep a few more hours. Xiao Hongwei pretended to be impatient, but Yueguang didn't continue asking. After a while, Xiao Hongwei pretended not to care and said, I remember you and Chen Zhejian's wife were quite familiar, right? Liang Meijuan. Yueguang said, I used to be quite familiar, but I haven't had much contact lately. When you have time, make an appointment to have a meal. You still need to keep in touch with friends, Xiao Hongwei said while picking vegetables. What, is Chen Zhejian going to be promoted? Yueguang, who was also within the system, immediately thought of this possibility. Xiao Hongwei couldn't help but laugh and say, at our age, we're all thinking about promotion. It's just about making an appointment to sit down. Seeing her husband not telling the truth, Yueguang stopped asking. Xiao Hongwei's work often involves the principle of confidentiality, and family members cannot ask more questions. Okay, I'll go help little fish tie her hair. I'll make an appointment when I have time. After Yueguang left the kitchen, Xiao Hongui wiped the water stains on his hands and sighed, "We have almost reached the top. We need to plan for our children early now." A similar scene also occurred in Chen Hansheng's home, but it was a completely different atmosphere. "Why is my life so hard? I haven't had a good day marrying into the Chen family. It's easy to hope that my son grows up, but the result is also a heartless dog." Chen Hansheng had to return to school before the holiday ended, and Liang Meijuan couldn't persuade him to nag beside him. "I am the class monitor now, and time does not belong to me. It belongs to all the students of public management class 2. Mom, I can't help but feel helpless." Chen Hansheng packed his luggage while talking nonsense. "Pooh, I really don't know how the class teacher chose you as the class monitor. Liang Meijuan knows her son, and when he doesn't want to tell the truth, she can run a train on her lips. Chen Hansheng always organizes his luggage by himself, and Chen Zhejian and Liang Meijuan won't interfere. This is a habit formed over the years." However, when she saw 2 Hong Kong specialty chicken geese in the package, Liang Meijuan asked, "For the dormitory students?" "No, it's for the homeroom teacher," Chen Hansheng said. "This time, we are dedicated to bringing local specialties to Guo's Honggao's hometown. Firstly, we would like to thank him for his help in quelling the incident of beating people last time. Secondly, we will continue to maintain our personal relationship with him." Chen Hansheng cannot even give a red envelope of 10 cents to Guo's Honggaon. Let's not talk about whether he will accept it. Once money is involved, this relatively simple teacher-student relationship will immediately deteriorate. Before leaving, Liang Meijuan took out another 1,000 yuan and asked Chen Hansheng to take it with her. Chen Hansheng didn't want to say, "I'm not short of money now. How much more is the 2,000 yuan living allowance I brought at the beginning of the school year?" Liang Meijuan is not at ease, she must ask clearly. "Half done." Chen Hansheng spoke truthfully. Liang Meijuan hesitated for a moment and said, "It's only been a month. How did you use it?" Previously, when Chen Hansheng was studying at home, the monthly living expenses for a family of 3 were only about 1,000 yuan. Now that Chen Hansheng has gone to college, Liang Meijuan and Chen Zhejian only need a few hundred yuan per month for their daily expenses. Eating, drinking, and buying groceries, men always socialize, Chen Hansheng said nonchalantly. "You don't even have a girlfriend, and you still learn how to socialize." Liang Meijuan almost got angry and laughed, but she was also a bit strange. "Then you don't want this 1,000 yuan? I made 2,500 elsewhere, and I always have enough money." Chen Hansheng didn't want to explain too much, so he pushed open the door and said, "Old Chen, old lady, I'll leave first. Take good care of your health at home and argue whenever you have nothing to do. Just don't fight." Watching Chen Hansheng leave, Liang Meijuan suddenly felt a little lonely. "Old Chen, are we getting old? How do you say that? I feel like Hansheng doesn't even need us anymore, he doesn't want any money, and he doesn't want to talk about anything. He already has his own world." Chen Zhejian smiled and gently hugged his wife's shoulder, saying, "This is not good. We can also worry less in the future." "This won't work." Liang Meijuan suddenly frowned and said, "I still have to take care of this little bastard. Do you have any colleagues or friends who have a suitable daughter? Let them get married as soon as they graduate from college." "Perhaps there is." Chen Zhejian didn't even know that Chen Hansheng and Xiao Rongyu had already broken up, and this delicate figure couldn't help but come to mind. 40 An empty and dilapidated small wallet. Chen Hansheng did not call Wang Zibo when he returned to Jianyi this time. He took a long-distance bus for over 5 hours alone and arrived at the school after 6 p.m. in the evening. The sky was gloomy, with light rain falling. Although it wasn't big, my whole body was sticky and uncomfortable. Chen Hansheng cursed in his heart, Jianyi is like this. On rainy days, the historical atmosphere of the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties fills the air, which cannot be grasped or seen, but can always be felt. When in a good mood, you can also write a poem. When feeling down, one can only add more loneliness. Chen Hansheng ran towards the dormitory in the light rain, but as he passed by the library, he suddenly saw a familiar figure and shouted loudly, "Stop!" Shen Youchu had just finished her part-time job at the library. After a day, her arms were sore as she lay out her books. She was about to go to the cafeteria for a meal and then return to the dormitory to review her studies when suddenly she heard a fierce voice. It seems like a man, and he's a bit familiar with it. Shen Youchu carefully turned his head and saw Chen Hansheng standing behind him, almost throwing the umbrella in fear. "I won't eat you again, why do you have such an expression?" Looking at Shen Youchu with a guarded face, Chen Hansheng became even more unhappy. "No, not really." Shen Youchu dared not face Chen Hansheng directly and turned half of his body. Chen Hansheng snorted coldly and stared at Shen Youchu before suddenly saying, "I don't want to eat alone tonight. You can accompany me." "Ah." Shen Youchu looked up in a panic, realizing that the experience of having dinner with Chen Hansheng at the same table last time had become a nightmare for her. "Why, unwilling?" Chen Hansheng's attitude is domineering and a bit harsh. Shen Youchu remained silent, her peach blossom eyes under the umbrella were already slightly wet, and her rosy lips were tightly pursed. "Damn it, I really want to take a deep breath. The taste must be very sweet." Chen Hansheng finally shifted his gaze from Shen Youchu's mouth and said seriously, "We are classmates. We should help each other. We're not in a good mood today. How about treating me to a meal?" Shen Youchu looked up in frustration and didn't dare to say anything. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered, "So, what do you want to eat?" Shen Youchu probably had the intention of repaying her kindness, because Chen Hansheng helped her pay the class fee. She was originally planning to wait for the income from her part-time job to come down before repaying the money. However, for Chen Hansheng, these things don't matter. After all, he will be his boyfriend and girlfriend in the future. He suggested, "Recently, the second cafeteria has released a new small hot pot. Let's go and have a hot pot." "Oh, how much is that?" This is the issue that Shen Youchu is most concerned about. "Lamb and shrimp together, about 50 yuan. Chen Hansheng threw a sky number. Shen Youchu was stunned for a moment before saying, "Can I go back to the dormitory first?" Chen Hansheng thought she needed to change clothes, while Shen Youchu was still wearing the old and loose work clothes of the library. "Okay, go and get back quickly." In no time, Shen Youchu ran back, but he didn't have an umbrella in his hand, raindrops fell on his hair, and he didn't change his clothes. "Where's your umbrella?" Chen Hansheng asked. "My roommate is going to Yueguang Commodity Center, so I borrowed her umbrella." Shen Youchu explained softly. "Don't you use it yourself?" Chen Hansheng didn't know what was going on. Seeing Shen Youchu like this made him particularly angry, and his voice unconsciously grew louder. "I'm at school, it's okay." Shen Youchu was startled and waved his small hand to explain. "Come and support together." Chen Hansheng handed over some umbrella spaced on his face. Shen Youchu pretended not to hear and walked briskly in the light rain. It seemed that she would rather be soaked all over than hold the same umbrella as the hooligan Chen Hansheng. "You're walking so fast, I'm carrying so much luggage, how can I keep up?" Chen Hansheng suddenly shouted. "Oh!" Shen Youchu obediently slowed down his pace, suddenly feeling that there was no rain on his head. Chen Hansheng had already turned his umbrella over. She was about to walk out, but was glared at by Chen Hansheng and could only walk under the umbrella with her body tied up. During the holiday, there were very few students, and the campus was completely damp. The air was mixed with the smell of green plants and soil, fresh and humid, quiet and cool. Occasionally, couples holding the same umbrella passed by, just like Chen Hansheng and Shen Youchu now. At the second cafeteria, Chen Hansheng's depressed mood actually improved. If we use an inappropriate metaphor to describe it, the best way to forget a relationship is to start another one. The two of them found a spot by the window to sit down, which was for the convenience of Chen Hansheng smoking. When ordering, Shen Youchu took out an old small wallet from his pocket and carefully took out the money inside, even arranging coins in a row. This sumptuous school hotpot cost a total of 53 yuan, almost emptying Shen Youchu's entire fortune. The old and shabby little wallet had become an empty and shabby little wallet. "Did you just go back to the dormitory to get the money?" Chen Hansheng reacted and asked. Shen Youchu responded in a low voice, then picked up the plate and walked towards the seat. "Fools, are you?" Chen Hansheng was stunned for a moment and muttered to himself. Although the small hot pot in the second cafeteria is a newly launched dish, it has always been very popular, especially in such weather. Listening to the sound of drizzle hitting the window and watching the meat pieces rolling in the boiling water is truly a pleasure. Chen Hansheng didn't eat much in the car at noon, and his stomach was already hungry. He picked up a bowl of rice and started eating, but after a while, he put down his chopsticks again. "Are you not hungry?" Chen Hansheng asked. Shen Youchu didn't eat a bite of meat, holding a 30-cent white rice in her hand and occasionally adding some vegetables to rinse it. Chen Hansheng was already covered in a pile of shrimp shells and bones in front of her, and the edge of her bowl was still clean. Shen Youchu shook his head and remained silent. "It's really rare." Chen Hansheng shook his head and picked up chopsticks, but suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, staring at Shen Youchu with bright eyes. "Are you waiting for me to eat first and then eat on my own?" Shen Youchu was seen through his thoughts and blushed without responding, but he didn't even pick up vegetables. The rain has been falling all the time, as if it has turned into a warm current rushing into Chen Hansheng's heart. Xiao Rongyu, who brought himself drinks from afar yesterday, and Shen Youchu, who had to wait until he finished eating, moved his chopsticks today. Chen Hansheng sighed and asked, "This hot pot meal cost you your living expenses. What will you do in the future?" He had already been calculating in his heart, but he wanted to hear what Shen Youchu was thinking. "I still have 100 pieces sewn into my backpack, and I can earn income by organizing bookshelves in the library. I can also work part-time in the cafeteria at night, so that I can save money on meals." Shen Youchu said in a soft voice, but he arranged himself properly, "It was just a lot of hard work. Would you blame me for eating up all your savings?" Chen Hansheng asked again. Shen Youchu opened her eyes wide and shook her head. Her peach blossom eyes were simple and seductive. She had a beautiful oval face, and the dim yellow light in the cafeteria shone on her flawless skin, giving her a frozen beauty that exuded a serene sculpting. Chen Hansheng's heart moved and he couldn't help but say, "Why don't you be my girlfriend?" With a loud bang. Shen Youchu was so scared that she knocked over her rice bowl, and the soup splashed on her skin, almost making her cry. I just ate 2 greens, can you not force me to make friends? 41 Visiting at the door. Seeing Shen Youchu's reaction so strongly, the key was that she wanted to cry but didn't dare. She only quickly wiped it with the back of her hand when tears overflowed, and even glanced at Chen Hansheng in the middle, afraid that he would get angry again, feeling aggrieved like a doormat. All right, then let's not talk about friends for now. I like to reason and never force people. Chen Hansheng had no choice but to let go of this matter for now. In short, Shen Youchu couldn't escape. He thought to himself and casually peeled 2 shrimp and put them in her bowl. Shen Youchu glanced at class leader Chen, who never liked to force others, fearing that he would be caught in his mouth again like before, and could only silently enjoy Chen Hansheng's service. After eating a few, Shen Youchu said softly, I'm full. Chen Hansheng then picked up the bowl again and swept away the remaining hot pot ingredients. The rain outside is still falling, and Chen Hansheng lit a cigarette and looked at the window, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing Chen Hansheng's attention focused on the outside, Shen Youchu lifted his head and quietly scrutinized the bully who wanted to be his boyfriend, with a warning from his roommate Rongyu flashing through his mind. Most students can't play with Chen Hansheng. You see, it's only been a month since the start of school, and Chen Hansheng is both the class monitor and the deputy director of the External Relations Department. I inexplicably help him with things. Chen Hansheng seems to be interested in you. If you don't want to fall in love, you should avoid it a bit in the future. Shen Youchu was dumbfounded, thinking that she actually only wanted to know why Chen Hansheng always scolded her. After a while, Shen Youchu felt something was wrong. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the cafeteria window was reflective, and Chen Hansheng was staring at him through the mirror. I'll go back first. Shen Youchu hurriedly stood up and prepared to leave. Chen Hansheng didn't stop, so he picked up his luggage and said, the second cafeteria is relatively close to the boys' dormitory, so I'll leave the umbrella for you. Also, make sure to tidy up the things on the table. Then Chen Hansheng, holding a cigarette and luggage, lifted the rubber door curtain of the cafeteria and returned directly to the dormitory. Shen Youchu didn't have time to refuse, but when he was tidying up the table, he found an envelope left on it. It was obviously left by Chen Hansheng, but he himself couldn't see it anymore. The big kings in dormitory 602 either went home or went to an internet cafe. Chen Hansheng first reported safety to his mother, took a shower, read a book, and fell asleep the next day when he felt sleepy. It seems that sleeping for a long time is a passive skill for college students, and even Chen Hansheng couldn't avoid it. When he opened his eyes in the morning, he found that Guo Xiaoqiang and Jin Yangming had just returned overnight. Brother Chen, I brought you steamed buns. Let's have breakfast together after I take a shower. Jin Yangming pointed to 2 hot breakfast bags on the table and said. Chen Hansheng pursed his lips and said, son of a dog, if you fart, just let it go. I don't know you yet, it's all about getting up early. Chen, that's not interesting anymore. We are good brothers in the same dormitory. Jin Yangming said with a look of grievance on his face. Chen Hansheng didn't give him a chance to act at all. I'm going out soon, and if you don't say anything, you can only wait for me to come back. Jin Yangming immediately gave up and said with a hint of shyness, actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that I plan to pursue Shang Yanyan, but her competitiveness is too strong, so I want to ask for your help. This matter is not too big, so Chen Hansheng asked, how do I need to cooperate? I haven't figured it out yet, but as the class monitor, there's always a chance to create opportunities. Jin Yangming flattered a little. Chen Hansheng thought for a moment and said, I agreed, but you are really stingy. You only used a bag of steamed buns to bribe me. At this moment, Guo Xiaoqiang, who had just taken a shower, walked into the dormitory and Jin Yangming immediately remained silent. Guo Xiaoqiang saw food on the table and impolitely picked up Jin Yangming's steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. I don't know why you flattered Lao Si today and bought him breakfast, he said. Jin Yangming hurriedly protected the food. Didn't you eat in the canteen? I don't want to be hungry anymore. Guo Xiaoqiang spoke confidently and reached out again to get the steamed buns. Jin Yangming was ready to take a shower. He was worried that Guo Xiaoqiang might steal breakfast, so he spat a few mouthfuls on the steamed buns in front of Guo Xiaoqiang, and then proudly carried the basin to the bathroom. Cheap. Chen Hansheng and Guo Xiaoqiang both cursed at the same time. Fourth, please give me a few to eat. Guo Xiaoqiang saw that Chen Hansheng still had a bag of breakfast here and began to make up his mind again. Chen Hansheng refused and said, I haven't eaten it yet. Besides, there are no steamed buns at Lao Liu's place. There's saliva outside, why don't you eat it? Chen Hansheng coughed and said, there's saliva outside, but not inside. Guo Xiaoqiang was stunned for a moment before he realized and gave Chen Hansheng a thumbs up. Gaotu military master Chen Hansheng finished his meal and went downstairs. When he reached the first floor, he could hear the heart-wrenching roar of 602 Jin Yangming. Guo Xiaoqiang, I'll fuck your mother. Where's the filling in the bun? After Chen Hansheng arrived on the first floor, he found a public telephone booth to call Guo's Honggyun. Teacher Guo, I brought a few specialty chicken geese from my hometown and would like to give them to Jiawai and Shimu to try. This kind of thing is not convenient to talk about in the dormitory. Chen Hansheng wants face, and Guo's Honggyun also wants image. As for the Hong Kong City specialty Phoenix goose, it is best to keep it in the refrigerator. There is no such condition in the dormitory, and Chen Hansheng did not specifically give it to Guo's Honggyun. Instead, he moved out Guo Jiawai and Guo Shimu to reduce the possibility of old Guo refusing. However, despite this, Lao Guo politely said, no need, don't you have relatives in Jianyi, just give them as gifts. I have already given 2 to my relatives. Chen Hansheng said over the phone, of course, this relative is also fictional. Guo's Honggyun thought for a moment and said, all right, thank you. By the way, come to our house for lunch. After hanging up the phone, teacher Guo asked beside her, who is it? Chen Hansheng, he brought me some local specialties from the port city. You are a student who is a bit diligent. Are you trying anything? Guo Shimu's suspicion is also natural. Guo's Honggyun smiled broadly and said, I am just a college counselor and I don't have much resources. Chen Hansheng himself is already the class monitor, and now he is the deputy director of the External Relations Department. What else can I give him? Lao Guo's social resources are indeed limited, but he still has some thin noodles in the financial institution. Chen Hansheng really needs Lao Guo's thin noodles if he wants to live comfortably in the financial institution for 4 years. Guo's mother was very surprised and said, has he already become the vice minister of the club? It's unlikely that someone from the youth league committee supports him. Guo's Honggyun shook his head and said, based on what I know, it's not related to the youth league committee. This deputy minister has a bit of a misunderstanding. However, these are not important. You go buy some vegetables, and I'll have a few drinks with him at noon. According to the address on Guo's Honggyun's phone, Chen Hansheng arrived at his doorstep. In terms of interpersonal communication, having a meal at the door was already a relatively intimate relationship, especially Guo Jiawai's deep memory of Chen Hansheng, the little brother. As soon as they met, they loudly said, "Brother, I know teacher Xiao's QQ." "What QQ?" Guo's Hongyun and his wife didn't understand much. Chen Hansheng felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, thinking to himself that even the chubby girl couldn't speak clearly, but she still remembered this incident. "Next time you come over, my brother will buy you a box of addition and subtraction exercise books and new concept English listening questions from Xinhua bookstore, ensuring that you win at the starting line." 42 Destiny is beyond words. Fortunately, the Guo's Hongyun couple didn't pay much attention because at her age, Guo Jiawai often spoke childlike language that she couldn't understand. Instead, old Guo criticized Chen Hansheng, saying, "Just bring one, you can't eat both. Good things come in pairs." Chen Hansheng's simple and honest smile. Guo's Hongyun and Chen Hansheng sat on the sofa chatting. Perhaps due to the private setting of the family, today's conversation needed to delve deeper. It was only then that Guo's Hongyun realized that Chen Hansheng was quite knowledgeable and had his own plans for college life. Want to do some business or even start a business? Guo's Hongyun has heard for the first time that freshmen have this idea. Generally speaking, many graduates nowadays want to go to state-owned enterprises, government departments, and foreign enterprises. Of course, there are also those who work alone, but they are all done after accumulating a certain amount of experience. "I'm planning to do some small business in school, and I'll need Mr. Guo's guidance and help then," Chen Hansheng said humbly. Guo's Hongyun thought this was a polite remark and nodded without saying anything. He didn't know that Chen Hansheng was already laying the groundwork. "Get ready to eat?" Mrs. Guo shouted in the kitchen. Chen Hansheng took the initiative to help serve the dishes without any hesitation. Lao Guo took out a bottle of wool yanjai from the closet and asked with a smile, "Hansheng, how many cups to drink at noon?" "I will follow teacher Guo's arrangement." Ms. Guo was worried that Chen Hansheng could not drink baijiu. Guo's Hongyun waved, "This guy has a better capacity than me. A bottle of baijiu is okay." Guo's mother's craftsmanship is good, and Chen Hansheng is not polite either. She was well fed and went to the balcony with Lao Guo to smoke a few cigarettes. She was ready to leave after 3 p.m. in the afternoon. When changing shoes at the entrance, Guo's Hongyun suddenly called out to him, "Do you know a girl named Shen Youchu in our class?" "I know." Chen Hansheng nodded and said, thinking to himself that he didn't just know that he would have to sleep in the same bed in the future. Her family situation is not very good. Before the holiday, Hulinyu helped her apply for the impoverished student financial aid but was not successful. It seems that she has been stuck in the youth league committee. Please help to check when there are suitable part-time jobs in the school and also keep an eye out for her. After finishing his speech, Guo's Hongyun saw that Chen Hansheng was a bit stunned and said, "Is there a problem?" "There's no problem, teacher Guo, I'll go back first." Chen Hansheng did not expect that old Guo would actually send the Shangfang sword, so he had reason to directly intervene and even arrange Shen Youchu's daily life. Even if Hulinyu quietly made a small report, he was not afraid. After returning to school, it happened to be early rain, and the sunset at the edge of the sky was dizzy and dyed, like a bright red silk hanging in the sky. Chen Hansheng suddenly wanted to shout out Xiao Rongyu and Shen Youchu, pointing to the sky and saying, "No matter how beautiful the scenery is, it's not as beautiful as you." However, when Chen Hansheng put away the long line wrapped in sadness at dusk and stared at the earth with black pupils, he returned to reality. Xiao Rongyu ignored him, and Shen Youchu was still on guard against him. Surprisingly, only a group of bachelors from dormitory 602 greeted him. Some of them brought their hometown specialties, and Chen Hansheng's phoenix goose had already been used to bribe old Guo. He specifically went downstairs to buy a box of beer, and everyone ate and drank the specialties, boasting, and his voice even attracted other male classmates. They thought 602 was the most lively place, so they decided to go back to the dormitory and mix some specialty food together. In the end, it turned out to be a tea party among all the boys in public management class 2. At this time, it is the liveliest and most innocent, where every boy freely tells his own or others' stories, evaluates the girls in the class without restraint, and something called a sense of collective quietly arises. It was not until the aunt who was inspecting the ward was attracted that these big boys reluctantly left 602. After turning off the lights, the lingering charm of the tea party continued. As we couldn't see our expressions clearly in the dark, we didn't know who started the conversation, and the topics became more and more colorful. We began to study the bodies of the opposite sex. At this moment, Jin Yangming suddenly asked, "Has anyone between us ever slept in a woman's bed?" This question was ambiguous, but it pushed the atmosphere to a climax. After a moment of silence in the pitch-black dormitory, Yang Xiao immediately said, "I have to ask Lao Si. He must not be a virgin anymore." Chen Hansheng smiled and denied, "Why doubt me?" Guo Xiaoqiang also interjected, admitted, "Fourth brother. We won't talk about it everywhere." Even Li Zhenyi smiled and said, "Chen, you must be an old hand when you talk to girls in class." Jin Yangming also urged, "Fourth brother, tell us what it feels like to be a woman." Cough. Chen Hansheng couldn't resist and suddenly coughed. The entire dormitory quieted down, and everyone's heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. "I'm really a virgin. I've never held a girl's hand before, I just watched an AV and felt a little through the screen." Chen Hansheng first cleaned himself up, which made everyone very unhappy. "Hurry up and say it, we're just listening." "This feeling, I think it can be described in 5 words. Chen Hansheng paused for a moment before slowly saying, "Fate is indescribable." Only this one Guo Xiaoqiang didn't give up and couldn't help but ask, "How wonderful is it specifically?" Miao is an indescribable beauty, and words are indescribable words. Let's experience it ourselves. Chen Hansheng gave an ambiguous smile. This smile also inspired the other people in 602. Everyone laughed along with he. They didn't know what they were laughing at, they just felt an itch in their hearts to laugh. But with a smile on his face, Chen Hansheng suddenly noticed that Dai Jinayu had been silent and tried to shout, Lao Dai, what are you doing?" At first, no one answered until Chen Hansheng was about to stand up and turn on the lights to check, when someone on Dai Jinayu's bed gasped and said, I'm here. Day. Chen Hansheng thought to himself, what kind of determination is there on this dog day? It's amazing that even chatting can do this. Other roommates also noticed Dai Jinayu's situation and laughed even louder. Dai Jinayu couldn't help but curse, laugh like a chicken feather. I just coughed and gasped for breath. After finishing speaking, he went to the bathroom, and soon the sound of the shoriad also sounded. Chen Hansheng knew he couldn't continue anymore. For this group of single dogs, the inappropriate language may be the beginning of crime. After Dai Jinayu came back, Chen Hansheng said, Old Dai, you remember to wash the quilt cover and dry the quilt tomorrow, and now start to rest. Whoever speaks again will buy breakfast. Chen Hansheng's authority had long been established, and even Dai Jinayu replied in a muffled voice, I understand. The next morning, the dormitory woke up again in the cold BGM. 6. Can you change your cell phone alarm clock? The song is boring all day long. Yang Xiao rubbed his eyes and said. What's the deal? Just say a song and see if it fits my heart, Jin Yangming said. Li Zhenyi smiled foolishly and said, changing fate is indescribable. Hee hee. A few people from 602 are looking at you, looking at me, and their anger is replaced by a burst of coquettish smiles when they wake up. The morning sun shines with golden light on the ground of the dormitory, indicating another beginning of coquettishness. 43 Tigress. After returning from the National Day holiday, the new students have gone through the adaptation and adjustment of the previous month, and everyone looks a bit like a college student. The Western economics teacher is Su Niang, a middle-aged woman in her 40s. In October, Jianyi was still wearing a cotton skirt with her calves exposed, and Chen Hansheng was spreading books on the table. Her thoughts had already flown far away. There are many things he has to do this semester, but there is still no suitable time to negotiate the part-time job. Chen Hansheng is currently the class monitor and the deputy director of the External Relations Department, and this position has already gained some influence, but there is still a crucial moment to play. However, this kind of thing is also urgent and requires seeking such an opportunity in normal life. Intentionally, it will appear sooner or later. Ding ling ling. The bell for the end of class finally rang. Not only Chen Hansheng, but also many people in the classroom couldn't help but lie down and rest. After spending so much time at home during holidays, the biological clock had already been disrupted. Chen Hansheng, come out with me. Someone walked over and said. Chen Hansheng was taken aback for a moment, thinking to himself that he had not figured out his position. He didn't know that besides Lao Guo, he was the eldest in public management class too. When I looked up, I found that it was the youth league secretary Hu Linyu, especially as she was holding an envelope that Chen Hansheng had left for Shen Youchu that day. I don't know how it got back into Hu Linyu's hands. Xiao who needs to save face, otherwise no one will help me with things in the future. Chen Hansheng murmured and obediently followed Hu Linyu out of the classroom. Halfway through, he suddenly turned his head to look at Shen Youchu, who indeed lowered her head in panic. Humph, the little girl from Sichuan and Chongqing. Outside the classroom, Hu Linyu stared at Chen Hansheng with a serious expression, his eyes sharp like knives. Chen Hansheng said somewhat helplessly, let's not do this between us. We all know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and those who know the root and bottom are like not wearing clothes. Rogue. Hu Linyu's mood of brewing for an hour was instantly shattered, and she gradually realized that Chen Hansheng's face far exceeded her expectations, and playing any flower activities in front of such people was not meaningful. This is what Youchu asked me to pass on to you. Hu Linyu put down the envelope and said. Chen Hansheng took it over and glanced at it, asking, did she open it? She didn't move, I opened it. Hu Linyu proudly spoke with his hands on his hips and chin up. Chen Hansheng shook his head, but he couldn't argue with Hu Linyu about these things. Open it, open it. What can I do for you? Unexpectedly, Hu Linyu didn't let go and said, to be honest, it's not good for someone like you to pursue any girl. Shang Yanyan and Bai Yongshan are also very beautiful. How about your high school classmate also? Can you stop causing trouble to Shen Youchu? Chen Hansheng laughed as soon as he heard this and said, why did I harm and pursue Shen Youchu? Hu Linyu pointed to the envelope and said, you gave Shen Youchu 500 yuan. Is this chasing her? It's insulting her. Fortunately, she doesn't dare to open it. Chen Hansheng pursed his lips and said, "Only you are brave." Shen Youchu probably didn't dare to return the envelope directly to himself, so he entrusted his roommate Hu Linyu to hand it over. Hu Linyu, the tiger girl, was not aware of the situation that day and thought that Chen Hansheng had other intentions with this money. There was a misunderstanding here, but seeing that Hu Linyu really cared about Shen Youchu, Chen Hansheng gave a guarantee. "Anyway, you believe I won't harm her? If she doesn't agree, I won't force her either." "Really?" Hu Linyu raised her head, unable to demand too much from Chen Hansheng. After all, she still felt threatened and could only earnestly advise, "The boys in our class are all obedient to you, and most girls also trust you very much. You must live up to this responsibility." "Xiao Hu, you're too verbose, right?" Chen Hansheng lit a cigarette and looked up and down at Hu Linyu until he saw her off guard. Suddenly, he said, "Hu Zishu probably hasn't been in a relationship before. Let me introduce you to a roommate, Jin Yangming, a young man with a mobile phone who pursues the wind. He speaks eloquently and is willing to help others." Before he could finish speaking, Hu Linyu left with a red face, and Chen Hansheng grinned, using this method to deal with Tigress. However, Hu Linyu returned halfway through. "Is there anything else?" Chen Hansheng asked. "The girls in the class feel that they are not very familiar with the boys, so someone suggested whether to organize a social gathering between male and female students in the same class. Firstly, to familiarize themselves with their faces, and secondly, to increase collective cohesion." Chen Hansheng thought to himself that this proposal is quite good, and it is worth promoting both in public and private. From a public perspective, after graduating from university for 4 years, if one's classmates can't even match their names, it is indeed a dereliction of duty by class codders. From a personal perspective, this is also an opportunity to increase contact with Shen Youchu, and it is not a long-term solution for the 602 group of virgins to shoot their own cannons in the dormitory every night. What do you have in mind? Chen Hansheng first listens to the opinions of Hu Linyu. "It's just about gathering everyone to eat and sing," Hu Linyu said. Chen Hansheng thought for a moment and said, "Singing and eating are too cliché, and then they will be conducting activities within the dormitory circle. If we really want to have an effect, we need to find ways to break up these dormitory small groups." Hu Linyu felt that Chen Hansheng's words were quite reasonable, but she had too little experience and didn't know how to break them up. She could only ask, "What method do you have?" Chen Hansheng had an idea in his mind, but he made a joke and said, "When I go back to the dormitory and think about it, I'll give you the information." Hu Linyu nodded and prepared to go back, but Chen Hansheng stopped her. "You've finished talking to me about something, but I have something else I want to talk to you about here." "What's going on?" "Hu Linyuxin said to me that I am a straightforward person and have put in a lot of effort for the class. What can you talk to me about as a class monitor who has given up and is not in charge? Why didn't you tell me that you applied for a poverty-stricken student scholarship for Shen Youchu before your vacation and got stuck with the Youth League committee?" Chen Hansheng threw away his cigarette butt and his face suddenly darkened. "Me?" Hu Linyu opened her mouth to explain, but she didn't know where to start. She only sought help from Guo's Hongyun about this matter, and it was obvious that old Guo had sent the task to Chen Hansheng again. Does the counselor trust Chen Hansheng so much? Does he think that if I can't solve things, Chen Hansheng will definitely be able to complete them? Thinking about it this way, Hu Linyu felt a bit aggrieved in her heart. She always felt that her abilities were not much worse than Chen Hansheng, but her wrist was not as good as him. Chen Hansheng rudely knocked on the side and said, "We agreed at the time that you couldn't solve the problem." Let me handle it. It's good for you to have self-esteem and ambition, but you shouldn't let personal emotions delay important things. Hu Leinyu remained stubborn and said, "Who says I can't solve it? I was planning to go to the youth league committee again after class, maybe I'll succeed this time." Chen Hansheng thought to himself that this is a typical case of not giving up until the Yellow River is seen. It seems necessary to let Hu Leinyu, this tiger girl, know through this matter that Chen Yingjun will always be your brother Chen. Okay, let's go to the youth league committee with you after class, and I also need to understand the situation. Feel free. Hu Leinyu threw a sentence and walked quickly back to the classroom. The students in the classroom didn't take it seriously. It was normal for the class monitor and the youth league secretary to have something to talk about, but Hu Leinyu went back and told Shen Youchu about the situation. Shen Youchu didn't expect the bad guy Chen Hansheng to intervene. His small face collapsed and he lay down on the table feeling unhappy. 44 Taking over halfway. The functions of the Youth League Committee vary in different schools. Some schools are just ordinary middle-level departments, but their position in the finance and economics department is more important. From the student union to the enrollment office, from logistics management to resource allocation, the Youth League Committee can all say 2 words. After class, Chen Hansheng followed Hu Leinyu to the office building, and Shen Youchu silently followed behind. She saw that Chen Hansheng's face remained unchanged and she dared not speak. Dong dong dong. At the entrance of a single-person office, Hu Leinyu greeted, "Teacher Yu, I'm bothering you again." Chen Hansheng looked at the job information posted on the wall. Yueguang, Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee of the School of Finance and Economics. Yueguang is around 40 years old, wearing a pair of black gold-rimmed glasses, probably due to sitting in the office for a long time, and his body is slightly overweight. He was drafting the document when he saw Hu Leinyu feeling a bit impatient and said, "Why are you here again? I've already told you that applying for financial aid for impoverished students requires a process, and besides, the proof materials of student Shen Youchu are not sufficient. We still need to verify with the local government department." "How long will it take, Teacher Yu?" Hu Leinyu quickly asked. Yueguang buried his head again and said, "This time is not easy to determine, but it can be long or short. After we verify it clearly, the scholarship for this impoverished student will definitely be issued." As soon as Hu Leinyu heard that he still couldn't be certain, he became anxious and said, "I submitted the materials before the holiday, and you had already said that the review had started. Why is it still undecided so far?" Yueguang replied slowly and reasonably, "The school has its own rules and financial system. You also need to understand, classmates." After speaking, Yueguang no longer paid attention to Hu Leinyu and ignored Chen Hansheng and Shen Youchu, burying himself in writing materials. The only sound in the room was the whirring of the air conditioner. "It's like this again." Hu Leinyu has encountered this situation several times in a row. It's like punching cotton and getting stuck here, unable to move forward or backward. She turned her head to look, and class monitor Chen Hansheng watched coldly. The person involved, Shen Youchu, stood cautiously at the door, with both hope and disappointment in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Hu Leinyu let out a heavy breath. A few times when he encountered such coldness, he would leave at a loss. However, this time Chen Hansheng is also here, so don't underestimate him. "Teacher Yu, it is well known that Shen Youchu's family is poor. She only eats 30 cents of rice and free seaweed egg soup every day. Shen Youchu works part-time at the library and is busy until 10 p.m. every day. She is now preparing to work part-time in the cafeteria just to save money on a dinner. Teacher Yu, These are all visible situations. Hu Linyu explained earnestly and passionately, but Yueguang didn't respond at all, as if he hadn't heard anything. Faced with the difficulties caused by these soft nails, as well as the accumulated anger several times, Hu Linyu couldn't help but slap the table heavily with a loud bang. Several people were startled, and Yueguang even threw away his pen. "Do you deserve to be a teacher and a party member like this?" Hu Linyu shouted loudly and asked, his short hair standing up with this momentum. Chen Hansheng looked down and quickly walked up to retrieve Hu Linyu. Unexpectedly, Yueguang was also angry. He took out the official seal from the drawer and threw it on the table, saying, "Since you said that, why don't you give the official seal to you and take care of the approval?" Hu Linyu was also reckless and was about to walk over without saying a word. Chen Hansheng quickly stopped her and said, "Hu Linyu, don't do anything foolish." "Chen Hansheng, don't stop me. Don't you like Shen Youchu? Then you should stand on our side." Hu Linyu spoke with a crying tone. Chen Hansheng thought to himself that this kind of thing cannot be simply divided into this side and that side. If he really wants to apply successfully, he must treat himself and the school as one side. Money is a small matter, and the key is that this quota is very precious. After Shen Youchu confirms his identity as a poverty-stricken student, he can have an invisible advantage in other applications. Finally, Chen Hansheng persuaded Hu Linyu to leave and easily tidied up Yueguang's official seal and desk. As he walked out of the office building, Hu Linyu couldn't help but cry, "Youchu has met all the requirements, but he just doesn't approve." "Why?" Shen Youchu stretched out her sleeves, which should still be the old school uniform from high school. It was wide and loose, and some parts had turned white after washing. She gently helped Hu Linyu dry her tears and then said softly, "Then let's not apply anymore. Let's not come back. What will you do in the future?" Hu Linyu wiped her tears and asked, "Her personality and emotions come and go quickly. It's okay, I have no problem." Shen Youchu spoke in a low voice as usual, but his tone exuded a sense of strength. At first, Chen Hansheng was somewhat surprised, but he realized that Shen Youchu still dared not look at him. It was then that he suddenly realized that this strength was not inherent in his character, but hidden in his heart. Shen Youchu remained simple, kind, timid, and insecure, even being a doormat in front of Chen Hansheng. However, due to the harsh upbringing environment, she is naturally prepared to silently face all life difficulties. Chen Hansheng sighed and suddenly said to Hu Linyu, "Please give me the application materials for Shen Youchu. Can you handle it?" Hu Linyu asked with tearful eyes. Chen Hansheng shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but if you let me intervene in advance, it should be simpler." "It's useless for you to intervene in advance. The key is that the teacher doesn't understand the system." Hu Linyu was still very angry. "It's not that he doesn't understand the rules and regulations, but you don't understand human relations and politics. Whose issue?" Chen Hansheng casually flipped through the application materials and said, "You guys go back, I'll take over this matter." "What are you planning to do?" Hu Linyu asked unwillingly. "I have my way, one is to wipe your butt, and the other is to act as a matchmaker for myself," Chen Hansheng said. Hu Linyu felt a little guilty, and she also realized that the impulse just now had increased the difficulty of this matter. However, what does matchmaking and bridging mean? Listening to Chen Hansheng's words seems to have a positive side. Seeing Hu Linyu's bewildered expression, Chen Hansheng, who was rarely serious today, explained, "The source of misfortune and fortune lies in the fact that sometimes problems may seem like mountains and rivers are heavy, but in fact, there are opportunities hidden in the dark. For example, although you have offended the teachers of the Youth League Committee, if I can resolve this dispute, it will actually increase the opportunities for communication with the teachers. There must be gains when there is loss, isn't that the truth? Hu woke up and said. That's right, maybe after this is done, I can still get love. Chen Hansheng smiled and glanced at Shen Youchu. She immediately blushed and lowered her head, staring at her own toes. Hu spat and pulled Shen Youchu to leave, while also evaluating, class monitor, actually you look quite handsome when you take it seriously. Xiao Hu, I advise you not to be delusional. It's impossible for us, so please consider Jin Yang Ming. Pu. 45 Use softness to overcome hardness, water droplets can pierce through stones. After Hu Linyu and Shen Youchu left, Chen Hansheng quietly smoked a cigarette outside the office building, then restrained his expression and returned to Yueping's office again. Secretary Yu, I am Chen Hansheng, the class monitor of Public Management Class 2 in the Department of Human Resources and Social Sciences. The girl from our class just now didn't understand the situation and said the wrong thing in a moment of anxiety. Please don't take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Yueping raised his head to take a surprised look and gave a gentle hum as a response. Because Chen Hansheng was not called Teacher Yu, but Secretary Yu. The students who usually come to handle affairs, including Hu Linyu, are all shouting Teacher Yu, Teacher Yu. Yueping hates to stick the plaque of Deputy Secretary of the Youth League Committee on his brain shell. In addition, Chen Hansheng said that he was the class monitor, and the class monitor in university still had some weight, acting as a small assistant and spokesperson for a counselor. In the end, he cleverly took all the responsibility, and this initial greeting was considered a pass. In fact, when it comes to the issue of financial aid for impoverished students, applicants must align their position with the school. Hu Linyu, because she stood in the wrong position, caused things to deviate from the direction. After greeting Chen Hansheng, he did not directly mention the issue of financial aid for impoverished students like Hu Linyu did, nor did he make any small talk. Yueping clearly did not take himself seriously and muttered awkwardly to himself. He saw that the newspaper column in the office was messy, so he walked over to tidy up the newspapers. Yueping noticed Chen Hansheng's actions and stopped writing, frowning. He was well aware that Chen Hansheng's motives were nothing more than providing financial aid for impoverished students. However, this approach is somewhat innovative, unlike other classmates who either cry, make noise, or argue, without any resemblance to college students. Chen Hansheng finished organizing the newspaper column and saw that there was still some dirt on the ground. Without saying a word, he used a mop to clean it up. All right, we have aunties cleaning here, Yueping couldn't help but stop. It's okay, Secretary Yu. I'm not tired. Chen Hansheng turned his head and showed a simple and honest smile. Yueping rolled his eyes and thought to himself, I didn't ask if you're tired, but you can do it if you want. Anyway, I still need to follow the procedures on my end. Chen Hansheng finished mopping the floor and it was time for lunch. Yueping stood up and said, Classmate, I need to eat now. Hey, okay. Chen Hansheng quickly walked out of the office, and after Yueping closed the door, he didn't say a word and walked to the classroom cafeteria on his own. In the afternoon, Yueping had just arrived at the office without even covering his buttocks, and Chen Hansheng arrived on time. Secretary Yu. Chen Hansheng picked up a bag and greeted with a smile. Why are you here again? Aren't you attending class? Yueping asked. We don't have any classes in the afternoon. Chen Hansheng replied, of course, he knows best whether there are classes or not. Yueguang didn't want Chen Hansheng to stay here anymore, so he said, "That's enough. You cleaned my office very clean this morning. If there are no classes, go back to the dormitory." Chen Hansheng refused. "I just cleaned the floor this morning and haven't wiped the cabinet yet." As he spoke, he took out a towel from the bag, which did not mean that Yueguang agreed. He pounced on it and started wiping the cabinet. Yueguang shook his head and thought to himself, "I don't care anymore. It depends on how long you persist." Chen Hansheng's hands-on ability is still very strong, which is closely related to old Chen's deliberate cultivation. He cleans cabinets very carefully and has a sense of rhythm. Sometimes Yueguang would stop his work and watch. Of course, he doesn't make a fuss about drinking water or anything. However, Chen Hansheng didn't need anyone to greet him at all. When he felt tired, he took out a large ceramic teacup from his bag, drew hot water from the water room, and sat on the reception sofa, drinking and resting. Yueguang thought to himself, "Good guy, the equipment is quite complete, it seems that he is ready to fight a protracted war." This afternoon, Chen Hansheng spent all his time here. Some of the students who came to handle things were quite curious, and Chen Hansheng didn't care. He even took the initiative to help Yueguang tally up the personal information of these students. When preparing to finish work at 5:30 p.m., Yueguang said seriously to Chen Hansheng, "You don't need to come back tomorrow. I have also swept the floor and wiped the cabinet, and there are no dead corners left. There are still blind spots." Chen Hansheng smiled shyly and said, "I only cleaned the outside of the cabinet this afternoon, but I haven't cleaned the inside yet." Yueguang remained speechless for a moment, suspecting whether Chen Hansheng had intentionally left this spot. The next morning, Chen Hansheng still had no classes. He arrived at the Youth League Committee office on time and greeted Yueguang before starting to clean the office cabinet. Yueguang's job should be very complicated, with messy items in the office cabinet and items from different times mixed together. Chen Hansheng also saw a support opinion from the School of Finance and Economics in May this year on supporting college students to start businesses. May every year should be when senior students are about to graduate. It seems that this document is aimed at them. Chen Hansheng really wants to read it once, but he is worried about not following the rules. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Secretary Yu, are these documents sorted by time or by type?" "Organize according to time," said Yueguang. "Oh, good." With this sentence in mind, Chen Hansheng would have no problem reading it. He could explain the search for the signature time and take this opportunity to read through all the public documents of the financial institution in the past 2 years. In fact, these items were originally posted on the school bulletin board, but college students who have nothing to do will miss out on many opportunities to see these things. Because some things are obviously very beneficial to our school students, unfortunately no one has applied. The atmosphere in the Youth League Committee office was a bit strange. Yueguang was writing materials, Chen Hansheng was organizing documents, and both of them remained silent. Some passing teachers even joked, "Old Yu, is this your little secretary?" Yueguang could only laugh along, but when he went to eat the next morning, he asked seriously again, "What's your name?" "Secretary Yu, my name is Chen Hansheng, Class 2, Public Administration, Department of Human Resources and Social Sciences." Yueguang let out a hum, but he didn't say to ask Chen Hansheng not to come this afternoon. He probably knew but couldn't persuade him. In the afternoon, Chen Hansheng appeared in the office on time. The room was still only filled with the rustling sound of writing and the sound of organizing papers. When Yueguang was resting, he asked, "Xiao Chen, do you smoke?" "Occasionally," Chen Hansheng said. Yueguang threw a cigarette over and reminded, "Be careful not to burn the piece." After Chen Hansheng helped Yueguang light the fire, the two of them puffed up smoke in the room. As he was smoking, Yueguang suddenly asked, "Is Shen Youchu's family situation really very poor?" Indeed, her parents passed away early and grew up with her elderly mother-in-law. The elderly family had no ability to earn money and their health was not good. Shen Youchu tried to save on living expenses, only eating rice and not vegetables every day, and drinking free soup at most. The monthly living expenses did not exceed 50 yuan. Yueguang nodded and remained silent, which was actually strange. Hu Linyu spoke with deep emotions, which moved him to tears. He was not moved by Yueguang, but in this kind of casual conversation while smoking, Yueguang actually believed what Chen Hansheng said. 46 There is no most coquettish, only more coquettish. On the third morning, Chen Hansheng still arrived uninvited, but today he brought breakfast for Yueguang. There is a hint here that if Yueguang refuses this breakfast, it means there is still a long way to go. Fortunately, Yueguang took it over and said, "Then I'm not polite. How much does this meal cost? I'll give it to you later." Chen Hansheng didn't pretend either. If he wanted to bribe Yueguang with a breakfast, his heart would be about as big as Jin Yangming's. Yueguang wouldn't care about these few dollars, what he cared about was a respectful attitude. In the morning, Chen Hansheng was still tidying up his belongings. As lunch was approaching, it suddenly rained heavily outside. Yueguang probably brought his umbrella home yesterday and frowned as he stared out the window at the pouring rain. After Chen Hansheng discovered it, he pretended to go to the bathroom and actually ran back to the dormitory to get an umbrella. Yueguang saw Chen Hansheng, whose pants were half wet, and the umbrella in his hand. He also understood what was going on and for the first time asked Chen Hansheng to brew tea himself. In the afternoon, Chen Hansheng had almost sorted out all the items in the cabinet, and Yueguang checked them again. He found that these items were not only clearly categorized by year, but also specifically labeled with the types of sent and received, making it clear to search for them at a glance. Yueguang usually doesn't pay much attention to messy cabinets, but seeing them organized, his mood instantly improved. He threw another cigarette to Chen Hansheng. Chen Hansheng took a cigarette and asked, "Secretary Yu, I see there is a policy here that encourages college students to start their own businesses. I didn't expect the school to have such a good policy." Yueguang took it over to take a look and said disapprovingly, "It's just for the sake of the higher-ups. The school doesn't have much resources to support students in entrepreneurship. At most, it's just to let out the few vacant rooms on the ground floor of the teaching building. The location there is quite good, with people coming and going," said Chen Hansheng. Yueguang shook his head and said, "Nowadays, college students start their own businesses directly with the goal of going public. They are ambitious and have no interest in these things." Chen Hansheng nodded and remained silent. This message is actually quite crucial, with clear regulations and actual resource support. As for those abandoned vacant houses, the support was naturally very small when there were no results at the beginning. When they tasted the sweetness, the profit orientation would make the school actively tilt its resources towards this side. At around 5:30, when Chen Hansheng was about to return to his dormitory, Yueguang suddenly stopped him and said, "You don't need to come from tomorrow. By the way, let your class Shen Youchu fill out this form." Chen Hansheng took over and took a look at the qualification registration form for financial aid for impoverished students at Jianyu University of Finance and Economics. Secretary Yu. Chen Hansheng was actually quite surprised. He thought it would take at least a week, but he didn't expect to get it in 3 days. I communicated with Lao Guo last night, and her situation is basically true. After filling it out, please hand it over to me. If there is enough time, it can be credited next week, Yueguang said with a smile. However, Chen Hansheng remembered another thing. Do we still need to submit the proof materials from Shen Youchu's hometown government? No need. Yueguang waved his hand and said, these are just auxiliary materials. I just need to know if they are real or fake, and no one can say anything. These reasons that once blocked the Hulan language no longer exist. In fact, these scholarships can be given to any impoverished student, but in short, Yueguang himself cannot receive them. Since he cannot carry them in his pocket, he naturally distributes them according to his personal relationships. So, Hulin said that Yueguang did not understand the system, and Chen Hansheng also said that Hulin did not understand politics. On the morning of the fourth day, Chen Hansheng still appeared in the Yueguang office on time. Didn't it mean you didn't have to come over, or was there a problem filling out the form? Yueguang asked strangely. None of them are. Chen Hansheng smiled and said, I'm just used to walking towards Secretary Yu, and I can't even control these feet. Ha ha ha. Knowing that Chen Hansheng was saying something nice, Yueguang still smiled happily and said, well, you can come and help me organize my things once a month, and you really don't have to come again at other times. Upon hearing Yueguang's words, Chen Hansheng was preparing to suspend his work at the Youth League Committee. He couldn't stop coming as soon as he received the eligibility form for the financial aid for impoverished students. This inevitably led to a strong utilitarian mentality and an unsightly appearance. If we don't deal with each other in the future, it's okay. Obviously, Chen Hansheng still has many places to rely on the Youth League Committee in the future. This incense still needs to be burned. In the afternoon, Chen Hansheng finally went to class. Class monitor Chen, who had been away for 3.5 days, returned to the classroom, which attracted 602 roommates to invite credit one by one. Fourth, I helped you answer today. Chen, I helped you answer yesterday. Class monitor, I helped you answer it the day before yesterday. They all know that Chen Hansheng has been working these days, but the benefits he has received cannot be reduced. Chen Hansheng couldn't let them go as he pleased. He raised his chin and lit a cigarette, looked around and said, recently, the class is planning a male-female social activity. As soon as the sentence came out, the attention of several single dogs immediately shifted. Hulanyu suggested eating and singing, Chen Hansheng continued. Yang Xiao chuckled and said, Hulanyu, this man and woman, sometimes does good things. But I vetoed it. Chen Hansheng dropped a bomb. Jin Yangming became anxious upon hearing this and said, Brother Chen, are you confused why reject it? Pretending to force the young man to pursue Shangyanyan has always been in his heart. Now that he finally has such an excellent opportunity, it has been rejected by Chen Hansheng. Chen Hansheng snorted contemptuously, so you guys are too young to think about the effects of eating and singing. In the end, it turned into a dormitory activity. At most, you just toast and acknowledge your face. What progress can you make? This group of people also thought about it, they were too excited just now and ignored this point. Lao Si, if you have any good ideas, just say them quickly and don't let your appetite linger. Guo Xiaoqiang couldn't help but say. Chen Hansheng smiled and said, the college student activity center shows movies every Friday night. Tickets are not expensive at all for 3 yuan. I plan to use the class fee to buy 54 tickets, one for each person in the class, and we will have mixed seats for male and female students. That's the best way. Amazing. As soon as Chen Hansheng finished speaking, Jin Yangming couldn't help but shout out. If that's the case, Chen Hansheng could have arranged himself and Shang Yanyan to sit next to each other. In the dark cinema, men and women sit together, which is indeed much more erotic than having a group meal and singing. The other few people gradually realized it, and their eyes began to glow. Jin Yangming was still the most excited, and he immediately said, "Brother Chen, I think. Hey, the cigarette's gone." Chen Hansheng suddenly interrupted, "This cigarette is gone, and my thoughts can't keep up. In case I mix it up wrong and accidentally separate Zhu Chenglong and Shang Yanyan together." Jin Yangming's reaction was also quick, "I'll go downstairs and buy it now." "Chen, please wait a moment and make sure your thinking is clear." The boy turned around and was about to leave, but Chen Hansheng stopped him from behind. "Lao Lu, don't buy Zonghua. That cigarette is too light, I'm worried I won't be able to get used to it." Jin Yangming's mouth twitched and finally managed to squeeze out a smile, saying, "I can't get used to smoking, so I need to try more. I'll go buy a pack now." 47 Movie Party, Get Up. After finally calming down the group of single dogs in 602, Chen Hansheng picked up the eligibility form for the impoverished student scholarship and walked up to Shen Youchu, sitting down without saying a word. Shen Youchu was reviewing her homework when she thought she was her roommate, but when she looked up, it turned out to be Chen Hansheng. Chen Hansheng didn't have a sitting posture either. He leaned sideways on the table, propped up his chin with his hands and stared straight at Shen Youchu. "I haven't been to class for several days, have you missed me?" Shen Youchu didn't expect Chen Hansheng to be so bold. He dared to say so in front of his classmates, blushing and whispering, "Can you be more serious?" "I'm not serious, that's the most serious thing to say." Chen Hansheng reached out to take Shen Youchu's textbook and saw that it was filled with notes and key points. He said, "If I need tutoring before the exam, you can help me." Shen Youchu turned his face and remained silent. "Did you hear me?" Chen Hansheng repeated it again. "Got it, got it." Shen Youchu was worried about attracting the attention of others and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Hu Linyu, who was resting in the hallway, saw this scene and thought that Chen Hansheng had gone to bully Shen Youchu again. She quickly walked in and presided over justice. Unexpectedly, Chen Hansheng was also very happy and said, "Xiao, who arrived just in time. I have received the eligibility form for the scholarship for impoverished students. Can you guide Shen Youchu to fill it out?" Hu Linyu took it over to take a look and excitedly said to Shen Youchu, "This homeroom monitor really helped you secure the eligibility for the scholarship for impoverished students." Shen Youchu was also very grateful, but her low-key and introverted personality, coupled with Chen Hansheng's body increasingly sliding towards him, Shen Youchu could only huddle in the corner, look at Hu Linyu for help, and say in a mosquito-like voice, "Thank you." "You're welcome, we can sleep together when we have time," Chen Hansheng said casually. Hu Linyu looked silent and Shen Youchu was about to be bullied under the table. He patted the table and said, "Class monitor, it's almost done. When will this money be credited?" Chen Hansheng looked at Hu Daxia, who had acted in a righteous manner, and sat up straight, saying, "It's hard to say for now. I still need to go and communicate with him. Although Yueguang said that the funds may be received next week, there are too many variables in the allocation, and Chen Hansheng will not give a clear answer. In addition, he also wanted to use this to coerce Shen Youchu. Regarding the male and female friendship in the class, it's better to organize a movie at the college student activity center, said Chen Hansheng. Watching a movie. Hulinyu never thought about this possibility before. Chen Hansheng nodded and said, the college student activity center organizes movie screenings every Friday. I use my class fee to buy 54 movie tickets, and choose every 2 tickets that are adjacent. Then, I will arrange for male and female students to draw lots separately, and when they draw adjacent seats, they will go to watch the movie together. This approach is both novel and can break up small groups in the dormitory. Moreover, before the opening moment, no one knows which opposite-sex classmate is around them, and whether they have a strong sense of participation and expectation. Hulinyu nodded with a sudden realization, which seemed quite reasonable and easy to operate. If you don't object, then let's make it this way. I'll go back to my seat for class first. However, before leaving, Chen Hansheng suddenly said to Shen Youchu, this is a collective activity of the class, no one is allowed to take leave, otherwise Hulinyu looked at Shen Youchu with some sympathy. The meaning of this rogue class leader was very obvious. Shen Youchu must participate in this activity and definitely sit next to him. Just go ahead and watch a movie. For the sake of the scholarship, you can hold back for a while, Youchu. After thinking for a moment, Hulinyu advised Shen Youchu to temporarily surrender. Although Chen Hansheng didn't say anything, I know he cleaned the cabinet in the Youth League Committee office for 3 days, which was how he got the scholarship application qualification form in your hand. You also know how crazy he is. Being willing to let him do such a thing shows that he still has a conscience towards you. Also, if he dares to touch you while watching a movie, just shout rude. Faced with the incessant chatter of Hulinyu, Shen Youchu blushed and agreed. She had never been to a cinema for so long, and didn't expect to have to deal with a boy who often bullies her when she first watches a movie. Shen Youchu raised his head and glanced at Chen Hansheng, who was enjoying Jin Yangming's humble cigarette lighting service. He could only lower his head and let out a faint sigh. After class, Chen Hansheng arranged to buy tickets, and at this point, the identity of the student union became very useful. The club that organized the movie broadcast heard that the buyer was the deputy director of the Human Relations Department, and they also purchased 54 movie tickets at once. They happily agreed to Chen Hansheng's additional requirements. On Friday morning, Chen Hansheng walked up to the podium during break and said, students, in order to enrich everyone's extracurricular activities, promote friendship among classmates, and increase the collective cohesion of the class, tonight we are organizing a Friday movie party. Next, Chen Hansheng will explain the rules of this movie party clearly. Most people in the class did not expect such an interesting activity, which is indeed much more interesting than singing and eating, especially by drawing lots to determine the opposite sex around them. Think about it, it's really exciting. Chen Hansheng presided over the lottery draw, with boys and girls taking turns on stage. The boys who received movie tickets couldn't hide their smiles and wished it would turn dark. The girls had to be more reserved, but they also laughed at each other with their roommates. However, no one noticed that Shen Youchu, who had always been low-key, did not go on stage to draw lots because Chen Hansheng had already given her movie tickets before class. You are 706, I am 707, we don't need to draw lots. Shen Youchu quietly opened his palm, which was a sweaty movie ticket that had been gripped. After the draw was completed, the atmosphere in Public Management Class 2 was quite different. Even the new class teacher felt a bit strange. Although there were still several months left in spring, why did the cat start to heat up? After class, Chen Hansheng was about to go back when Shang Yanyan, the most widely recognized beauty in the class, walked over and asked with a smile, "Class monitor, how many rows and seats are you?" Chen Hansheng was unwilling to answer. After reading it, "It's boring. It's like getting married in ancient times. You only know who the other person is after turning off the lights and taking off your clothes. That's so interesting." "Disgusting." Shang Yanyan bashfully smacks Chen Hansheng. "In terms of beauty, she can't catch up with Xiao Rongyu and Shen Youchu. However, Shang Yanyan can dress up. Eyeliner, lipstick, and foundation makeup are all used properly, which can cover up the shortcomings of facial features. In addition, talking about boyfriends may help her understand the preferences of boys, so she also has her own charm." Chen Hansheng smiled and accepted Shang Yanyan's punches. He was also a wave. Although he didn't have much interest in Shang Yanyan, he still flirted like he should, and accidentally got a movie ticket from Shang Yanyan. Shang Yanyan glanced at Chen Hansheng's seat number, feeling slightly disappointed, but left with a smile without saying anything. "Don't tease my girlfriend in the future." Jin Yangming, who had been monitoring nearby, walked over and gave a stern warning. "This kid is also through the back door." Chen Hansheng arranged for him and Shang Yanyan to be together, and Jin Yangming has already considered where their child will go to school. However, seeing the subtle expression on Shang Yanyan's face, Chen Hansheng silently shook his head. This kid may not be satisfied. 48 A Scumbag Self-Narration Chamberlain 7 Liters Edition. Affected by Shang Yanyan's ticket-grabbing incident, Chen Hansheng reiterated before the afternoon class that he was not allowed to inquire about other people's seat numbers. He wanted to keep this expectation and tension until the opening of the movie. In fact, Chen Hansheng is the calmest one. His female companion has already been confirmed, and he personally arranged it. After dinner, the long-awaited night finally arrived. The moon quietly revealed its charming figure in the clouds, and the street lights on the main road of the school lit up in rows, attracting a few moths to wind up and down. The evening breeze was already a bit cool and just right. College students are also looking forward to Friday. Although their academic workload is not heavy, today single dogs can freely stay up all night and masturbate. Couples cannot return to their dormitories at night, and the school radio station is also very responsive to the news of the band's death and love. Love even when you die, not to the fullest, not to the fullest, not to the fullest. How deep the emotions are, only in this way can we express ourselves enough. The 602 boys, even the boys from the entire public management class 2, seem like soldiers on the expedition at this moment, one by one nervous and somewhat serious. Li Zhenyi's even plans to flee in the face of danger. Public management class 2 does not welcome departing drum performers, nor do they welcome coercion. Chen Hansheng forcefully took Li Zhenyi's out of the dormitory and looked up at his brothers. They were really combing their hair into the shape of adults, almost wearing a handsome suit. "Let's go." Chen Hansheng let out a loud roar, instantly igniting the horn for tonight's battle. However, when we arrived downstairs, everyone consciously began to disperse their actions, which was also normal. Everyone had different expectations for this event. Perhaps Li Zhenyi's was just an ordinary movie, but Jin Yangming was the beginning of love. Due to Chen Hansheng's early knowledge of his female partner's advantages, when everyone else went to the cinema anxiously and didn't wait, he went directly to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. There are still quite a few people here, but he is the most leisurely. Other people's boyfriends either hold flowers or snacks, only Chen Hansheng holds a cigarette in his hand and smokes it himself. Beautiful girls came out of the dormitory one after another, and Chen Hansheng also saw many of his classmates. They had obviously dressed up tonight, with thin makeup and fitting clothes, with a hint of anticipation and longing on their faces, and quickly walked towards the college student activity center. It seems that the effect is quite good. How many pairs can we make tonight and put them aside for now? At least it won't be like before, when boys and girls in the same class meet, they don't even know how to greet each other. Chen Hansheng thought to himself, but still couldn't see Shen Youchu's figure as he waited left and right. Just as he was about to make a phone call to the dormitory, a tall figure ran down in panic. Old school uniforms, washed white canvas shoes, and occasional peach blossom eyes that only appear when looking up. Who is Shen Youchu? She probably understood that she was going to be late, and was about to speed up and run over when she didn't expect Chen Hansheng to be downstairs. I forgot while reading. Shen Youchu was panting heavily and explained in a low voice with his head down. Oh. Chen Hansheng walked ahead expressionlessly. I'm sorry. Shen Youchu was slightly behind by 2 steps. She dared not walk with Chen Hansheng and apologized while observing whether Chen Hansheng was angry. Chen Hansheng ignored and walked almost to the college student activity center when he suddenly asked, "Do you want to drink water?" "No need, no need." Shen Youchu reached out his small hand and waved to refuse. Chen Hansheng nodded and walked to the convenience store to buy 2 bottles of drinks. "Where's the plum blossom?" Chen Hansheng asked again. "No need, no need." Shen Youchu once again extended his small hand and waved to refuse. Chen Hansheng nodded and bought snacks such as dried plums and chewing gum. There is also a popcorn cellar at the entrance of the college student activity center, with a sweet and creamy aroma filling the nose. "Do you want to eat this?" Chen Hansheng pointed to the popcorn and said. Shen Youchu glanced and remained silent. "Do you want to eat or not?" Chen Hansheng asked again. Shen Youchu had no choice but to say, I don't know if I want to eat it." Chen Hansheng thought to himself that this is a foolish girl. She nods when she eats, and shakes her head when she doesn't eat. We are not the kind of people who like to be forced. "Then don't eat, you go first," Chen Hansheng said impatiently. Shen Youchu dared not delay and quickly walked into the college student activity center. The stairs of the financial college student activity center are stepped-like, and when a movie is showing, it is pitch black. If someone doesn't know, it's easy for them to slip on it. Chen Hansheng followed behind, carrying water and snacks into his pocket as he walked. He quietly spread out his hands and silently counted to himself, 1, 2, 3. Shen Youchu had never entered this place before, and she was worried about walking slowly and being attacked. She stumbled and stumbled off course, leaning backwards and falling steadily into Chen Hansheng's arms. "Be careful," Chen Hansheng whispered in Shen Youchu's ear. Shen Youchu quickly struggled to stand up, and Chen Hansheng didn't force her to stay, but he grabbed her wrist and said, "I'll take you with me." Shen Youchu struggled several times, but unexpectedly Chen Hansheng clenched more and more tightly. "Even if you are covered in iron and can withstand my few rivets, be my girlfriend as soon as possible and get things done as soon as possible." The movie broadcasted tonight is The Lion King, a 1998 Disney animated film. Of course, we cannot have too high expectations for such a wild chicken movie club in schools. They cannot obtain the latest film footage from 2002, and even strictly speaking, organizing such paid movie watching activities is illegal. However, when college students watch movies, who would pay special attention to the content? If you don't believe it, ask the boys in public management class too. Many of them may not remember the movie plot when they go back, and they probably spend their time in ambiguous and somewhat awkward moments. In fact, Chen Hansheng is no different. He doesn't have much feelings for the movie content, but the atmosphere is very attractive to him, and even unconsciously takes him back to 2019. At that time, the scumbag Chen Hansheng sometimes had to watch the same movie 5 or 6 times. There were too many birds and swallows around him, and everyone accompanied him to watch it several times. In fact, this is also a kind of torture, because he knows the plot of the movie backwards and has to pretend to be watching it for the first time, being surprised with others, laughing together, feeling sad and sad together, truly tormented. I can't do this kind of thing in my life anymore. I can only watch a movie once at most. Chen Hansheng was about to swear when he suddenly remembered the little Crucian carp goddess. She was still in a rage, and watching a movie was a good way to apologize. I can only watch a movie twice at most, 3 or 4 times. Chen Hansheng silently comforted himself, anticipating that things must be prosperous so that he could calmly cope with every storm in life. 49 Have wine but no story. There was a movie in front of him, but Chen Hansheng was immersed in memories of his scumbag career. However, the actions of Shen Youchu's hands brought him back to reality. She is trying to break free from Chen Hansheng's constraints. If someone else found out that their female companion was so reluctant, they would probably feel embarrassed to continue holding on to her. Chen Hansheng ignored that and only succeeded by catching her. Sleeping in bed was his own. Don't move, watch the movie with peace of mind. Chen Hansheng intimidated his face and scolded in a low voice. Shen Youchu was very wronged by the violence, and she didn't know if she should shout disrespect or not, but Chen Hansheng didn't attend classes to apply for financial aid for impoverished students. As Hu Linyu said, Chen Hansheng still has a conscience for himself. Can you loosen it a bit? Shen Youchu pleaded softly with tears in his eyes. At this moment, Chen Hansheng realized that in order to prevent Shen Youchu from struggling, he might have pinched her in pain. He let go a bit, but still guarded against Shen Youchu's sudden refusal to let go. In fact, Shen Youchu didn't have that much extravagance in his mind. He just glanced at Chen Hansheng in the darkness and knew he couldn't break free, so he silently watched a movie. The movie ticket costs 3 yuan, which is equivalent to 1.5 days of living expenses for Shen Youchu. Shen Youchu has never watched a movie before, and the only TV in her family is still a gift given to her mother-in-law by the villagers. She is curious about this kind of big screen movie, and coupled with the fact that the Lion King movie is suitable for all ages, it has both entertainment elements and inspirational chicken soup, so she unconsciously became obsessed. When Simba encountered danger, her whole body was tense and tense. When Simba turned the tide, there was a clear sense of joy in her eyes. The lights in the cinema were very dim, with only faint reflections on Shen Youchu's face, revealing a quiet and vivid profile, long eyelashes, straight nose bridges, and rosy and plump lips. Chen Hansheng actually quite wanted to laugh. If it weren't for holding Shen Youchu's wrist, he wouldn't have thought her wrist would be a bit cute and round. If Yueguang had found out, Shen Youchu's application for financial aid from a poor student would have been quite challenging. Chen Hansheng chuckled in his heart. It's hard to imagine Shen Youchu, who is less likely to have such a body shape, but from a physiological perspective, women like Shen Youchu should be born with charm, which may be the main reason for the formation of 3060. In a simple sentence, talent is relatively good, but the environment is almost okay. Especially as one grows older, this innate advantage in physique will become increasingly apparent. At this moment, Shen Youchu probably also noticed that Chen Hansheng had been staring at him all along. The two of them exchanged glances, and Shen Youchu's eyes were somewhat confused, guarded, aggrieved, and puzzled. She had never considered love, but Chen Hansheng suddenly broke into her quiet life and didn't even plan to leave. Shen Youchu didn't know how to handle it. Chen Hansheng smiled gently, gesturing for her to continue watching the movie. The movie, which lasted for over 2 hours, quickly came to an end. When the lights in the college activity center lit up, Shen Youchu was also preparing to leave with the crowd. Chen Hansheng patted the back of her hand and said, "Wait a little longer, we'll go for a walk by the lake later." Shen Youchu is afraid to struggle now, because he might run into his classmates in the cinema. The financial institution also has an artificial lake, but it is very small, like a mirror set on the ground, reflecting the moonlight of Tsinghua University. Occasionally, 1 or 2 red fish come out to breathe in the air, creating ripples that slowly spread to the shore. The night breeze suddenly rose, and Chen Hansheng and Shen Youchu took a walk on a cobblestone path, with the lake at their feet. Occasionally, couples walked from opposite directions, both sides making way. "Is the movie good?" Chen Hansheng suddenly asked. Shen Youchu responded gently, "Next time I'll show you, okay?" Chen Hansheng continued to ask. Shen Youchu remained silent. "Why, unwilling?" Chen Hansheng suddenly turned around. Shen Youchu hurriedly lowered her head, and the moonlight hit her forehead with a magnetic luster. Chen Hansheng couldn't help but leaned over and gave a kiss. "You, what are you doing?" Shen Youchu suddenly lifted her head, frightened by Chen Hansheng's kiss and unable to keep up with the thinking of the old thug. "I'm sorry, I couldn't hold back." "Oh my God." Chen Hansheng was about to find some reason to explain, but Shen Youchu's reaction was more intense than expected. She pushed Chen Hansheng away and ran towards the dormitory. Chen Hansheng didn't stand firm and stumbled into an artificial lake. With a loud splash, there was a huge splash of water, which startled the intimate couples around them to stand up and watch. Fortunately, the artificial lake is not deep and only looks about 1 meter long. Chen Hansheng's life is not in danger, but his whole body is soaked through. Some people still make fun of the excitement by the shore and say, "Brother, you often walk by the river, how can you not get wet?" Chen Hansheng touched the water droplets on his face and retorted, "Damn it, I'm bathing in the river of love." Shen Youchu, this little girl, didn't expect to push Chen Hansheng into the water. She quickly ran back to check the situation and heard Chen Hansheng arguing with others in a fit of anger, feeling a little relieved in her heart. Are you okay?" Shen Youchu crouched on the shore and asked cautiously. "Do you think I have anything to do?" Chen Hansheng rolled his eyes and then reached out his hand to look at Shen Youchu. Shen Youchu didn't react, her peach blossom eyes blinked and she stared blankly at Chen Hansheng. "Pull me, I'm so stupid." Chen Hansheng stared and said. Oh, don't blame me." Shen Youchu's experience tonight was also exceptionally rich. Watching a movie, holding hands, being kissed, and being pushed into the river, she felt panicked and cried out in fear of this roar. After Chen Hansheng stepped ashore, his soaked clothes were tightly pressed against his body, and his hair was dripping. Shen Youchu stood beside him at a loss. In this situation, Chen Hansheng couldn't play the hooligan anymore and could only impatiently say, "I'm going back. I'm just kissing you. What's this big reaction for?" After he finished speaking, he shook his head and walked back to the dormitory. His shoes were like soaked sponges, creaking as he stepped on them, dragging wet stains all the way, feeling very embarrassed. Shen Youchu silently watched from behind, and suddenly couldn't help but laugh. The clouds and mist dispersed, shining like stars. Unfortunately, Chen Hansheng did not see it. After Chen Hansheng returned to his dormitory, several roommates saw his situation and came to ask the reason one by one. Of course, Chen Hansheng wouldn't tell the truth and said he accidentally fell into the river. Guo Xiaoqiang pursed his lips and said, "We thought you had a story." "What does it mean?" Chen Hansheng asked. Yang Xiao explained, "The later you come back, the more story you have with your girlfriend. You see, Lao Lu, this bastard, hasn't come back yet. Maybe even a good relationship with Shang Yanyan has come to fruition." There is a sour taste in Lao Yang's words, and he also likes Shang Yanyan. However, Jin Yangming is more decisive in his actions. Chen Hansheng thought it was quite reasonable. After taking a shower, he called for someone to come over and play cards. However, strangely enough, he couldn't see Jin Yangming's figure even when waiting left and right. "This kid doesn't know how to open a room, does he?" Guo Xiaoqiang murmured. Yang Xiao didn't even want to play cards anymore, and the thought of Jin Yangming kissing Shang Yanyan made his heart ache. "In theory, I shouldn't know. Did I think I had a wrong idea?" Chen Hansheng said to himself, but he didn't say it out loud. Near 12 o'clock, over 602 people were having a tea party to discuss the class girls, and Jin Yangming finally came back drunk. "Lao Lu, quickly tell everyone your story," Guo Xiaoqiang said excitedly. "Story? I think it's an accident," Jin Yangming sneered as he exhaled alcohol. The group of 602 looked at each other, and Chen Hansheng climbed down from the bed and asked seriously, "Old Lu, what's going on?" Jin Yangming couldn't help but hug Chen Hansheng and burst into tears. "Brother Chen, I was played with by a woman. Shang Yanyan gave away the ticket, and I watched a movie with the dormitory station and all night, 50 carrying the project and negotiating cooperation." Jin Yangming himself never expected that his first date in college would be with Auntie from the dormitory station. Yang Xiao and Guo Xiaoqiang couldn't help but laugh and blush. Li Zhenyi's couldn't bear to see it and said angrily, "Chen has already said that all class activities must be participated in. Shang Yanyan really lacks a sense of collectivity." Chen Hansheng was well aware that Shang Yanyan's family conditions were good, and some restrictions could restrict Shen Youchu, which may not be effective for her. Before class, Shang Yanyan specifically watched Chen Hansheng's movie ticket number, which roughly meant that if she was with Chen Hansheng, she would choose to go to the cinema. If it were any other boy in the class, it would be fate to watch a movie with the dormitory station but she happened to be bumped into by Jin Yangming tonight. This kind of person disdains the collective. Let's not play with her in the future. Chen Hansheng patted Jin Yangming's head and comforted him. "I have also advised that love is not as good as games. Is it because the ocean of knowledge is not broad enough, or because the games on the phone are not puzzle enough? If it really doesn't work, it's okay to play cards. Why do you want to fall in love?" Jin Yangming still had tears of sadness on his face, and now he looked up again in defiance. "Brother Chen, you are too reckless. You don't even understand what love is." Okay, I don't understand." Chen Hansheng didn't argue either, saying, "Then go to the internet cafe CS tomorrow and invite Lao Yang and Xiaoqiang to accompany you. Comforting a heartbroken boy in college is nothing more than smoking, drinking, and playing games. In fact, their effects are not very significant, and even if they calm down, they will still feel uncomfortable. I won't go." Jin Yangming firmly rejected the proposal and gritted his teeth, saying, "Tomorrow I will go to the library and complete this year's course in 2 months. Then I will enroll in an English tutoring class and strive to score 6 or above in the IELTS next year. I will study abroad. This impassioned emotion even shocked Yang Xiao and Guo Xiaoqiang, 2 old-timers. Unexpectedly, a lovelorn man could emerge with such great potential. Chen Hansheng smiled and thought to himself, being young is really good. He dares to boast about anything amazing. In fact, aside from the accident of Jin Yangming, the movie party event of Public Management Class 2 tonight was still very effective. It pierced through that piece of paper, at least the sense of constraint and distance between the boys and girls in the class is much smaller. The next morning, Chen Hansheng was sleeping in bed when Jin Yangming came over to push him. "Chen, it's getting late. Hurry up and go online." Chen Hansheng vaguely opened his eyes and muttered, "Aren't you going to the library?" His mother. "The library may be closed this Saturday." Jin Yangming woke up Yang Xiao and Guo Xiaoqiang while saying. Chen Hansheng nodded and suddenly felt something was wrong. There was no university library that closed on weekends, and Jin Yangming wanted to play games and find himself some grand reasons. "Dog day, why didn't you say that the school went bankrupt by the way?" Chen Hansheng cursed, and he happened to be going out to do something. A few people packed up and headed straight to the Yueguang Commodity Center. Yang Xiao, Guo Xiaoqiang, and Jin Yangming, 3 internet-addicted teenagers, are naturally CS desert gray. Chen Hansheng went directly to find Zhongji Uncheng, the general manager of the Zhongling district of Shentong Express. In the past few days, while working in the Youth League Committee, Chen Hansheng unexpectedly discovered an important bargaining chip that could be negotiated. The branch office was still bustling here, and Chen Hansheng arrived on the 2nd floor with a familiar car. After knocking on the door, he said, "Manager Zhong." "I didn't expect Zhongji Uncheng to have guests here." Judging by his age and attire, he seemed to be a college student. He also looked up at Chen Hansheng. Zhongji Uncheng was a bit surprised and then said directly to the college student, "Meng Suidong, this is the freshman who wants to replace you as the general agent of the Finance Institute." So coincidental. Chen Hansheng was also taken aback. He didn't expect his enemies to meet here, and of course, Zhongji Uncheng was also a bad embryo. It's highly likely that he had a desire to watch the excitement when introducing himself like this. "Chen, I know you." Meng Suidong was the first to speak out. He was tall, thin, and wearing glasses. He said meaningfully, "Xiao and I are in adjacent dormitories." With this statement, Chen Hansheng understood that Xiao was deeply moved and there were many students watching. It is estimated that Meng Suidong saw Chen Hansheng at that time. Chen Hansheng doesn't want to go around in such a mysterious way. His development ideas are very clear. From the student union to the general agent of express delivery, to put it bluntly, they are actually stepping stones, but they are also essential. It turns out to be senior brother Meng, so we have become acquainted once and twice. We don't talk politely between acquaintances. I'm going to discuss cooperation with Manager Zhong this time. Would you like to avoid it for a while? Chen Hansheng said rudely. Meng Suidong's face immediately turned ugly. This junior brother's style was too fierce, but it was somewhat similar to what was rumored. Zhongji Uncheng originally wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, but he didn't expect Chen Hansheng to come up and beat people down with a stick. He had been in Zhongling University City for so long, and the college students he met, no matter how capable, at least spoke politely. There was no one like Chen Hansheng who was so unreasonable. People all have sympathy for the weak. Zhongji Uncheng saw Meng Suidong's face turn red and he couldn't say a word, so he helped out. "This week, Xiao Meng managed to collect 70 parcels per day, and the business volume reached a new high. If you don't have the ability to collect 100 parcels, Chen Hansheng, don't talk about it. Chen Hansheng smiled and said, our school has about 6,000 students at the Zhongling campus. Is Manager Zhong really satisfied with the daily collection of 70 items? Zhong Jiancheng choked for a moment, realizing that 70 pieces were definitely less than the overall base, but Shentung's current main business is not in university campuses, so he didn't actually take it to heart. At this moment, Meng Suidong finally reacted and sarcastically said, what's a good way for junior brother Chen to achieve 100 pieces? Chen Hansheng didn't pay much attention to the emotions in Meng Suidong's tone. He was the one who provoked him first, and it was normal for others to retaliate with 1 or 2 words. He asked calmly, I am currently the class monitor and deputy head of the department's external relations department. Does senior brother Meng have any position? Meng Suidong said disdainfully, these are not of much use. Chen Hansheng smiled and said, who says it's useless? At least I can better promote it in my class and department, and that's an advantage. I have applied for a college student entrepreneurship support project from the school's youth league committee. Once it is launched, it is very likely to monopolize the express delivery business of the entire finance institute. Do you have such resources, Senior Meng? Meng Suidong didn't believe it and said contemptuously, brag. Chen Hansheng didn't explain to him, but instead looked at Zhong Jiancheng and said, since I'm here, how could it be fake? It depends on whether Manager Zhong is willing to take 5 minutes to listen to my thoughts. Zhong Jiancheng originally wanted to watch the excitement, but he didn't expect Chen Hansheng to throw out a college student entrepreneurship support project. The name sounded lofty, and he felt that listening to it wouldn't lose anything. So he said to Meng Suidong, little Meng, go back first, we'll contact you later. Meng Suidong didn't expect Zhong Jiancheng to truly believe it, but he couldn't refute it because he didn't know anyone at the youth league committee. Looking at Meng Suidong's helpless figure as he descended the stairs, Chen Hansheng suddenly said, actually, Senior Meng's abilities are also good, and he can still be responsible for the business of the Finance Institute at that time. Zhong Jiancheng was about to light his cigarette when he heard the lighter put down and asked, and you? I have presented such a project and discussed it with Manager Zhong. Of course, I cannot only be responsible for one school. At least, I need to take a point-to-face approach, and the business of the 4 similar universities, namely East University, School of Finance, School of Medicine, and School of Engineering, should be outsourced to me. 51 Taking the wrong script. Actually, since Chen Hansheng learned about Meng Suidong's identity, there hasn't been a word of truth in his mouth. Because he did not actually apply for the college student entrepreneurship support project from the Finance Institute, he only learned about this situation when the Youth League Committee sorted out the documents, and had not yet had time to operate it. Chen Hansheng's intention today was to discuss and communicate with Zhong Jiancheng. Unexpectedly, he met Meng Suidong here. With the concept of business can fail, momentum cannot collapse, Chen Hansheng quickly changed his plan and just boasted nonsense. The key is that he has really seen the original, so when it comes to it, Zhong Jiancheng is quite interested. Do you mean to establish a stronghold in the financial institution, while capturing the financial market and radiating to surrounding universities? Zhong Jiancheng asked. Chen Hansheng nodded and said, because this project is supported by the school, they will provide us with several convenient, crowded, and spacious storefronts for free. In his mouth, the few abandoned classrooms under the teaching building immediately became treasures. Anyway, Zhong Jiancheng didn't know, so Chen Hansheng didn't hesitate to deceive him. Of course, Zhong Jiancheng also had his own considerations. After thinking for a moment, he said, "So the project is quite big, I need to go to your school to take a look." Chen Hansheng agreed without hesitation. Not only should we conduct inspections, but we also need to discuss with the leaders of the Youth League Committee on how to promote better implementation. Upon hearing Chen Hansheng's answer, Zhong Jiancheng basically believed it, because Chen Hansheng actually allowed himself to have a meeting with the leadership of the Youth League Committee, and it was highly likely that the project was real. Zhong Jiancheng didn't know that Chen Hansheng was just painting pancakes. He would first draw a pancake here, then go to Yueguang's place to draw a pancake, and then mediate in the middle. This project would also be created out of nothing. When will I go to your school then? Zhong Jiancheng thinks the prospects are good and wants to learn more information. It depends on when the leaders of the Youth League Committee are available. Chen Hansheng smiled and said, "You know they spend all day meeting mountains and seas." Actually, this time mainly depends on Chen Hansheng's coordination progress. Even if it fails, it doesn't matter. It's just a waste of saliva and physical strength. As for face, do we still need this thing when it comes to business negotiations? Zhong Jiancheng nodded and looked at the time, saying, "It's time for dinner. Let Xiao Chen stay and have a meal." No, I have to go back to school." Chen Hansheng politely declined. "Do you look down on us, Shenzhen Express?" Zhong Jiancheng forcefully pulled Chen Hansheng to a nearby tavern to have a meal. Of course the price was not expensive, just to express a certain meaning. After finishing his meal, Chen Hansheng didn't go back to school or play games with his roommates. He went straight to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory at East University and said to the dormitory manager, "Excuse me, I'm looking for Xiao Rongyu from 303. Auntie Sugwan asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Xiao Hongwei," Chen Hansheng said. The dormitory manager's aunt made a record and indeed called room 303, saying, "Xiao Rongyu, Xiao Hongwei is looking for you downstairs." The Cold War between Chen Hansheng and Xiao Rongyu has lasted from the port city until now. Chen Hansheng has made several phone calls in between, and without exception, they have all been hung up. Still a virgin, emotional expert Wang Zibo analyzed that Xiao Youchu was already prepared to accept this relationship, but at a critical moment, Chen Hansheng went to fool around again, leaving her feeling very disappointed. Chen Hansheng cannot argue that going to a bar is not considered cheating, just like Kong Yuji's stealing books cannot be considered stealing. When I see Xiao Rongyu this time, I still need to speak clearly, at least continue to be friends. Actually, Chen Hansheng doesn't think there's anything wrong with going to a bar. He's single now. Wave, is there anything wrong? In no time, Xiao Rongyu, dressed in pajamas, hurriedly ran down, looking left and right in search. She was also wondering why her father came to Jianyi without saying a word. Unlike Shen Youchu's round and beautiful oval face, Xiao Rongyu has a delicate melon seed face. Although the pajamas are long-sleeved pants, the skin exposed at the neck is like snow and frost. The autumn wind blows, and the soft cotton pajamas stick to his body, highlighting Xiao Rongyu's slender and exquisite figure. The boys waiting for their girlfriends under the dormitory building were immediately attracted by this stunning expression, and their eyes couldn't even turn. "Are you the goddess of high school? Even after going to college, she didn't embarrass us at Gangcheng No. 1 High School." Chen Hansheng walked over with a smile and said, "Don't look for it. I'll just borrow Uncle Xiao's name." Xiao Rongyu saw Chen Hansheng and immediately understood what was going on. He turned around and prepared to return to the dormitory. Chen Hansheng jumped up to the front and stopped. We can't just keep doing this, can we? If there's any misunderstanding, let's talk about it first. Tell the lady in the bar, I don't want to hear it. Xiao Rongju's eyes and eyebrows were still tinged with anger, clear and cold. Okay, then you can go up there. I'll print a banner and hang it downstairs tomorrow. Chen Hansheng simply enlarged his approach and pointed to several trees downstairs in the girls' dormitory, saying, I will hang a banner here, which reads 303 Xiao Rongyu. You can rest assured to go to college, I will raise your child alone. Upon hearing such shameless accusations, Xiao Rongyu blushed and said, Chen Hansheng, are you a scoundrel? I was originally a scoundrel. Chen Hansheng does not refute at all. Faced with such a hooligan, Xiao Rongyu suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. He had originally planned to never see him again, but now he was fooled again. Then you go ahead and I'll go up after you finish speaking. Xiao Rongyu turned around and turned his back to Chen Hansheng. For people like Chen Hansheng, if Xiao Rongyu insists on going upstairs, there is nothing he can do. But as long as she stays, it basically indicates that the conflict has been resolved. I've been calling you these days, but you haven't answered a single time. Chen Hansheng was a miserable seller. He did make phone calls every day, even though he was hung up every time. This is not meaningless persistence, because Xiao Rongyu's tense shoulders began to relax after listening, and the atmosphere was not as cold as before. There is indeed a play. Seeing this situation, Chen Hansheng continued, that night, after Zibo and his mother quarreled, he asked me to find a place to relax. It's still the old way, sharing blessings and facing difficulties as brothers. What do you mean? That night Wang Zibo called you to the bar? Xiao Rongyu turned his head with suspicion in his eyes. Chen Hansheng calmly replied, he brought up the matter, but I brought the place with me. I also made a mistake and shouldn't have taken him to that kind of occasion. Chen Hansheng divided the responsibility in half, and he and Wang Zibo each accounted for 50% each. Xiao Rongyu actually believed some of the division of responsibilities in this way, because it was in line with her understanding of the two of them. Wang Zibo, the otaku, often has conflicts with his family. Chen Hansheng was restless during high school and it was normal to know about these places. So where did you go? What exactly did you play with? Xiao Rongyu is most worried that Chen Hansheng will come into contact with those seductive ladies. We just played billiards, Chen Hansheng said. Really? Chen Hansheng simply took Xiao Rongyu's phone and dialed Wang Zibo's dormitory phone number in person. Hello, I'm Chen Hansheng. Xiao Chen, it's been a long time since you contacted me. I'll come and play with you this week. Don't talk nonsense, I'm with Xiao Rongyu now. Can you tell her what we did at the bar that night? We're playing billiards. Have you made up with Xiao Yu or then I'll go play with you now? I'm not available. Chen Hansheng hung up the phone and said sincerely to Xiao Rongyu, look, we really only played billiards. The incident gradually became clear here. Wang Zibo had an argument with his family, so he asked Chen Hansheng to go to the bar to play billiards to relax. Coincidentally, Xiao Rongyu saw him, and that night was when she was preparing to accept Chen Hansheng, so she became extremely angry. So why are you only looking for me now? Upon hearing Xiao Rongyu ask such a question, Chen Hansheng knew he had passed the risk. He pretended to be helpless and said, there have been a lot of things going on in the student union these days. I am both the class monitor and the deputy minister, and I am exhausted every day. I used to want to vent my stress with you every night, but I didn't expect you to take it on at all. Chen Hansheng quietly transferred the pot to Xiao Rongyu, and she also consciously carried it on her back. Xiao Chen. Xiao Rongyu felt a bit embarrassed. Chen Hansheng first sold out miserably, then pushed the blame, and finally threw the blame. Xiao Rongyu had already begun to lose her temper. She was already a bit stubborn, cute, and proud. It's okay, it's all over now. We were almost lovers, it's really a pity. Chen Hansheng spoke magnanimously, expressing his regret for missing love. Xiao Rongyu stared at Chen Hansheng and suddenly said, Chen Hansheng, why don't you accompany me to the library for self-study tomorrow? A big question mark appeared in Chen Hansheng's heart. Normally, it's not appropriate for two people to embrace each other in a friendly manner and forget about the past to become friends. This is how TV dramas are portrayed. How does it feel like the script was taken incorrectly? Seeing that Chen Hansheng didn't answer, Xiao Rongyu asked again, are you doing anything on Sunday? Maybe it's okay. Then I'll go back to the dormitory first. Come early tomorrow and I'll take you to breakfast at the East Cafeteria. 52 Delicious lipstick. Chen Hansheng got up early on Sunday, brushing his teeth and washing his face when Guo Xiaoqiang woke up drowsily to pee. Lao Si, where are the waves going when you wake up so early? I'm going to the library across from Dongda to read. Humph. Guo Xiaoqiang suddenly let out a cold snort. Chen Hansheng turned his head and found that Guo Xiaoqiang had a dissatisfied expression on his face. Fourth, do you think I'm easy to deceive? Guo Xiaoqiang tapped his head and said, what's inside my head is wisdom? You don't even know where your school library door is facing. Are you afraid of getting lost when you go to Dongda Library to read? In Guo Xiaoqiang's mind, Chen Hansheng and himself are the same kind of people who only focus on sleeping during class, but as soon as they open their eyes, the teacher knows they should be dismissed. Chen Hansheng sighed and said, I can't hide your cleverness. I'm going to pick up girls. Guo Xiaoqiang nodded in satisfaction and said, give it a good performance, and come back tonight to report your achievements to your brothers. Zhongling University City belongs to the suburbs of Jianyi, with few vehicles and no large industrial factories, so the morning air is particularly fresh, with a hint of autumn chill. Chen Hansheng opened his mouth, exhaled a breath of white air, and ran towards Dongda with his hand in his pocket. The two schools are separated by a street, and it only takes about 10 minutes to reach the downstairs of the girls' dormitory at Dongda. There are already several boys waiting for their girlfriends here. There were also people holding bought breakfast in their hands, looking at the entrance of the girls' dormitory with an expectant expression. In fact, the relationship between these men and women is easy to distinguish. Those who are waiting here empty-handed are mostly couples who have already established a relationship, and they just made plans to have breakfast together. Those who are waiting here carrying breakfast should still be on the road of pursuit. Of course, there are some exceptions like Chen Hansheng, who came to have breakfast without a definite connection. Chen Hansheng and Xiao Rongyu had agreed on a time of 7:30 in the morning, and around 7:20, Xiao Rongyu walked downstairs with a group of girls chatting and laughing. She is wearing a gray-white Nike hoodie today, with the stone blue jeans that stretch her legs straight and slender. Her hair is combed into a ponytail, her skin is fair, her face is delicate, and her smile is shallow. According to normal social evaluation standards, Xiao Rongyu has almost satisfied all the fantasies of college girlfriends. Oh, it really feels a bit like dating. Chen Hansheng was about to walk up and say hello when he didn't expect his friend carrying breakfast to take the lead. Xiao Rongyu, I brought you breakfast again. Seeing this boy, those girls who came down with Xiao Rongyu have become accustomed to it. Xiao, thank you. I'm just going to have breakfast, so please take it back and don't bring me breakfast again in the future. Xiao Rongyu politely refused. When it comes to rejecting male students, Xiao Rongyu is definitely a good hand. Back in the year at Gangchen No. 1 High School, those boys who thought they were doing well and dared to confess their feelings were basically rejected by her. The boy looked very stubborn. He looked at Xiao Rongyu and put his breakfast on the stone platform. I'll put it here. It doesn't matter who eats it. Although you don't accept me now, I believe that one day, why the hell do you eat my steamed buns? You said it doesn't matter who eats it yourself. Chen Hansheng said as he stuffed buns into his mouth. Not to mention, Dongda's steamed buns have plenty of meat filling. No, it's not. The boy clearly didn't react. Where did he come from? He said in a daze. Can you say hello to me before you eat? Sure, no problem. Chen Hansheng swallowed the food in his mouth, pointed to the soybean milk in the bag and said, "Excuse me, can I have a drink of soybean milk?" Xiao Rongyu couldn't help it anymore and quickly pushed Chen Hansheng away from here. Hurry up, my face will be ruined by you scoundrel. Before leaving, she took out 5 yuan and placed it next to breakfast. Lin Xiahua, this is today's breakfast money, I'm sorry. The cafeteria and financial courtyard of Dongda are similar, all made of uniform stainless steel tables and chairs, in a chaotic environment. Chen Hansheng only focuses on eating, while Xiao Rongyu sitting across from him is somewhat unhappy. Why don't you ask that boy about his identity? Chen Hansheng thought to himself, who he is none of my business, at most he can be considered one of your pursuers. However, the two of them just reconciled yesterday, and Chen Hansheng didn't want to stimulate Xiao Rongyu too much. So he asked, who was that boy just now? You're not sincere at all, I don't want to talk anymore. Xiao Rongyu put down his chopsticks and said, I won't talk about pulling a few down. Chen Hansheng thought to himself, but he remembered the real purpose of coming over for a date today. He wiped his mouth and asked, actually, talking about others doesn't mean much. I just want to ask what our relationship is now. Xiao Rongyu raised his head upon hearing this, rolled his hair around his temples with his hand, and asked with a smile, what do you think our relationship is? Chen Hansheng also said directly, if you want a romantic relationship, then let me take a kiss and touch it. It's quite uncomfortable to hold it for so long. If it's a friendship relationship, then there's something else in my dormitory. After breakfast, I'll go back. Rogue. Xiao Rongyu spat, grabbed his handbag, and left. Chen Hansheng didn't really go back to the dormitory, otherwise yesterday's effort would have been in vain. The East University Library is much warmer than outside, and of course, the air quality is not very good because there are too many people, and the temperature depends on the exhaled carbon dioxide pile. Most university libraries are like this, especially in winter, but to be honest, Chen Hansheng likes the smell of book paper and the concentration of college students burying their heads in reading. Because she arrived earlier, Xiao Rongyu found a table by the window. She took out a pink water cup from her bag and said, I'll go fetch water and find a book. Can you help me check the location? Chen Hansheng nodded. When he sat down, he accidentally knocked over Xiao Rongyu's handbag. Inside, the makeup mirror, lipstick, nail clipper, mobile phone, keychain fell all over the floor. There was also a small bag of comfort protection cotton pads for women. It's even more amazing than Doraemon pockets. Chen Hansheng muttered while picking up these scattered things. After Xiao Rongyu returned, he held several books in his hand and said, I helped you get some management books, which are probably related to your profession. Chen Hansheng shook his head and said, I won't read these. I'll go look for any legal books later. You're not a law major, what are you looking for? Xiao Rongyu asked. I said that in college, one should earn money on their own. Entrepreneurship can be done without understanding management, but one cannot do without understanding the law. Chen Hansheng also found it a bit troublesome. Actually, I don't have the patience to read. I'll hire a beautiful law major senior to guide me, and if I don't have money, I'll pay for it. Cut. Xiao Rongyu stopped paying attention to Chen Hansheng and silently picked up his book. Xiao Rongyu is a professional in international trade, and only with an English proficiency of at least TEM8 can he have a broader employment platform, so there are many things to memorize by rote. After reading for a while, Chen Hansheng felt like going to sleep. He has strong hands-on and social skills, and is good at handling sudden and urgent major events. He is really not interested in these words and things. When Chen Hansheng fell asleep, Xiao Rongyu flipped through the legal book borrowed by Chen Hansheng. Business Law. Xiao Rongyu quietly remembered it in her heart, then focused her attention on her textbook. Chen Hansheng snored loudly before she pushed her arm to remind her. What time is it? Chen Hansheng rubbed his eyes and asked, sometimes it's really cheap. When I'm in the dormitory, I just don't want to sleep, but I prefer to sleep in the library until my neck and shoulders ache. It's almost 11 o'clock, go have lunch in half an hour. Xiao Rongyu has read dozens of pages of books all morning. Chen Hansheng was also very happy to hear this, stretched out and said, it's really his mother cool to wake up and have food. Perhaps due to the air conditioning being turned on, Chen Hansheng felt his mouth dry. He pointed to Xiao Rongyu's water cup and said, can you take a sip? I'll use the lid of the cup. Xiao Rongyu was silently carrying his back, glancing at the water glass without saying anything. Chen Hansheng rudely brought it over, and at this moment, several college boys walked into the library, seemingly not reading books. They glanced at Chen Hansheng from a distance and left. Is it specifically for you? Chen Hansheng frowned and asked. It's specifically for you. Xiao Rongyu replied. Although they are the same sentence, their intonation is different and their meanings are vastly different. Chen Hansheng's brain was spinning so fast that he immediately tasted it. Recently, have many people in your school been confessing to you? Well, quite a bit. So you just bring Gora over as a shield, even in the morning. Well, that's right. Xiao Rongyu is as cunning as a small fox. His eyes are squinting and his mouth is red and shiny with lipstick. But Chen Yingjun is not the one who is at a loss. If you use me as a shield, I will have to charge some interest. Bang. Chen Hansheng put down his water glass and freed his hands. Xiao Rongyu's ending suddenly became very long, and his breathing became heavy. Lipstick tastes good. 53 Express sincerity after the fact. On Sunday, the male dormitory 602 in the Finance Institute is generally quiet. Yang Xiao and Guo Xiaoqiang are two internet-addicted teenagers, and together with Jin Yangming, who has just experienced the pain of heartbreak, the three of them almost live in an internet cafe. Dai Janaya comes with the attribute of being a passerby, either renting thick online game novels or sleeping in bed. Only Li Jenice is studying alone in the dormitory. At noon, Li Jianese had just gone to the cafeteria to pack his food when he heard a creaking sound from his door before even moving his chopsticks. Chen Hansheng, who had gone out this morning, surprisingly returned. "Hey, brother Chen, have you finished your work?" Chen Hansheng, who has always been talkative, lowered his head this time and said perfunctorily, "We're done." Then he walked into the bathroom and soon heard the sound of the faucet. Li Jianese was a bit worried. He admired this older brother who also served as the head of the dormitory, class monitor, and deputy minister. Although Chen Hansheng hardly studied, he scored almost perfect in other aspects, even in terms of being a woman. "Brother Chen, are you okay?" Li Jianese pushed open the bathroom door and saw Chen Hansheng rinsing his mouth. Surprisingly, there were still blood stains in the wash basin. "Did you break your mouth?" Li Jianese asked. "Well, I accidentally bit it myself," Chen Hansheng said with some difficulty. Li Jianese didn't take it seriously and biting his mouth was normal. At this moment, the dormitory phone rang ding-ling. Li Jianese was about to answer when Chen Hansheng ran out and snatched the microphone, saying, "They should be looking for me." "Hello, I'm looking for Chen Hansheng." A crisp female voice spoke on the phone. "I am." "How's your mouth? I seem to bite a bit hard." Li Jianese's location was closest to the phone, and he also heard the sentence. He calmly wanted to listen a few more words, but suddenly his head hit him. Chen Hansheng was telling him with his mouth. "Gun." Li Jianese rubbed his head and left his seat. He not only despised Chen Hansheng for being bitten by a girl, but also envied having a girl bite his mouth. He was also very eager to hear the news inside. "The sound should be very beautiful. I don't know how it compares to Shang Yanyan." Honestly, Jianese was speculating wildly in his heart that he didn't know any other beautiful women, so he could only take Shang Yanyan as a reference. "Xiao Rongyu, you're so kind. If I take this bite, I'll have to eat noodles for half a month." Chen Hansheng muttered. The girl on the phone smiled happily and said, "Who made you kiss without my consent? We are not lovers." Chen Hansheng is impatient to talk on this phone kanji. "My little brother is watching. It's really embarrassing. Is there anything else? If it's okay, I'll hang up." Chen Hansheng said. "Humph, next week I want to take a stroll around the city center of Jianyi. Can you accompany me?" The beautiful female voice on the phone said. "No time." Chen Hansheng answered without hesitation. "I'll tell my dad about this tonight, and also tell Aunt Liang and Uncle Chen." "Wait, actually time is like water in a sponge. Squeezing will always come. When is the weekend off?" After hanging up the phone, Chen Hansheng sat there with a frown on his face, his mistake becoming a lifelong regret. "It's also my fault for being too rough." Xiao Rongyu's mouth is casually kissed, as both parents know him. Chen Hansheng is very worried. This situation is most likely to result in getting married right after graduation. The two families have a deep understanding, and their children are in a romantic relationship. Both parties are college students, making it a perfect marriage model in small places like Hong Kong. But Chen Hansheng doesn't want to get married. What should Shen Youchu do? What about other sisters groups in the future? Fortunately, I haven't really confirmed the relationship. I'll just find another chance to share it with her in the future. Only by thinking this way did Chen Hansheng feel a little better in his heart. As he turned his head, his eyes collided with those of Li Jianese. This kid showed an extreme desire for gossip. "Did you hear me?" Chen Hansheng looked at Li Jianese and asked. "Just a little bit." Li Jianese dare not say that he has heard a lot and has offered a lot of discounts. Chen Hansheng sighed and silently lit a cigarette. Women are all tigers. Anan, I suggest you become a monk in the future. Chen, I'm still a virgin. Being a monk is too wasteful. Li Jianese felt a bit embarrassed. Not listening to the old man's words, suffering losses in front of us. How did Yin Susu warn Zhang Wuji in Heaven Reliance and Dragon Saber, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she is. I will also relay this to you. Chen Hansheng said with a resentful tone, but suddenly remembered something. He said to Li Jianese with a frightened face, if today's incident is revealed to anyone in our class, I will castrate you. Li Jianese was startled and said, what if someone else leaked it? I also castrated you. The next day was a new week, and Chen Hansheng had quite a few things to do this week. Firstly, we need to coordinate the college student entrepreneurship support project. Zhong Jiancheng has already drawn up a big plan here, and it depends on when he will win the school youth league committee's position in Yueguang. Secondly, Chen Hansheng received a notice that the student union has started preparing for this year's freshman evening party, and the leaders of the student union will hold a meeting in the evening. Things on the student union side are not bad. Anyway, Chen Hansheng is not the chief minister, and Qi Wei can complete whatever tasks are assigned. It's just that communication with Yueguang is a bit difficult because asking him directly to help implement the entrepreneurial project is not enough for the time being. If something could suddenly push forward, it would be perfect. Just as Chen Hansheng was thinking about how to create this opportunity, he suddenly received a call from Councillor Guo's Hongyun, and Shen Youchu's subsidy for impoverished students came down. It seems that Yueguang did not deceive anyone. The money is in the school, and as long as the Youth League Committee approves it without any objections, it will be in place immediately. However, for Chen Hansheng, the opportunity to promote relationships has also come. The next day during class, Chen Hansheng called out Hu Linyu and Shen Youchu, and reported the financial aid situation. That's great. Youchu's living expenses are not a problem this year. Hu Linyu is genuinely happy for this extremely beautiful, insecure, and kind roommate. Thank you. Shen Youchu also whispered his gratitude to Chen Hansheng. Chen Hansheng smiled and playfully slapped the air. This voice was very familiar, and Shen Youchu immediately remembered a kiss under the moon by the school lake that night, with a brilliant red glow on his face. What are you doing? Hu Linyu doesn't understand what it means. I am practicing speaking and preparing to take the Mandarin proficiency test in the future. Chen Hansheng fabricated a sentence and then said, I have some credit for the quick and good completion of Shen Youchu's scholarship, but Hu Zishi's early work has also been very effective. Hu Linyu felt a bit embarrassed. What she did was counterproductive, and in the end, Chen Hansheng had to go wipe her buttocks. However, we cannot be prepared for danger in times of peace, and we still need to maintain a good relationship with the school's youth league committee. Therefore, I plan to send something to Secretary Yu in the name of the class to express our gratitude. Hu Linyu didn't understand and said, isn't it within the teacher's responsibility? Besides, the scholarship has already been received, why do we have to put in this effort? After the fact, expressing oneself becomes more sincere. Do you know what friendship is? It's about asking for trouble first and then thanking others, so that going back and forth can deepen the relationship.